This world is full of miracles. The red thread of fate tightly binds two people together. The bar is brilliantly lit. The female lead is named Mo Suchin. She's a journalist. Just an hour ago, she went to a hotel to interview the popular actor Guanzi Xuan. Unexpectedly, she saw her boyfriend embracing her younger sister, entering a nearby love hotel together. Such a cliché plot actually happened to her, but she didn't even have the courage to confront them. She accidentally drank too much. Now she can't even find the bathroom. Opening a door, she finds a corridor. All the rooms here look the same. She's completely lost. If she can't find a bathroom soon, she might end up in the news. She's even thought of the headline. Compared to this situation, heartbreak seems trivial, but she's about to burst. At this moment, a nearby door opens. Mo Suchin rushes in immediately, unexpectedly falling into a man's arms. The man is strikingly handsome. He concernedly asks if she's all right. Mo Suchin says she just wants to borrow the bathroom, but the man is stunned. It turns out they know each other. After 7 years, they meet again. After asking her name, the man confirms it's really her. He wants to say more, but Mo Suchin interrupts him. She urgently asks where the bathroom is, but the next second, she can't hold it anymore and throws up. The man is shocked. Then he picks up Mo Suchin. After 7 years apart, they meet again in such a scene. Mo Suchin falls asleep, still sleep-talking. The man understands now. She's heartbroken. The next day, Mo Suchin wakes up. She finds herself in an unfamiliar room. She's a bit scared. The man suddenly appears. He explains he didn't do anything last night. She threw up all over his room, so he had no choice but to change her clothes. If she doesn't believe him, she can check the security footage. Mo Suchin doesn't know whether to believe him. The man starts apologizing. He shouldn't have made decisions on his own, but says he'll take responsibility. Just as Mo Suchin is confused, the man suddenly proposes marriage. Mo Suchin is stunned. She doubts her own ears. The man thinks she didn't hear clearly, so he repeats it. Mo Suchin immediately refuses. This is too frivolous. She then asks for her clothes, preparing to leave. The man didn't expect to be rejected. He continues to seek a chance. He's not joking, he'll treat her well. Mo Suchin gets angry. She just wants to stay away from the world of rich people. She's been deceived enough. The man is surprised. He wonders what she's been through these years. Then he explains he's not rich, just a small-time assistant. Mo Suchin clearly doesn't believe him. The man says he just wants to take responsibility and give her a home. Mo Suchin recalls. Since her mother died in a car accident, everything changed. Her father's mistress took over, bringing along a daughter. She then says she can agree to the man's proposal, but he must meet one condition. The man is curious about what the condition is. Mo Suchin tells him they will have a contract marriage. After 3 years, they'll go their separate ways, owing each other nothing. During these 3 years, she will fulfill the duties of a wife. The man immediately agrees. They decide to get married today. He'll go home to get his household registration book soon, but Mo Suchin's clothes are ruined. The man immediately goes to buy her a new set. He's betting on these 3 years, betting that Mo Suchin won't want to leave after 3 years. He then takes out his phone to handle company matters, asking his assistant to buy a house within the 3rd ring road. If they're going to put on a show, they must do it thoroughly. Mo Suchin also returns home, wanting to discuss something with her father. Unexpectedly, she gets scolded immediately. Mo Suchin says her work unit is allocating housing, so she's come back for her household registration book. Her father is happy to hear this. He immediately takes out the household registration book and tells her to leave. Her stepmother suddenly appears and keeps mocking her. Mo Suchin just says a few words back, but is immediately scolded by her father. Even with her good temper, she can't stand it anymore. Her mother is long dead, and she only has one mom. She then leaves immediately. She heads straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau. At the entrance, she freezes. Is she being too impulsive? She doesn't even know the man's name or have his contact information. Then she hears a voice beside her. Surprisingly, he really came. How did she not notice how handsome he was this morning? The man immediately embraces her. Fate works in mysterious ways. Mo Suchin never imagined she would get married like this. A car stops in front of them. The man steps out of the car. It turns out his name is Yi Zhongju. Mo Suchin is stunned. He's so handsome. From today on, he's her husband. Yi Zhongju is also stunned. Is this car not cheap enough? Is she doubting that he's just an ordinary worker? He then starts making things up. He's a small assistant to the client manager at Imperial Fengyun Group. The car and house are both bought on loans. He hopes Mo Suchin won't look down on him. Mo Suchin hurriedly explains. She's not looking down on him. It's all a misunderstanding. She tells him to go to work after eating. He says he's taken a day off to accompany her to move her belongings. Mo Suchin smiles. She didn't expect him to be so gentle. Yi Zhongju drives to her house. Unexpectedly, it's in a wealthy neighborhood. He then asks Mo Suchin if this is her home. Mo Suchin says it used to be, but not anymore. Then she's about to get out to fetch her luggage. Yi Zhongju wants to help, but she refuses. Mo Suchin says she can do it alone, but her expression, on the verge of tears, is unmistakable. In the bedroom, Mo Suchin packs her things. She's about to leave this place she's lived in for over 20 years. From now on, she'll have to rely on herself. Just as she leaves the bedroom, her stepmother and stepsister start mocking her. Mo Suchin directly mocked back. The sister got angry too. It's not her turn to be arrogant in this family. Mo Suchin turned and left directly. She didn't want to waste words with them, but her stepsister grabbed her arm. She then turned her head and told her to let go. The sister was frightened by this look. Mo Suchin told her that she had never been afraid of her, and this was her home, not theirs. The sister was scared and at a loss. The mother and daughter watched Mo Suchin leave, but each had their own ulterior motives. Outside, Yi Zhongju hadn't expected that packing things would take half an hour. It was his first time waiting for someone to go back. He would make her compensate him well. Mo Suchin came out, but her mood seemed not good. Did someone make her angry? He didn't ask much and directly told her to get in the car. Montag Zukin hesitated. Should she tell him about her family situation? Yi Zhongju went to help her with the luggage. He had patience. One day she would open up to him. However, now he must find out what she had experienced these years. After getting in the car, he thought about having a meal together. Unexpectedly, she fell asleep. She must be exhausted. Let her rest well first. After all, they were already married. Yi Zhongju vowed to protect her well. He wouldn't let anyone bully her again. The sound of keyboard typing came from the study. Mo Suchin felt a bit dizzy. She slowly opened her eyes. She was in the car just now. How come she was sitting in the study when she opened her eyes? Yi Zhongju saw she was awake and told her that he would go for dinner after finishing this report. Mo Suchin didn't expect she had slept for so long. She felt a bit embarrassed for making him wait for so long. Yi Zhongju said it was okay. She must have been exhausted. Mo Suchin didn't expect him to be so thoughtful. Her cheeks turned red. Then he was about to take her to dinner. He knew a nice restaurant nearby. Before he finished speaking, his stomach growled. He hadn't eaten anything since last night. Yi Zhongju also remembered, so he told her that he had ordered takeout. It should arrive soon. He asked her to take a shower first. The food would be ready when she came out. Mo Suchin was curious. It was clearly their first meeting, but she felt a sense of familiarity. Was it an illusion? The takeout arrived. Mo Suchin started eating ravenously. Yi Zhongju watched from the side. She had eaten 5 boxes by herself. He praised her good appetite. Next time he would take her to eat even better food. His salary was enough to support her. Mo Suchin also laughed. She wasn't afraid of eating him out of house and home. Yi Zhongju noticed a grain of rice on her face. Seeing she couldn't find it herself, he directly hugged her. Mo Suchin's heart raced. She said this was harassment. While he explained that they were legally married, this was showing affection. Then he was about to clean up the trash and told Mo Suchin to go to sleep first. Mo Suchin was also thinking. He was a good man. He had a car and a house, and he was considerate. But could she really fulfill the role of a wife? She still couldn't forget the past. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that her boyfriend was with her sister. Unable to accept it, she went to a bar to drink away her sorrows. As a result, she met Yi Zhongju. It was supposed to be just a marriage to escape reality, but now she felt a hint of attraction. Then she stopped imagining and wondered where she would sleep tonight. She looked at the rooms. There were 2 bedrooms, but she didn't know which one was the guest room. How should she refuse him? Yi Zhongju came back. Mo Suchin was startled. She slipped and fell, but Yi Zhongju pulled her over in one swift motion. Then he embraced her. Mo Suchin was speechless. Why was he acting like a domineering CEO? He almost made her dizzy. Unexpectedly, Yi Zhongju directly asked if she wanted to sleep in separate beds. Mo Suchin said no, but her facial expression betrayed her. Yi Zhongjue noticed and said he wouldn't force her. This would be her home from now on, and she could take her time to adjust. Mo Suqin was very grateful to him. Her heart was beating fast. She didn't know if this marriage was right or wrong. In the office, everyone was curious. Mo Suqin had always been in full work mode, never leaving early even when sick. They didn't expect her to take a day off. Bai Tingnan stirred things up on the side, saying she was the boss's favorite and wouldn't be punished. He worried the boss might take it out on them instead. Leng Xiao saw through his attempt to sow discord and retorted directly. He was just jealous that others were more capable and more trusted by the boss. Unexpectedly, Bai Tingnan said outright that he was Mo Suqin's dog, only good at barking all day. At this moment, Mo Suqin appeared. Everyone was shocked. Mo Suqin looked especially beautiful today. Bai Tingnan angrily asked Mo Suqin who the mad dog was. Mo Suqin smiled. She didn't expect people would fight to be called mad dogs these days. Bai Tingnan wanted an explanation, but was stopped. Fighting was forbidden in the office, or they'd be fired. Then he realized that Mo Suqin was late today. The boss surely wouldn't let her off. But unexpectedly, Mo Suqin had taken marriage leave for 3 whole days. She was actually coming to work during her time off. Bai Tingnan turned away. She hadn't even found a boyfriend, but Mo Suqin was already married. Leng Xiao asked her what was going on. There was no need to lie about this, but Mo Suqin told her not to rush. The story was a bit complicated, and she'd tell her when there was time. In the restaurant, Leng Xiao's voice filled the entire room. How could she get married so hastily? She didn't even know the other person's background. Mo Suqin told her to calm down, then introduced Yi Zhongjue as an assistant to the client manager at Imperial Fengyan Company. Leng Xiao paused. That company was very impressive, with a strict recruitment system and only top talents. Suddenly, an untimely voice appeared. It was Mo Sulian. Bai Tingnan appeared with her. The two kept mocking Mo Suqin. Leng Xiao couldn't stand it anymore and said that outsiders weren't allowed in the company. Mo Suqin told her not to be angry. The two were worse than each other in their values, or rather, they had no manners to begin with. Bai Tingnan got angry. He threw the soda in his hand directly at Mo Suqin, but she dodged it. An innocent bystander behind her got hit instead. She slowly stood up, glaring at him fiercely. Bai Tingnan was stunned for a moment, then immediately ran away. A muscular man chased after Mo Sulian, who looked very disheveled and covered in soda. She then took out her phone to text her boyfriend, vowing to get revenge on Mo Suqin. In a hotel room, Mo Sulian and her boyfriend had finished. She then asked the man if he had contacted Mo Suqin recently. The man told her, with Mo Sulian around, who would still look for her. Then he heard that Mo Suqin got married and looked surprised. They had just talked on the phone a few days ago, and now she was married? The man clearly didn't believe Mo Sulian. Unexpectedly, he had lied to her. She then said her father was going to give the company as a dowry. If he lied to her, he wouldn't get a penny. The man hurriedly apologized. Mo Sulian then used this to stir up trouble. She told the man to go find Mo Suqin. The man was very angry and immediately called for a car. He was preparing to go cause trouble for Mo Suqin. In the magazine office, Mo Suqin was still reading. Leng Xiao rushed in, telling Mo Suqin that her ex-boyfriend had come to make a scene. He seemed determined not to let it go. It wouldn't be good for anyone if things got out of hand. Mo Suqin was also angry. She hadn't done anything wrong to him, yet he came looking for trouble. The entrance was already crowded with onlookers. The man was stopped by security and was getting angry. Mo Suqin walked out. Everyone looked at her, eager to see the drama unfold. The man questioned if she had gotten married. They hadn't even broken up yet, so what was going on? Mo Suqin told him to shut up. The man panicked. Could it be that she already knew about those things? Mo Suqin said his behavior was disgusting. The man persisted, bringing up their 7 years of dating. Mo Suqin asked him if he knew what he had done. She was now officially telling him they were breaking up. She was already married. Seeing her determination, the man started asking the crowd to judge the situation. Suddenly, the pressure shifted to Mo Suqin's side. At this moment, the man seemed so unfamiliar. She hadn't realized he was this kind of person in their 7 years together. Leng Xiao appeared, telling the crowd about the man's affair with Mo Sulian. Mo Suqin said she had evidence. The crowd's emotions immediately shifted. With evidence, things would be clear. Mo Suchin took out the photos she had taken at the time and scattered them. People immediately took out their phones to take pictures. The man didn't expect to be exposed and even have photos taken. He then knelt on the ground, starting to explain that it was all Mo Suyin's fault. But Mo Suchin clearly didn't want to listen. She directly asked security to remove him. The man wanted to say more, but was carried away by security. Mo Suchin also left, leaving only her graceful silhouette. Leng Xiao was also very happy. The man was still being pointed at and gossiped about. A seed of hatred had been planted in his heart. He would have his revenge someday. At Tingyu Xian, Yi Zhongjue and Mo Suchin came here. The owner here only makes 10 dishes a day, and it's very hard to get a reservation. Mo Suchin thought this would be too expensive for him. Yi Zhongjue said it was fine as long as she liked it. Then he says that the owner of this place is his friend, so the prices are very low. Mo Suchin suddenly becomes infatuated. It takes her a moment to recover. Yi Zhongju calls her to eat. The dishes are all served. The food at this restaurant is very good. Her face returns to normal. It would be embarrassing if she was caught being infatuated. But he has already noticed and thinks her previous expression was very cute. Then he takes out his salary card. Since they're married now, he should hand over his salary card. Mo Suchin is a bit flustered. Why does he want to give it to her? Yi Zhongju is firm. She must accept this card, but she points out that they only have a contract marriage. They'll divorce after 3 years. Doing this puts a lot of pressure on her, but Yi Zhongju tells her that for these 3 years, they are legally married. Since she will fulfill the duties of a wife, he must also fulfill the duties of a husband. Then he takes her hand and places the salary card in it. Mo Suchin realizes that he is determined to have her spend his money. Isn't he afraid she'll take the money and run? In the bedroom at night, Mo Suchin lies in bed thinking. She doesn't want to owe Yi Zhongju anything, and to fulfill the responsibilities of a wife. They're not children anymore. They both know what that means. Then she sits up. She hears the door opening. She puts on slippers and walks out. He says he's prepared the bath water. She can go take a bath now. Then she sees the bedding on the sofa. She asks why he's not sleeping in the guest room. Yi Zhongju explains. The guest room is too dirty. Actually, he doesn't know how to tidy up rooms. His assistant only cleaned the master bedroom. Mo Suchin wants him to sleep in the master bedroom. She'll sleep on the sofa for one night, but he refuses. Yi Zhongju says he has to work tomorrow too. How can he work without energy? Besides, he's a man. It's fine. Mo Suchin suddenly thinks of something. She grabs Yi Zhongju's arm. Yi Zhongju is confused. He asks if there's anything else. Unexpectedly, she tells him to go sleep in the master bedroom. The two of them sleeping together. Yi Zhongju asks if she's sure. She doesn't have to force herself. The girl says she's sure. Sleeping here for one night would be uncomfortable. They both have to work tomorrow. It's better to sleep in the bedroom. Yi Zhongju decides to take a bath first. The two lie in the same bed. Although she's made up her mind to sleep in the bedroom with Yi Zhongju, she can't fall asleep at all. The feeling of a man sleeping next to her is so strange. He asks if she can go to work like this tomorrow. This little fool. Her whole body is stiff, and she doesn't dare to move. She's clearly nervous to death, but trying to act tough. The girl thinks he's already asleep. Yi Zhongju prepares to turn off the light. People fall asleep more easily in darkness. She says she can't sleep. Yi Zhongju decides to tell her a story. Just relax and listen to the story. The story starts from when he was young. His father was very strict with him back then. Among children his age, he hardly had any childhood to speak of. Every day was just studying. Day after day of practice problems and exams. It was suffocating. No one wanted to approach me, and I didn't want to communicate with others. I was always alone like that. From kindergarten to elementary school, and then to middle school, I was like a machine that never made mistakes, strictly following the path set by my parents. At that time, I even thought about suicide, until someone appeared. He was like a beam of light in the darkness, illuminating my life. It was his smile that pulled me out of the darkness. Before him, I never believed that love at first sight could exist. It turns out life isn't so dull after all. There are more beautiful things waiting for me, like him. The girl asked, then what? Yi Zhongju said, that's it. Later, I went abroad and knew nothing about what was happening back home. The girl asked, after you came back, didn't you think about finding him? He thought that perhaps he already had his own life, and there was no need to disturb him. Then he said it was getting late and they should sleep. He teased, "Are you jealous for being so curious?" The girl denied it, saying she just thought they might meet again, and he didn't need to consider her. Then she went to sleep. Yi Zhongjue thought that the story hadn't ended. Everything was just beginning. Yi Zhongjue felt that since it was quite far from here to the girl's company, he should drive her to and from work since he had a car. She replied that it wasn't necessary today as she had to do some interviews, so it wasn't on the way. Yi Zhongjue hugged her, kissed her forehead, and said his wife was so dedicated to her work. He said he was going to work first and that he had ordered takeout, which was on the table. Remember to eat, she thought, wondering if he was this gentle with others, like his first love he mentioned. They arrived at the parking lot. Just then a Volkswagen suddenly drove up. Surprisingly, it parked in the VIP spot. The person who got out was none other than the CEO of Imperial Trend. Coming to work in a Volkswagen? What's the difference between this and a beggar claiming to be a millionaire? Is it moral decay or a lack of humanity? Mr. Yi arrived at the Imperial Trend building. Everyone was gossiping behind his back. Lin Ran handed him today's schedule. He asked her to call him boss. Don't bring that old routine to the company. This wasn't like him. Did something happen? She was exasperated, not knowing who started the rumor that Mr. Yi came in a Volkswagen today. How could that be possible? It's like someone who eats at 3-star Michelin restaurants every day suddenly switching to fast food. Mr. Yi thought fast food was quite tasty. Then he said they were right. He did drive a Volkswagen today. She was shocked to hear this. Then she handed him the investigation report about Mo Suchin. Mr. Yi asked why she collected so little information. She wouldn't be hired at Alicat magazine either. Go to the janitorial department. She handed him the rest and started talking about Mo Suchin's romantic history. He asked her to investigate more about her ex-boyfriend's specific situation. If possible, create some obstacles in the story to prevent Gu Jianan from bothering Mo Suchin again. She was surprised to hear this. Why deal with Gu? This wasn't like his style. She then assured him that she would complete the task. 7 years ago, if it weren't for Gu Jianan's appearance, he wouldn't have backed down. Mo Suchin, she was the most beautiful accident in his life. He vowed to protect her well for life. The girl called out to Suchin. She replied that she still had a report to write and asked if there was anything. She told her there was important news and asked her to stop writing and listen. According to reliable sources, that scumbag X had suffered karmic retribution. Something had happened to his family. No wonder he wasn't lurking downstairs today, begging for forgiveness. Mo Suchin thought he was always like this. In high school, she found it romantic that he waited at the door every day to pursue her. But now she only found this persistence a bit scary. If he continued to wait downstairs, she would consider calling the police. She also expressed her opinion that the scariest thing is when someone's pursuit methods are intense, their methods of hurting after a breakup are even more cruel. Gu must have offended someone. These past 2 days, he's been severely suppressed by the Imperial Trend Group. His assets worth tens of millions directly shrunk by nearly half. Gu is definitely done for. Who knows who's so efficient at handling this? It really vented her anger for her. That scumbag was called back by his family to help out. Now he won't have time to bother her anymore. Isn't it satisfying? She really wanted to set off firecrackers to celebrate. Then she invited her for hot pot in the evening. Mo Suchin wondered if that would be appropriate. After all, he's in such a miserable state. Just celebrating isn't enough. Why not send him some wreaths to commemorate? She stroked her leg and asked if she was her little darling. She wanted her to do her a favor. She was supposed to go out in the afternoon to the airport to dig up some big news. But the boss suddenly made trouble, demanding she submit 5 project proposals by tomorrow. Could she ask her to make the trip for her? She'd treat her to the hot pot in the evening. She readily agreed and asked whose news she was digging up at the airport. She said it was a super big scoop about the recently popular idol Guan Zixuan. He went abroad a few days ago to attend an awards ceremony. Officially, he's supposed to return to a city tomorrow afternoon. She got information that Guan Zixuan is arriving in a city a day early with a mysterious girlfriend. If she could get photos, it would definitely be big news. Mo Suchin arrived at the airport. Suddenly, her stomach felt uncomfortable. She wasn't prepared at all. Then she ran into the bathroom. Unexpectedly, Guan Zixuan was there too. He thought she was paparazzi. He should have had his assistant wait at the door. If this was exposed, he'd be in trouble. He must make her delete the photos. He then stopped Mo Suchin, asking her to hand over the photos. She couldn't run fast due to her period. This was troublesome. Guan Zixuan asked her to give him the camera. He asked what she wanted. Name a price. He'd buy the photos. She looked confused upon hearing this. Mo Suchin told Guan Zixuan to let her go. This was a public place. If he continued, she'd call for help. He thought she was threatening him. Mo Suchin said she was just a tourist and brought her DSLR camera for the trip. Moreover, she recognized him as Guanzi Xuan. She asked what he wanted, his signed poster or used items, or she could reimburse his flight ticket. As long as it didn't violate her moral principles, she could satisfy his request. Unexpectedly, he asked her to buy a pack of sanitary pads, and he'd delete the photos. Guanzi Xuan was surprised. He remembered when she was running away, there seemed to be blood stains on her skirt. Then they went to the convenience store. Everyone thought he was handsome, but they couldn't see his whole face because of the mask. When paying, he told the shopkeeper to keep the change. He, a renowned actor, was buying sanitary pads for some girl. He couldn't let anyone find out. A girl thought he looked like Guanzi Xuan. He quickly ran away. It was all that damn girl's fault. If she dared to trick him, she'd be dead. Mo Suchin deleted all the photos. He was confused. She wasn't paparazzi or a sightseeing fan. Could it be that he was just unlucky and ran into this girl? The idiot couldn't even catch the camera properly. Mo Suchin thought if she wasn't on her period, she wouldn't be like this. He wouldn't understand. Period pain can be deadly. Guanzi Xuan took off his clothes and gave them to her. Consider it charity for today. No need to return them. Even if she died from pain, it wasn't his business. He then quickly left. Mo Suchin was left standing there, stunned. He just left like that. Luckily, she always had a backup plan. The photos from the camera were already synced to her phone. But he seemed like a good person, not as cold-faced as rumors said. Her stomach hurt badly. Better head back to the company first. Good thing she returned early, almost got caught in the rain. She needed to back up the photos to a USB drive first. It's better not to publish these photos. He's not a bad person after all. If it were her former self, being caught with Yi Zhongjue in the bathroom, she probably couldn't have stayed as calm as Guanzi Xuan. Then she ran to the bathroom. A colleague suddenly walked over. She wanted to see what big news she had dug up after being busy all day. The driver thought Mo Suchin looked too pale and planned to take her to the hospital. But she said it wasn't necessary. She just needed to rest at home. Young people these days are really hardworking. Not only working this late, but also refusing to go to the hospital when sick. Mo Suchin thought going to the hospital wouldn't save her. It's her period. So unlucky, finishing tomorrow's draft. The rain hasn't stopped, having her period and getting rained on. She felt like she was about to die. She needed to take some painkillers when she got home. Suddenly, her vision went dark. She almost fainted. At that moment, Yi Zhongjue suddenly held her up. She wasn't feeling well. Why didn't she call him to pick her up? How could she say this was nothing? There wasn't a bit of color in her face. Moreover, it was raining so heavily. If he hadn't come back in time, she would have fallen to the ground. She felt so unwell. Yi Zhongjue suddenly felt a pang in his heart. He only wanted to protect her, but he had been such a jerk just now. How could he shout at her like that? He then apologized to her. She wasn't feeling well. He would carry her back. He said he'd take her back to their home. They returned home. Yi Zhongjue told her to quickly take a hot shower to avoid catching a cold. How does this girl take care of herself? Suddenly, he noticed blood on his hand. Could it be her period? What should he do? He had never encountered this before. Yi Zhongjue's life was strongly impacted. He started to panic. Suddenly, he called his mother, asking how to treat menstrual cramps. She thought he had a girlfriend. Yi Zhongjue told her to stop laughing. Then his mother told him that there's no effective treatment for menstrual cramps. But brown sugar water can help a little. If there's ginger, adding some of the brown sugar water and drinking it hot would be even better. After hearing this, he immediately prepared to go to the supermarket. He played a voice message in the elevator. The cleaning lady who heard it was envious of that girl. Mo Suchin was woken up by the sound of chopping vegetables. Yi Zhongjue had prepared brown sugar ginger tea for her. Drink it while it's hot. He asked how it tasted. Mo Suchin's face contorted from how bad it tasted, but she was still grateful he made it for her. He said it was nothing, he just made it casually. He had something sweeter for her to eat. The next second, he kissed her directly. Then he told her to lie down and rest for a while. He'd go prepare breakfast for her. Mo Suchin thought he was a big flirt, shameless, always taking advantage of her. But for some reason, his actions made her feel at ease. Her stomach didn't seem to hurt anymore. Yi Zhongjue watched a live stream while learning to cook. Mo Suchin smelled something good and got up to check. Although their marriage had a dramatic start, they now seemed like a real couple. He was caring and considerate, even cooking for her. It felt nice. Yi Zhongjue was making fish soup for her. He asked how she felt now and if she was still in pain. She told him she felt much better. Yi Zhongjue told her to rest at home today. A colleague called looking for her, so he helped her take a day off. Mo Suchin thought it was unlike him to look for her so early. Could it be something important? She decided to wait for him in the living room. Suddenly her phone rang. It was Yao Yao. As soon as she answered, Yao Yao said the company was in chaos. She wasn't joking. Bai Tingnan had beaten them to the punch and got the scoop on Guan Zixuan. Didn't she meet with Guan Zixuan yesterday? Why was the news stolen? Early this morning, all the news headlines were about the film Emperor Guan Zixuan's secret bathroom rendezvous with a mysterious girlfriend. She was shocked upon hearing this. Wasn't it the material she had photographed? How did it end up? In their hands? She then told Yao Yao not to worry. She'd come to the office right away. Bai Tingnan hadn't gone out for news yesterday. Something was definitely wrong. Yi Zhongjue asked why she was leaving. The fish soup wasn't ready yet. Mo Suchin told him it was urgent work. She'd drink the soup when she got back. Guan Zixuan would surely misunderstand and think she had broken her promise and leaked the news. But more important than being misunderstood was calming Yao Yao down. Yao Yao's news sources always seemed to be connected to her well-informed uncle. This news was something she had begged for a long time to get, and now Bai Tingnan had beaten her to it. Yao Yao definitely wouldn't swallow this. He, the president of Imperial Fengyun, personally cooked for her, and she didn't even have time to take a sip. She was always making excuses to reject him. It was too much. She was taking advantage of his feelings for her. Guan Zixuan was furious. That damn woman dared to trick him. She really was a reporter. Now that she had provoked him, he would make her pay. He then asked his assistant about the situation outside. The assistant promptly reported the current situation. The PR team had already started emergency handling. They expected to mitigate the impact by tomorrow. He thought it was too slow. He wanted to hold a press conference this afternoon. He would handle it personally. The secretary said the press conference needed board approval. The process would take a day and a half. Before he could finish speaking, Guan Zixuan snatched the phone away. He said if he wanted to hold it, it would happen. What did the board matter? Since when did he need to consider others' opinions? The first company to report was Lameo Entertainment, right? Any reporter from their company who wanted to attend the press conference should be arranged, no matter how many. He was looking forward to their second meeting. The man praised Ting Nan for being so capable, managing to dig up such explosive gossip about Guan Zixuan. This time, they definitely secure the top trending spot. The merciless master would even give them a bonus. Everyone would benefit from it. He thought to himself that this scoop was thanks to his informant providing the information. He was just a gossip courier. Yao Yao asked Mo Suchin how it went. Was that thing still there? Unexpectedly, all the backups on the USB drive had been cleared. Yesterday, she must have stolen the photos while he was in the bathroom. All their hard work had become hers. Mo Suchin cried and apologized to Yao Yao. Yao Yao said it wasn't her fault. It was all because Bai Tinglan was too cunning. They'd have to be wary of her in the future. She absolutely couldn't go to Guan Zixuan's press conference this afternoon. His real intention wasn't the press conference. He was actually looking for her. She thought it was fine. She had already promised to have dinner with Yi Zhongjue. He was personally cooking fish soup for her. Yao Yao was confused. What was this sudden display of affection about? Never mind. Her little Suchin had grown up and belonged to someone else now. Everyone arrived at the press conference. Bai Tingnan thought they should all thank him. At this moment, Guan Zixuan walked out. When he saw him, he was instantly captivated. Guan Zixuan responded to the reporters, saying that everyone seemed very interested in his mysterious girlfriend. He would tell them that she might actually be present at the press conference. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. Guan Zixuan told everyone that nothing had happened that day. It was just a woman who had asked him to buy sanitary pads. Everyone was puzzled by this. Reporters questioned Guan Zixuan. He said that there are some coincidences in this world that can't be explained clearly. But what happened did have a reason. That woman, their so-called mysterious girlfriend, had met him for the first time that day. He had simply walked into the wrong bathroom. She was just a poor woman who couldn't go out again due to her period. Out of sympathy, he lent her his jacket and went to the convenience store to buy sanitary pads for her. If those present didn't believe him, they could check the store's surveillance footage. He was still single, and his innocence could be verified. At this moment, Bai Tingnan suddenly appeared. He thought the reason was too far-fetched. He demanded Guan Zixuan give a reasonable explanation. How could such a private place as a bathroom be photographed? It must be due to his own misconduct. Guan Zixuan said he didn't know. He wondered if the reporter who took the photo was present. They could confront each other face to face. Being famous comes with its troubles. It seems he'd have to be careful even when going to the bathroom in the future to prevent being secretly photographed. Fans got into an argument with Bai Tingnan. Guan Zixuan told everyone to continue following his work, then left. Then he asked his secretary to bring over the blonde woman who had just stirred up trouble. He thought to himself that the annoying girl hadn't come. Never mind, they would meet sooner or later. Mo Suqin returned home. Yi Zhongjue had prepared dinner and was waiting for her. They ate together. Mo Suqin said she was tired after a long day, and it felt great to come home to a prepared meal. There had been a lot of news lately, and competition among colleagues was fierce. The whole company was in chaos. She'd probably have to work overtime starting next week. He suggested she quit and let him support her. Mo Suqin thought it was better not to. Money only had meaning when she earned and spent it herself. Then she asked if he had heard of the Gu Group. The Gu Group was being heavily suppressed by Empire Fengyun, recently making it to the trending topics. Along with that, the newly appointed CEO of Empire Fengyun had become a hot topic, but no media had ever exposed this CEO's appearance. Then she remembered. Doesn't he work at Empire Fengyun? Has he seen a new CEO? He thought in horror. Of course he had seen him. He was right in front of her. Unexpectedly, he said no. An ordinary employee like him couldn't possibly meet the CEO. She asked if he liked that type of domineering CEO. Mo Suqin said she didn't. She actually preferred someone gentle like him. She suddenly realized she had said it out loud. He placed her hand on his face. Guan Zixuan was puzzled that Mo Suqin hadn't shown up. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Surprisingly, it was Miss Bai. She thought it was really him. She couldn't believe it earlier. He actually wanted to meet her alone. She wondered what he wanted. Guan Zixuan smiled and confirmed with her that she didn't take yesterday's photo, right? Miss Bai looked scared. She felt she couldn't take the blame at a time like this. She also couldn't let anyone know about her stealing the information. Then she said she received an anonymous email containing his photo. She didn't know anything else. He approached her and asked if she was lying to him. With such poor self-control, she dared to lie to his face. Miss Bai insisted it was true. He was so close. Her heart was racing uncontrollably. Facing this scenario, facing the national idol Guan Zixuan, she felt like the female lead in a CEO romance manga. The classic wall slam move. In the end, if she just took the initiative a little. Suddenly, he told her she could get lost. Miss Bai was shocked. What was happening? Weren't they going to continue? He not only told her to get lost, but also called her an ugly freak. As Miss Bai was leaving, she threatened him, saying he shouldn't dare to mess with her. Suddenly, she bumped into the secretary and scolded him harshly. He told her the elevator was on the other side. She even called him a watchdog, saying he and his master were both no good. The secretary told her not to speak ill of Mr. Guan. He punched the wall directly. If there was a next time, he wouldn't be hitting the wall. Miss Bai fell to her knees and apologized to him. Mo Suqin thought, this idiot, he shouldn't have done anything to her clothes, right? Suddenly the phone rang. It was unexpectedly her father calling. The two were chatting, unaware that Yi Zhongjue could hear everything. Her father asked Mo Suqin to come home tomorrow night. He had asked Aunt Lu to make her favorite dishes. After hanging up, Mo Suqin felt her father was acting unlike his usual self. There was a good chance he had something to discuss. She and her father had long been only nominally father and daughter. Love is a wonderful thing. You don't know when it starts growing in your heart, blooming into the world's most marvelous flower. Today, would their love be able to grow with time? Yi Zhongjue called out to Susu and asked if that was her father on the phone. He wanted to go with her. He hadn't met her family yet, so this would be a good opportunity. She immediately said it wasn't necessary. In 3 years, they would separate. Since that was the case, there was no need to meet any family members. Yi Zhongjue was shocked to hear this. Susu felt she could go by herself. She didn't want to trouble him. Taking up 3 years of his time was selfish of her. She would find a way to make it up to him. Even if he went out to find someone else, it was none of her business. In 3 years, she would go abroad for further studies. She wouldn't be in front of him anymore. Suqin returned to the Mo family mansion. Her father introduced her to Uncle Wang's son, who was a year older than her. Young people had more in common to talk about, so he suggested they chat after dinner. He suddenly whispered to her that she knew Uncle Wang. He was an old business client. They couldn't offend him. So this dinner turned out to be a blind date arranged for her. It was laughable. For the sake of his career, was he willing to give up even his own daughter now? Her younger sister suddenly greeted her, asking if she was feeling shy. He should be much better than that, wild man, right? How about considering having 2 husbands? Dad has a big business deal with Uncle Wang this time. Dad can't bear to give me up, so he has to use sister as a bargaining chip. Besides, she's already dating Gu Jiannan and that wild man at the same time. What's wrong with adding one more? Mo Sulian deliberately didn't tell Dad about her marriage, probably wanting to make Dad dislike her more. Since Mom passed away, he has become increasingly unrecognizable to me. Father told her not to have such a stern face. The guests had arrived, and she didn't even greet them. What kind of behavior was that? She must have learned bad habits outside. Mo Suchin felt that Balian wasn't her real mother. She then told everyone she wasn't feeling well and would go back first, telling them to enjoy their meal. At this moment, her father stopped her, asking her to come out with him. He had something to say to her. Mo Suchin asked what act he was putting on today. Was she really his biological daughter? How could he use her as a business sacrifice? He scolded her, saying if she hadn't broken up with the Gu family's son, would their Gu group be joining other groups to suppress them? If only she would marry Uncle Wang's son, the Wang family would be on their side, and they could join forces against the Gu group. Mo Suchin felt there was more than one daughter in the family. Her breakup was caused by her sister's actions, so why not push her out instead? Her father asked her to help him this once. Otherwise, their family would be finished, and he wouldn't be able to survive. She coldly refused, saying that was his end, not theirs. Her father cursed her, calling her a jinx who not only caused her mother's death, but was also about to ruin the company he had worked so hard to build. He said he shouldn't have given birth to her. Mo Suchin felt she didn't deserve to be his daughter. Being used as a business chip for an arranged marriage, she was a person, not a commodity. At this time, Mo Sulian was still making sarcastic remarks on the side. Mo Suchin warned her not to be too arrogant. She knew what she had done. As a journalist, Mo Suchin had many channels to make her actions public. It was uncertain whose reputation would be ruined then. If it weren't for Mo Sulian's instigation, if Mom were still here, would Dad treat me like this? When Mom was still alive, their family was so warm and beautiful. And now in his eyes, I'm just a tool, a jinx who caused Mom's death. Yi Zhongjue began to worry about Susu's situation. What should he do to make her completely his? Mo Suchin returned home. In her depression, she went on a shopping spree and spent a month's salary. Then she felt even worse. Yi Zhongjue asked if she was hungry. He said he would chop some green onions, add a bowl of soup, and they could start eating. Was his smile too warm? Or was it his voice that confused her? He was like a beam of light in the darkness, her only support. She then threw herself into his arms, begging him to hold her tight. She looked in terrible shape. How should he comfort her? She told him not to ask anything, just hold her tight. More painful than being used by Dad was his indifference towards her. Dad wasn't like this before. Because of Mom's death, she was even more upset than him. If only she could lose her memory. Then she said they wouldn't have dinner. She wanted to eat him instead. They kissed, as if his kiss could soothe the pain in her heart. But this feeling wasn't enough. She wanted a bit more. She was ready to give herself to him and asked him not to let her down. Yi Zhongjue asked her to drink some hot water first. He inquired about what exactly happened at her home tonight, asking her to tell him. He knew what she said earlier was just out of anger, but he didn't want to see her so upset again. He asked her to tell him, to let him share her burden. He wasn't a stranger, but her husband. Mo Suchin told him about what had just happened. He held her tight. He said she still had him. Everything would be all right. No matter what, he would always be by her side. There are so many damn people in the subway station. Since the press conference, nothing good has happened. What's all this fuss about? It's just cutting in line. So annoying. Just then, she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Turning her head to see the person's true face, she immediately backed down and hurriedly said she would follow the rules. Mo Sulian felt it wasn't her fault. She was already tired of going on blind dates. Even if she didn't contribute much, at least she had made an effort. Gu Jianan thought they needed to nip it in the bud. How could they not deal with Uncle Wang's son? If they really got married, it wouldn't be so easy for him to acquire Mo's company. He thought she was useless. Mo Sulian was furious after hearing this. She bluntly said his methods were terrible, and his bedroom skills were even worse. The two started fighting. On the other side, the secretary made tea for the CEO and asked him about the recent situation. Recently, Empire Fengyun had been repeatedly suppressing Gu's small company for unclear reasons. Should they follow up on this? The CEO thought it wasn't necessary. He then asked about the little girl's situation. The secretary said everything was normal. Their people were secretly protecting her and didn't dare to slack off at all. 3 days later, Mo Suchin woke up. She was about to get up and hurry to work. Suddenly, she found her legs were in this state again. It was all that guy's fault. What's wrong with this person? He's like a little puppy during the day, but at night, he's like a hungry wolf. Not only is his energy particularly abundant, she suddenly felt she couldn't continue thinking about last night. Yi Zhongjue greeted her, saying breakfast was ready. Mo Suchin didn't plan to eat. She was going to be late for work. He thought there was still time. He had calculated it. He would drive her to work today. Besides, she had worked so hard last night. She needed to replenish her energy. She thought to herself, why was he being shy? She should be the one feeling shy. After what he did to her last night, how could he be shy at a time like this? Yi Zhongjue drove Mo Suchin to work. When they arrived, Mo Suchin was about to leave when he suddenly grabbed her. He said she hadn't paid the fare yet. Mo Suchin hesitated. She ended up kissing Yi Zhongjue's forehead. This guy wanted more just now. What a pervert. It's just a kiss. Why is her heart beating so fast? Zhang Yubin asked Mo Suchin if that was her boyfriend just now. He couldn't believe she ended up marrying someone who drives a Volkswagen. Although he couldn't compare to Gu Jiannan, how could he be inferior to a Volkswagen driver? Why are all these rich people so self-centered? She felt it had nothing to do with her and told him not to block her way. He called out to her, saying his father would use all of Zhang's resources to help Mo's company get through the crisis, as long as she was willing to divorce that man and marry him. Mo Suchin suddenly stopped and said she wouldn't divorce her husband. As for Mo's company's problems, she would find a way to solve them. She appreciated his kindness, but asked him not to bother her anymore in the future. Shaolin asked if the boss was all right. He said he was fine and asked if there were any recent moves from Gu Jiannan. To alleviate company pressure, Gu Jiannan had been buying up Mo's company shares on a large scale recently. He probably had plans to take over Mo's company. Yi Zhongjue then asked about Mo's company. The other person thought Mo's company was now in a precarious situation. Yi Zhongjue told him to make a plan immediately to acquire all of Mo's company shares. He wanted to make him spit out everything he had swallowed. Whether it's Mo's company or Gu's, he wouldn't let anyone who bullied Suchin off the hook. The two were chatting. Mo Suchin told Yao Yao to lower her voice. Did she want the entire solar system to know? The other person thought she didn't know what was going on in that guy's head. He was too narcissistic. It was really frustrating. Mo Suchin had always disliked her self-importance, but now she didn't have the energy to think about other people's affairs. Her own father actually wanted to exchange her marriage for her career. Yao Yao said her little uncle had a wide network of connections. Why not ask him for help? The other person thought her little uncle was very busy and they shouldn't bother him. Besides, director had been keeping an eye on him lately. They should focus on work. The other person thought he was the only one in the company who called director an exterminator. Suchin was truly kind. If only she were a man, she would definitely marry someone like her. Even the exterminator couldn't stop her. She would be his support. Just then, director called Mo Suchin over. She didn't know what he wanted. She hoped it wasn't to scold her. The work reports and news drafts were all completed. There shouldn't be any problems. She then went to find director and he told her there was an interview assignment today. The address and materials had been sent to her email. This time, she should take Lung Xiao with her. She said she would go prepare right away. Yao Yao asked if there was some good news. Mo Suchin told her of course there was good news. Did she want to go out for an interview? The director specifically mentioned her and Yao Yao. Then she asked if Yao Yao had offended the director. Not only did he always assign her difficult tasks, but now he was making her relay messages about going out for interviews. The other person thought she was a model employee. Could it be that he was jealous of her beauty and deliberately targeting her? Mo Suchin told her to wake up. It was time to get to work. They would leave after reviewing the materials. However, the celebrity they were going to interview this time looked a bit familiar. It seemed like she had seen her somewhere before. Wait, it's Guan Zixuan's mysterious girlfriend. This Mu Liner is too much of a diva. She hasn't arrived yet. It's just a welcome back party, right? Is it necessary to make it so grand? It's so hot. How much longer do we have to wait? Yao Yao felt like she was about to faint from the heat. Couldn't they wait until she arrived at the venue to interview her? The person hasn't even arrived yet, and they were already being squeezed like pancakes. Just then, Mu Liner arrived at the scene. Everyone cheered and rejoiced. She thought to herself that domestic journalists were only at this level. They all asked the same questions. Mo Suchin squeezed through to interview her. She thought that according to the itinerary, she and the movie star Guan Zixuan were supposed to be on the same flight. But she came out later than Guan Zixuan. Was it because they were dating and deliberately staggered their times to avoid suspicion? The other person stated that they were just in a normal working relationship. There were staff members around at the time. She was currently single and asked everyone to continue supporting her. If she met someone suitable, she would naturally let everyone know. The manager, Siqing, said Miss Moon needed to touch up her makeup. The interview was over. Mulliner thought to herself that the reporter from earlier seemed to be the one who had taken secret photos before. It looked like she needed to be more careful. Xiao Yuan mentioned that Guan Zixuan now had so many reporters around, he shouldn't act recklessly. The other person said he had been saying this all along. His ears were about to grow calluses. He would be careful. If there's anyone to blame, it's that damn stinking woman. Didn't he swear he wasn't Yu-Ji? Well, the woman dared to deceive him. Very good. He had successfully attracted his attention. Mu Liner was touching up her makeup. Guan Zixuan came to find her. She said she had missed him these past few days. Guan Zixuan told her to finish her makeup first. There were a lot of reporters outside. Xian was so considerate. Moreover, being with him could help expand her domestic network. It was truly a win-win situation. Besides, his background was more than just being a popular movie star. Then she asked him how her makeup looked. Unexpectedly, Guan Zixuan casually said it was fine. It was just a mutually beneficial relationship. He had been getting more and more annoying lately. She should find a chance to break up with him. The manager thought it was getting late. Love-struck artists were really hard to manage. Everyone arrived at the welcome party. Mo Suchin felt tired and complained about when it would end. The other person thought she usually wouldn't get tired so easily. It seemed this weekend must have been very tiring. The other person punched her in the face. What was this silly girl thinking about? At this moment, Miss Mu's staff came to find them, asking them to follow. Yao Yao felt they might get an exclusive scoop. A man nearby watched as the staff led them away. Unexpectedly, they met Guan Zixuan. He greeted them. Mo Suchin asked if they had met before. Surprisingly, Guan Zixuan pinned her against the wall. Wasn't pretending to be a tourist last time enough? Now she's here again? Did she have amnesia? Yao Yao looked confused. Mo Suchin quickly apologized for the previous incident, but explained that she didn't release the photos. He thought she still had excuses. He'd let her off today, but there would be chances to talk slowly in the future. Mo Suchin didn't know what he meant. It felt like a declaration of war. Oh no, if Mu Liner hadn't called them over, wouldn't they have missed the interview? Then she told Yao Yao her husband was coming to pick her up today. Didn't she want to meet him? Today was a good chance. Yao Yao quickly said she had something to do and needed to leave first. She told her to save it for next time when she would really take advantage of him. It was a bit unusual. She wouldn't really go ask her duck neck selling uncle for help, would she? Mo's company couldn't be saved by selling duck necks. This silly girl. Yao Yao was about to find her uncle, but was stopped by a group of security guards. Xiao Wu suddenly came over. After learning the situation, he directly kicked the guards away. Then he said, "This way, Mississippi. I'll take you through the private passage. I'm sorry, the new guys don't know better." He'd fire those guys later. Yao Yao felt they were just trying to make a living. She asked him not to tell her uncle about this. Yao Yao wanted her uncle's help. He thought she wasn't afraid of him anymore, all for helping her friend. How many times had she come to him for her friend? The special intelligence he gave her last time was for her friend too, right? And what happened? She still messed things up. Yao Yao explained that last time was last time. This time was more serious. She asked him to help Mo's company get through this crisis. She kept acting coy with her uncle. He told her not to look so worried. He would help Mo's company, but she shouldn't come casually in the future. The Earl had warned him. His identity needed to be kept absolutely secret. She promised it would be just this once and wouldn't happen again. Having settled it, she quickly left, lest he make some demands. She didn't like what her little uncle liked to eat. What strange foreign cuisine. She'd rather eat late-night snacks. Barbecue, hot pot with cola. Susu, she had made a big sacrifice this time. She should treat her to a big meal later. Mo Suchin was buying vegetables at the market. Two old ladies kept staring at her vicinity. Unexpectedly, Yi Zhongjue was beside her. He helped her buy vegetables. They went home together. The old ladies watching them were reminded of their own youth. The most beautiful form of love isn't in youthful years, but in holding hands and growing old together. Yi Zhongjue was cooking when his phone suddenly rang. He was asked how to handle the Mo's company shares that had been mostly acquired. Yi Zhongjue thought to himself, These shares should be given to Suchin to handle later. It would be a nice surprise for her. He hoped she would like it. At this moment, Mo Suchin's father called. He felt grateful for the help this time. Without it, the company would have barely survived. He was confused. What did the resolution of Mo's crisis have to do with him? He told the father it had nothing to do with him and to thank whoever was responsible. The father told him that his friend said he helped because of him. Mo Suchin hung up the phone, puzzled. What was going on? But Mo's crisis was resolved, which was a relief. At least her mother's hard work was preserved. Yi Zhongjue hugged her and asked what was wrong. Mo Suchin said she just learned that Mo's crisis was resolved and was a bit emotional. Yi Zhongjue was also happy to hear it. Then he called her to eat. But who exactly helped her? Could it really be Xiao's duck neck-selling uncle? Yi Zhongjue told her to thank them properly tomorrow. Yao noticed Susu was in a good mood. She told her it was because her father's issue was resolved. She asked if it was her uncle who helped, but she pretended not to know, saying she hadn't even asked yet. She thought to herself that her little uncle was too efficient. Then she told her not to think about it. It's good that it's resolved. Let's go shopping together. They went to the men's clothing section. She wanted to buy some clothes for Yi Zhongjue too. What would suit him? Suddenly, she saw an outfit and thought it would look good on him. The sales assistant thought she had great taste. This was their newly launched style, very popular. There was only one set left in stock, so she went to get it for her. Mo Suchin looked at the price. She was completely shocked. Was it really necessary to buy such expensive clothes for him? Her hands were shaking uncontrollably. Suddenly, she felt that he was so good to her, so it was right for her to be good to him too. It was the first time Yao saw Susu looking so happy. It seemed she really liked that man. It was time for her to step in. Then she thought Susu was so cunning, spotting such nice clothes and acting so quickly. Susu said if she liked it, she could have it. There was still one set on the model anyway. Yao said it was fine. She'd take the one on the model. She noticed the store had a new promotion, 30% off for 2 items. It was perfect to get them a discount. Luckily, this store was part of the Jew group, so Susu wouldn't know she was helping. The clothes were expensive. She'd have to eat dirt next month. Susu said not to worry. She'd be there with her. Suddenly, her phone rang. Unexpectedly, she turned her back when replying to the message. Yi Zhongjue was coming to help them carry things. Yao thought women in love were something else. He hadn't passed her test yet, but she was letting him come. She'd make him treat them to dinner today. Yi Zhongjue arrived outside the clothing store. People were gathering in groups to look at him. Yao saw him coming towards them and thought he was approaching to chat them up. Mo Suchin introduced Lung Xiao to Yi Zhongjue. Suchin's husband turned out to be a super handsome guy. She lost. She couldn't compare to his stunning looks. From Suchin's description, she thought he was just an ordinary office worker. She never expected him to be such a flower boy. He said he was wrong and would spend more time with her in the future. Tonight's dinner was on them. Eat without worry. Consider it his apology. Yao thought that was more like it. She forgave him. She would eat him out of house and home. He better not regret it later. Mo Suchin asked Yao why she bought him such cheap clothes. Yao thought the clothes were quite expensive and uniquely designed. Mo Suchin was ready to buy out all the designs. It was too exaggerated. Damn rich people. Although she wanted to eat them out of house and home, it was still Susu's man. She couldn't make Susu feel bad. She ate too little and ended up hungry before midnight. She decided to have some supper to fill her stomach. At this time, her health-conscious old man uncle should be asleep. Just then, her uncle suddenly appeared behind her. She was so startled that she threw the bread in the air. After turning on the lights, she discovered it was her uncle. It felt even scarier. She asked why he suddenly appeared behind her. He said no eating after 8 p.m., and look at what time it was now. Eating too much is bad for the digestive system. Didn't she listen to what he said? Yao felt she was an adult now. Why was he still treating her like a child? She quickly changed the subject and asked if he helped with Mo's company. How did he plan to handle the shares? This matter was strange. Before he could deal with Mo's situation, the people from Empire Storm made their move first. Why would they help a small company? Yao was also confused after hearing this. Why was it Empire Storm again? Last time with Gu Jianan's matter, it was also Empire Storm. He felt it wasn't something he should think about. No need to overthink. It was time to sleep. Yao entered gossip mode. She kept asking about Empire Storm's situation, what they looked like. At least tell her what kind of person they were. Did she want a big news story? Uncle told her not to act coy. In a few days, he had a collaboration with Empire Storm. They would come to scout the location. She could interview them then. Yao was overjoyed upon hearing this. She threw herself into his arms, saying her little uncle was the best. He told her to put the snacks back in the fridge. Yao Yao said she was too hungry. Uncle said this was an exception. He would fry an egg for her to eat. Little uncle was tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. As long as she acted coy, he couldn't resist. The next day, everyone was stuck in traffic. Fearing they'd be late for the press conference, they decided to walk. At Annie's new product launch, Guan Zixuan was promoting electric shavers. This product was very good. He had personally tried it. He hoped that men who needed it would buy and try it. Satisfaction guaranteed. Ladies could also buy it as a gift for their husbands or boyfriends. They would definitely praise them for being thoughtful. The new product launch was temporarily over. Now it was time for reporters to ask questions freely. He deliberately gave that girl a notification time half an hour later than other reporters. So as soon as they appeared, he could spot them immediately. Everyone was very interested in his love life. He had indeed fallen for a girl, but she wasn't from the entertainment industry. Upon hearing this, everyone eagerly asked who it was. Mo Suqin pulled Yao Yao into the crowd. Guan Zixuan felt that falling for him was his own luck. The scene suddenly went quiet. Then the reporters exploded like a pod, all rushing to interview him. Mo Suqin thought to herself, what was this guy doing? Why was he saying this to her? It would cause misunderstandings. She then prepared to leave. Guan Zixuan suddenly tripped her. He then quickly stepped forward to support her. What a little klutz. Why do you always fall? It hurts my heart. Mo Suqin told him to let go. If he wanted to ruin his reputation, don't drag her into it. He said he hated being deceived the most. It was time for her to learn a lesson. Then he turned to the reporters. That's all for today. Media friends, if you have any questions, you can ask my manager. See you next time. He just left like that. This guy's personality was too terrible. Damn, with so many people, what should she do? Who could take her away from here? Yao Yao suddenly grabbed her hand, and they ran out together. Yao Yao thought Guan Zixuan deliberately misled those reporters. He was too much. Didn't he know how scary his toxic fans were? Mo Suqin felt he did it on purpose. He just wanted her to know how it felt to be gossiped about. Everything was pre-planned. He was just waiting for her to fall into his trap. Yao Yao thought his move was incredibly harsh. Just then, Guan Zixuan suddenly came over and asked how they liked being pursued by people. This was the consequence of offending him. With so many media outlets present today, once it's reported tomorrow, his life would be over. The corner of his mouth slightly curved upwards. He thought Guanidi's interests were just this. Too bad he didn't have time to play such childish games with him. You little brat, still so arrogant after being set up. Just wait, I'll make you know I'm not someone you can mess with. Then he drove away from there. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yuan was typing. He then took it over to see what he was doing. He thought the other party was too nervous. He didn't directly say she was his girlfriend. The other party felt this matter was already S-level and would eventually alert Empire Storm's investors. He didn't care about that. He just wanted to vent his anger. With the profits he brought them every year, Empire Storm wouldn't take action against him. Yao Yao thought Suqin was so cool just now. Did she already have a way to deal with him? The other party's expression was awkward. She had no solution at all. She then threw herself into Yao Yao's arms, crying. She thought she was done for this time. On second thought, more than that, she was more worried about how to explain the rumors with Guan Zixuan to Yi Zhongjue. Mo Suqin arrived at the company. Everyone turned to look at her. They came over to ask about what Film Emperor Guan said yesterday. Domineering Film Emperor Falls for Cinderella had topped the trending searches yesterday. Bai Tingnan thought she had finally become famous. How did it feel to be a sparrow that flew to the top branch? It was quite something to be able to hook up with Guan Zixuan. Yao Yao told him not to go too far. If he dared to bully her Suqin, it would be like bullying her. This matter had nothing to do with Suqin. As colleagues in the magazine, instead of protecting their own, they were joining in the commotion. It's that troublesome girl again. Now the live video has been released, and it's clearly Mo Suqin that Guan Zixuan was hugging. Yao Yao asked him if he understood how to create fake gossip. Start with one picture and make up the rest of the content. If he didn't even know this, how could he be a reporter? He only dared to act like this towards her. Now there was a bunch of reporters blocking the entrance. Let's see how they explain this to the boss. Suqin told them to stop arguing. Just then, Director Ren suddenly appeared, shouting at them to stop the noise. Don't they have work to do? Who invited that big group of reporters outside? Go and deal with them quickly, or don't come to work tomorrow. Yao Yao told Suqin not to be afraid. She would accompany her. Bai Tingnan didn't forget to mock them before leaving. The scene was in chaos. When everyone saw Mo Suchin come out, they all crowded around to ask questions. She stated that she came out now to clarify yesterday's incident. It was just Film Emperor Guan kindly supporting her. The mysterious girlfriend was someone else. She hoped everyone wouldn't waste time and energy on her. Besides, she was just a small reporter. She hoped everyone would respect her privacy. As the reporter was about to say something, Mo Suchin pointed at her. She said she had said all she needed to say. She could understand their desire to dig up juicy news and increase exposure, but the circle was only so big. Don't go too far. Considering they were in the same industry, she wouldn't pursue it this time. But if there was a next time, don't blame her for turning hostile and calling the police to report harassment. Everyone trembled after hearing this. Yi Zhongjue was watching the live broadcast. At this moment, his assistant suddenly pushed the door open and entered, telling him there was an urgent situation. Miss Mo was on the entertainment headlines this morning. It was the one he asked him to pay attention to. Miss Mo and Guan Zixuan were involved in a rumor. After hearing this, Yi Zhongjue thought it would be fine to suppress it. Suddenly he reacted and asked what the other person said. The assistant explained the whole story to him. Guan Zixuan was a contracted artist under their entertainment company. This person usually had a weird personality, and the person in charge of him had many headaches. It had kept Sister Chunying very busy. After hearing this, Yi Zhongjue immediately said to ban him. The assistant felt that he was an international film emperor, a top star, and couldn't be banned. He didn't care about these things. Was the Empire Entertainment Company indispensable without him? Even if it meant giving up this entertainment company, he would still ban him. After the assistant left, he couldn't understand his approach. This money tree was to be banned just like that? Was it all for a Miss Mo? Guan Zixuan was furious. Just for a trivial rumor, they dared to ban him, a person from Empire Storm. Had they lost their minds? Linda thought that the investor was just putting him on ice for a while. Besides, why did he need to be angry with a young girl? Given time, the internet would side with the weaker party. For the next year, he couldn't appear in public. All commercial performances and endorsement activities were canceled. He should just stay in the film crew and focus on acting for now. Anyway, he knew the girl's identity now. So what if she was married? There was nothing he couldn't get if he wanted it. If there were no activities, he would have more time to deal with her. Yao Yao showed Suchin her phone. Guan Zixuan had actually posted on Weibo to clarify. Moreover, today's internet buzz was occupied by other headlines. This should finally calm things down a bit. That's great. Fortunately, the issue was resolved before it could escalate. Otherwise, she really wouldn't know how to explain it to Zhongjue. Yao Yao thought that yesterday, some reporters still wanted to pester them, but Zhang Yubin had stepped in to help chase them away. Although he was a bit stupid, he was still good to her. Should she consider? Suchin thought since Yao Yao was speaking up for him like this, she might as well consider him. Yao Yao replied that being single was great. Yi Zhongjue rushed to leave work early, only to find her being harassed by a man. He immediately slapped the man, stating that he was her husband. If he dared to harass his wife again, he would be dead. The man thought to himself, isn't he just a poor loser driving a cheap car worth just over 100,000? Why does he have such a strong aura? Even if she's married, he still had the freedom to pursue her. Besides, even if they're married, they could still divorce. A lousy Volkswagen driver. What kind of achievement is that? How could he give Suchin happiness? The man was furious. Mo Suchin told him to calm down. They absolutely couldn't let them fight at the company entrance. Direct her and would fire her. Then she pulled Yi Zhongjue away. Yi Zhongjue hadn't said a word since getting in the car. Was he still sulking? Mo Suchin explained that the man earlier was just her colleague who helped fend off reporters today. He had pursued her before, but she never agreed. It was all in the past. She felt it necessary to explain this to him clearly. He coldly said, "I know," and chopped vegetables with extra force while cooking. Mo Suchin thought she should explain further. Unexpectedly, he started crying. Yi Zhongjue said it was just the onion stinging his eyes. It wasn't because of her gossip with Guan Zixuan. He wasn't angry. Mo Suchin explained the whole story. Yi Zhongjue was shocked, thinking Guan Zixuan was too petty. He didn't even clarify before starting to retaliate. She asked if he had calmed down now. Yi Zhongjue said he hadn't. His eyes were still swollen. She didn't even comfort him. Mo Suchin told him to go take a shower. He looked like a mess from crying. Unexpectedly, he picked her up, wanting to shower together. Mo Suchin was very curious. She asked Yi Zhongjue if he had taken out any online loans. His daily expenses were even higher than hers. Moreover, Lung Xiao said his suit was custom-made in Italy. Yi Zhongjue broke out in a cold sweat. He then explained that he usually doesn't spend much money. He saw that she had been working overtime a lot lately, so he wanted to treat her to a high-end restaurant. After thinking for a while, he asked Mo Suqin, if he became very rich, would she despise him? Mo Suqin was stunned for a moment. Then she laughed. She stroked his head and told him that she liked him as a person. As long as he didn't change, what did poverty or wealth matter? Yi Zhongjue looked at the person in front of him and decided to be honest. Just as he was about to speak, unexpectedly, Mo Sulian was also there and suddenly interrupted their conversation. Yi Zhongjue was very displeased. With a gloomy face, he told him to get lost. Mo Sulian felt a bit scared. Yi Zhongjue was so handsome. Thinking about his sister dating such a person, he started to feel jealous again. Yi Zhongjue stated that he was Mo Suqin's marriage partner. They were on a date here. Did he have any objections? Seeing no chance, Mo Sulian turned and left directly, his face full of reluctance. He thought he could snatch her once, he could do it a second time. After dinner, the two were walking home. Mo Suqin saw Yi Zhongjue angry for the first time. She never thought such a gentle person could be so scary when angry. Yi Zhongjue said if he wasn't fierce, how could he protect her? Mo Suqin received a message. Her father wanted to meet Yi Zhongjue, but her family situation was a bit complicated. If he didn't want to go, he didn't have to. But Yi Zhongjue refused. After all, that was his father-in-law. They would have to meet eventually. Tears welled up in Mo Suqin's eyes. Then she hugged Yi Zhongjue. She would protect him too. Yi Zhongjue brought gifts and arrived at Mo Suqin's home. Her father looked at the supplements, feeling somewhat emotional. These brands couldn't be bought even with money. The assistant of Imperial Storm was no ordinary person. He then tried to poach Yi Zhongjue, wanting him to work at his company, but he was refused. His position was enough to support both of them, and he also had time to accompany Mo Suqin. Mo Sulian also stood up to pour a glass of water for Yi Zhongjue, but was refused. Then he started to banter with Yi Zhongjue, thinking to himself that he had hinted so obviously he would surely take the bait. The next second, the cup fell to the ground, spilling on him. Yi Zhongjue got up to go to the bathroom to wipe it off. Mo Sulian wanted to follow, but was refused. Yi Zhongjue said he was a married man now. It wasn't appropriate to be alone with a girl. Then he went to the bathroom. Mo Suqin wanted to take her over, but she was held back. Mo Sulian wanted her to go get some medicine, but Mo Suqin saw through her little scheme and spoke to her directly. Yi Zhongjue would not be like Gu Jiannan. After hearing this, Mo Sulian threw herself into her mother's arms. Bai Lian also scolded Mo Suqin, asking how she could treat her sister like this. Mo Suqin couldn't hold back anymore. The two were exactly the same, both liked to steal other people's men. Her father also came out to scold her. Yi Zhongjue returned to see this scene and wanted to ask what happened. Mo Suqin directly stated that she would never return to this home again. Then she pulled Yi Zhongjue and walked out. Back in the car, Mo Suqin originally thought that after the company crisis was resolved, they could ease the relationship. She didn't expect it to turn out like this. Yi Zhongjue told her that no matter what happened, he would always support her. Mo Suqin wasn't that fragile either, especially when facing those two women. The next day, Mo Suqin and Lung Xiao were chatting, discussing where to eat for lunch. In the end, they chose hot pot with duck intestines and yellow throat. Happy forever. This restaurant was very crowded, business was booming, but they saw Bai Tingnan was also there, and he brought Mo Sulian. The two said they had seats and invited them to eat together. Lung Xiao refused without thinking. The two started mocking each other as soon as they met. Last time Bai Tingnan stole someone else's news, he still had evidence. Just as they were confronting each other, a man appeared and interrupted them. This person was the owner of the hot pot restaurant. He knew Lung Xiao and immediately wanted to arrange a private room for her. Then he asked if Mo Sulian and Bai Tingnan were her friends. Lung Xiao told the owner to drive them away. Otherwise, it would affect their mood for eating. The owner understood. He directly called his staff to drive the two away. On the other side, inside a building, the man finished reading the investigation materials in his hand. He didn't expect to have missed Mo Suqin, but the matter of him secretly photographing her wasn't settled yet. Then he told his assistant to cancel the afternoon activities. The assistant had a gloomy face. This was the 103rd time he wanted to resign. Mo Suqin opened the door and walked into the house with a tired face. The doorway was full of clothes. He thought a thief had broken in. He shouted anxiously. Yi Zhongjue rushed out, asking where the thief was. Seeing these clothes, he understood. He then began to explain. These clothes were to be donated to the mountain areas. But in reality, he had disposed of all these branded clothes while she wasn't home. Mo Suchin calmed down and wanted to help him tidy up. She asked why so many clothes still had tags on them. Yi Zhongjue was anxious inside. It seemed he had to use that move. He directly pinned Mo Suchin against the wall. She asked what he was doing. Yi Zhongjue didn't answer her and kissed her directly. The enthusiastic neighbor Annie rushed over with a broom at this time, asking where the thief was. But she saw this scene and thought, oh, it's a heart-stealing thief. In the bedroom, Yi Zhongjue finished tidying up the clothes. Mo Suchin noticed something was off. Not a single piece was left. What would he wear to work? Then she took out a shopping bag. This was a gift for Yi Zhongjue. He was extremely happy. Finally, she treated him like a person. Then he grabbed the clothes and rushed into the changing room. Soon he changed. A white jacket with a black striped inner layer. Mo Suchin didn't expect Yi Zhongjue to be so handsome. She felt like she must have saved the galaxy in her previous life. Yi Zhongjue saw her not speaking and thought it didn't look good. Mo Suchin just came back to her senses. She said Yi Zhongjue was the most handsome person she had ever seen. Then she was embraced. He even said some cheesy love words, making Mo Suchin's face turn red. Following that, he directly kissed her. After a while, Mo Suchin walked out holding her waist. Looks like she needs to join a gym. Inside Imperial Storm Group, the office was empty. Assistant Lin Ran worked overtime until very late. Suddenly, someone appeared behind him. It was Song Pingting, former executive assistant, now administrative assistant. Lin Ran thought his spring had come and was unusually excited. She curiously asked Lin Ran what he was busy with every day, always working so late. Lin Ran saw that she cared about him and immediately started to overthink. He wanted to invite her to dinner, but was rejected. Lin Ran then left alone, disappointed. Song Pingting then revealed her true face. She wondered why someone like him could replace her. She should have been by Yi Zhongjue's side, even if just for a second. Inside the magazine office, everyone was very excited because their team building this time was arranged at a 5-star hotel. Mo Suchin still didn't know what was going on. Just as she was about to ask, Leng Xiao told her that this time it was the big boss who acquired them, treating them personally. But who cares who it is? There must be a lot of delicious food at today's gathering. The two didn't even eat lunch, waiting for the dinner. In the hotel, Leng Xiao picked up a cake. Just as she was about to eat, she heard someone call out handsome. She followed everyone's gaze. Unexpectedly, it was her little uncle. Mo Suchin was also a bit confused, saying that person's clothes looked very similar to what she bought a few days ago. Leng Xiao told her not to think too much. Tonight's goal was to eat, drink, and have fun. She just found a particularly good wine. Then she led Mo Suchin towards where they came from. Soon, both of them were drunk. Suddenly, the urge to pee hit. They wanted to go to the bathroom. Yi Zhongjue was a bit confused. How come he heard Mo Suchin's voice? He then asked the staff who was next door. It turned out to be the young Master Wang, a nouveau riche. Yi Zhongjue's face darkened. In the private room, a man stopped Mo Suchin, asking her to drink with him, but she refused. Just as Mo Suchin was trying to escape, Yi Zhongjue kicked young Master Wang. Then he extended his hand to Mo Suchin. Mo Suchin was stunned. The Yi Zhongjue just now was her dream Prince Charming. But why was Yi Zhongjue here? He said they were having a meeting here, discussing a project. Lin Ran suddenly appeared at this time, shouting President Yi. Yi Zhongjue was immediately stunned. He quickly recovered, hurriedly taking Mo Suchin away from here. Lin Ran was left with a bewildered and confused look. Behind them, young Master Wang woke up. Seeing Yi Zhongjue had left, he could only take out his anger on Lin Ran. On the other side, Mo Suchin went to get something, asking Yi Zhongjue to take care of her for a while. Not long after Leng Xiao left, he felt a strong presence. Looking closely, it was Leng Xiao's little uncle. He should have known. Leng Xiao's all-powerful uncle couldn't possibly just be a duck neck seller. At this time, Mo Suchin also returned, not seeing Leng Xiao. Yi Zhongjue told her not to panic, saying her uncle had picked her up. Then he said he bought something fun. Mo Suchin's face turned red. She said they'd talk about it at home. On the other side, Lin Ran was the last one standing. Young Master Wang and his lackeys were all lying on the ground. In the room, Mo Suchin woke up. She vowed never to drink so much again. The hangover feeling was terrible. Suddenly, she saw a sticky note on the bedside table. Yi Zhongjue had gone to the company for overtime work. He reminded her to drink some hangover soup. There was also breakfast in the pot. Mo Suchin felt sweet in her heart, rolling back and forth on the bed. Suddenly, her phone rang. She saw it was a message from Leng Xiao. She hurriedly replied, asking how she was. Leng Xiao didn't even know how she got home. It was Mo Suchin who told her. Leng Xiao sat up at once. Could it be that Yi Zhongjue knew her uncle? Would her identity be exposed? Then she asked Mo Suchin if her boyfriend knew her uncle. Seeing that the other party wasn't sure, she felt relieved. Then she asked if she wanted to go out and play. Mo Suchin thought for a moment. She felt a bit guilty towards Yi Zhongjue, but going out to play was really fun. In the evening, Yi Zhongjue drove to the villa. His mother was confused seeing his car. What was going on? Yi Zhongjue said it was a long story. His mother scolded him, saying last time she thought he was making friends. Unexpectedly, he had a flash marriage. His father's old illness flared up from the shock. He instructed him not to argue later. Yi Zhongjue said he knew what to do. Opening the door, his father was reading the newspaper. Seeing him return, his father angrily scolded him. Yi Zhongjue was about to explain. His father slammed the newspaper on the table. If you're married, why didn't you bring your wife home? Yi Zhongjue was completely confused. His mother directly praised him for being such a good actor. Yi Zhongjue helplessly explained. Currently, Mo Suchin doesn't know his identity. His parents were a bit confused about what this meant. Yi Zhongjue explained that he hated rich family disputes and just wanted to find an ordinary person, so he had been hiding it from her. He should have told his parents about getting married. It was wrong of him to marry secretly, but he truly likes Mo Suchin. He only sees Jian Jie as a sister. Although they grew up together, he had clearly rejected her before. This time is different. Mo Suchin is like a rib to him, irreplaceable by anyone else. His parents couldn't listen anymore. Let's just cook and eat. His father looked at his son's back with some emotion. Such a big change. It seems the daughter-in-law is extraordinary. Leng Xiao and Mo Suchin also found a restaurant. Just as they were ordering, they unexpectedly found a familiar face. It was their boss. Just as they were about to gossip with Leng Xiao, unexpectedly, he stood up directly, saying he didn't want to eat at this place today. He walked straight out. On the way, he recalled the scene just now. That person was his uncle. He should be happy for him, right? In the building, Mo Suchin hugged Leng Xiao, asking what had happened. But he explained it was nothing, just felt like his cabbage was being eaten by a pig. It turned out he knew the person from the restaurant just now. Leng Xiao panicked, almost exposing himself. Then he diverted her attention, calling her to go play at the amusement park. Mo Suchin had no choice but to accompany him. They played many attractions. They took photos and were scared out of their wits. At dusk, they finished all the attractions. But Mo Suchin's expression was a bit off. She wanted to stand up, but she lost her balance and fell down. Luckily, Yi Zhongjue appeared in time. Then he said goodbye to Leng Xiao, saying he needed to take her to the hospital. Leng Xiao understood, saying he would go home and told them to hurry. He watched the two leave, thinking if his little uncle got a girlfriend, would he also leave him like this? After getting home, his little uncle asked why he didn't say hello and told him not to dress so revealingly next time. Leng Xiao retorted, saying he's not a child anymore. Then he wanted to ask him a question. After all these years, what role does he play in his heart? The other person stood up, saying he's still a child, throwing tantrums just like when he was little. Leng Xiao understood after hearing this. Then he asked him, and Huiling had dinner with him today, yet he didn't even tell him. The other person said it was just a college classmate, just having a meal to catch up. Then asked if there was some misunderstanding. He could go and explain, but he couldn't say it. He had bought the entire magazine company. Leng Xiao didn't want to deal with him anymore. He went straight to his room and told him not to come over. The other person told him from behind. In 2 weeks, Jazz and Imperial Trends will have a collaboration. Don't tell anyone about this news. After hearing this, Leng Xiao immediately wanted to bring Mo Suchin along. Then he slammed the door shut. But his little uncle understood and really wanted to tell him the truth. In his heart, what role did he play? When Mo Suchin woke up, she found herself in the hospital. Her body felt numb and her stomach hurt. Could she have time travel? She lifted her clothes and found a surgical wound on her abdomen. Could her kidney have been removed? Yi Zhongjue suddenly appeared at the door, bringing her love-filled porridge. Mo Suchin immediately pounced on him, saying she had let him down. Yi Zhongjue was confused about what she was doing. Then he hugged her, explaining that after drinking heavily last night and intense exercise today, her appendicitis flared up. He brought her to the hospital for a minor surgery. Mo Suchin realized it was a false alarm. She thought she had lost both kidneys. She must have been reading too many novels lately. Yi Zhongjue took out the chicken and vegetable porridge he made and fed her spoonful by spoonful. Lung Xiao ran over and hugged Mo Suchin. Their private world immediately shattered. He even snatched the porridge from Yi Zhongjue's hands, saying he wanted to feed her. Everyone else in the ward was stunned. What were they doing? Acting in an idol drama? Yi Zhongjue said he would go buy some fruit. Mo Suchin stopped him, telling him to go back to work at the company. It's not good to keep taking time off. Yi Zhongjue agreed and asked Lung Xiao to take care of her. At the company, Yi Zhongjue finished processing the documents. Lin Ran was about to make him a cup of coffee. As she left, she bumped into Song Painting. Yi Zhongjue asked Lin Ran to go down first. Then he let Song Painting in, reminding her to knock next time she enters. Song Painting told him there was a misunderstanding. Due to the recent hot weather, the administrative department bought cold drinks for everyone. Knowing Yi Zhongjue loved fruit tea the most, she brought some up. She didn't expect him to be talking with Lin Ran and said it wasn't intentional. But Yi Zhongjue just told her to leave. This wasn't school, and he didn't need a reason to ask her to leave with the tea. Song Painting was stunned. Why wasn't it going as she had imagined? Shouldn't she have caught his attention? She had been so proactive. Why wouldn't he accept her? There must be someone standing between them. In the office, Yi Zhongjue was nuzzling Mo Suchin's photo. In the hospital room, Lung Xiao told her to finish the porridge, but Mo Suchin said she was already full. A week later, Yi Zhongjue finished the documents in his hands. He checked the time. Mo Suchin should be discharged soon. He picked up his clothes, ready to leave. Lin Ran called out to him. There was a reception tonight that he needed to attend. He had been so busy with Mo Suchin's condition these past few days that he almost forgot about it. Then he picked up his phone to send her a message, thinking he must go home to accompany his wife tonight. Mo Suchin was processing her discharge papers. At the hotel, Yi Zhongjue had just arrived and was already surrounded by a group of fangirls. This was even though he had a female companion. Song Painting told him the contract had been confirmed. Yi Zhongjue was very happy. He could go home to accompany his wife now. Song Painting thought Yi Zhongjue was smiling at her. Suddenly, someone approached. It was Yi Zhongjue's childhood friend, Zheng Hanyu. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Zheng Hanyu said his face was cold as ice, and people around him were about to freeze. Yi Zhongjue told him not to talk nonsense. He was already married and would introduce Zheng Hanyu to his wife when there's a chance. Song Painting, standing behind, was stunned. She didn't expect he was already married. Song Painting gritted her teeth as she watched the two enter the private room. In the room, Zheng Hanyu roughly understood the situation. Yi Zhongjue said he wanted her to give up quickly, otherwise it wouldn't be good for anyone. Zheng Hanyu was curious if his wife knew about his other identity. Yi Zhongjue said he hadn't told her yet. Right now, he was just an ordinary office worker. He even had to switch cars when going back. Zheng Hanyu sighed. Chun Hua, his doll, didn't even know where his real wife was now. Yi Zhongjue asked how his business was going. He said it was just some small gangs fighting over territory which affected them, but it's fine now. After hearing this, Yi Zhongjue prepared to leave. His wife was waiting for him at home. Zheng Hanyu was going to look for clues about his wife. At the bar's reception, Song Painting was drunk. When she heard Yi Zhongjue's voice, she turned and threw herself into his arms. But he pushed her away, telling her not to drink so much. She was representing the company's image here. Hearing this, Song Painting hardened her heart. She thought even if he's married, she would still snatch him away. At night, Yi Zhongjue returned home. He turned on the lights and found Mo Suchin asleep on the sofa. After covering her with a blanket, he kissed her forehead. Then he went to take a shower. Mo Suchin woke up and heard the sound of showering. She thought Yi Zhongjue had returned. Seeing the clothes covering her, she picked them up, but she found a lipstick mark on it, and there was also the scent of another woman's perfume. At this moment, it started raining outside. Mo Suchin's tears also began to fall. She didn't believe Yi Zhongjue was that kind of person, but her tears wouldn't stop flowing. Yi Zhongjue finished his shower. When he came out, he found Mo Suchin was gone. He went to the bedroom and found she had already gone to bed. He didn't want to disturb her. He quietly turned off the lights and went to bed. But Mo Suchin wasn't asleep. Thinking about what just happened, she felt very upset. The next day, Lung Xiao and Mo Suchin were drinking together. Mo Suchin told her about this incident, but she didn't have the courage to ask him. She should choose to trust him, but she didn't really know him at all. She knew nothing about his parents or his work. At this moment, Yi Zhongjue sent her a message, asking when she would finish work. She completely ignored Yi Zhongjue and turned off her phone. Lung Xiao said he was too soft-hearted. Tonight, they would drink until they were drunk. Zheng Hanyu also saw the two of them, but he became a bit flustered in front of beautiful women. While he was thinking, he heard cries for help. Some thugs were harassing them. Mo Suchin slapped away the man's hand, threatening to call the police if they continued. Zheng Hanyu's subordinate asked if they should help, but was stopped. Black Dragon kept approaching Mo Suchin, eventually becoming persistent. Behind her, Lung Xiao picked up a bottle. She smashed it directly on his head. Black Dragon was instantly covered in blood. Mo Suchin was stunned at this moment. Lung Xiao looked so cool now. Black Dragon couldn't believe someone dared to touch him. As Lung Xiao left, she told him that she was in a bad mood today. If Mo Suchin lost even a single hair, she would make sure he died without a burial place. Hearing this, Black Dragon was scared. Could she really have such a powerful background? After being helped up by his underlings, he felt he had lost face. He then told his men to quickly chase after them. Outside, Lung Xiao ran with Mo Suchin. They ran into a dead end. Black Dragon and his men asked why they stopped running. Lung Xiao warned them it wasn't too late to leave now. She told them not to bring trouble upon themselves. Black Dragon said she had fooled him once and was trying to do it again. Looking at the two in front of him, he thought they would have fun tonight. He stepped forward and grabbed them. Just as Black Dragon was about to touch them, Guan Zishuan appeared. Seeing someone spoil his fun, Black Dragon directly ordered his men to teach him a lesson. But they were all beaten down. Lung Xiao didn't expect her bodyguard to have such a person. Now only Black Dragon was left. Guan Zishuan said they were all small fries. None of them could fight. Black Dragon took out a small knife and performed some tricks. He also said his knife was very sharp and told them not to meddle if they knew what was good for them. But he was kicked away with one foot. Seeing their boss beaten, the underlings scattered and fled. Lung Xiao asked Mo Suchin if she was okay. Guan Zishuan thought the two hadn't recognized him. Just as he was about to put on an act, he was exposed. Surprisingly, it was Mo Suchin who recognized him. Since that was the case, he decided to follow through and take them home. As the three were chatting, Black Dragon was beaten again. A man grabbed Black Dragon and beat him up, his face swollen. Someone stopped him from behind, thinking if Lung Xiao saw this, he would definitely lose his bonus this month. Then he walked up to Lung Xiao, saying the young master was waiting in the car. But he panicked at this moment. How should he explain this to Mo Suchin? His identity was about to be exposed. He thought he should quickly slip away, letting Guan Zishuan take her home. After saying this, he turned and left. Mo Suchin was still confused about what was going on with the young lady. Guan Zishuan said he would take her home. Mo Suchin walked very fast, fearing the thugs might come back, which would be troublesome. But when he turned around, the Black Dragon gang was completely wiped out. Guan Zishuan was curious. It seemed his friend was not ordinary, having captured the entire gang. But he himself was constantly ignored. Mo Suchin kept wondering what was going on with Lung Xiao. Could it be that she caught the eye of some domineering CEO? Guan Zishuan saw she was still not responding to him. Thinking she was angry, he apologized. He said he was wrong about the incident last time. Now he knew that news article wasn't posted by her. Mo Suchin smiled too. She decided to let bygones be bygones and forgave him. Then she asked where his car was, as she wanted to go home now. Zheng Hanyu witnessed the whole process. It seemed next time he wanted to play the hero, he'd have to act faster. Meanwhile, Guan Zishuan drove her home. Mo Suchin thanked him and went straight home. But as she turned around, she bumped into someone. Just as she was about to apologize, she realized it was Yi Zhongjue. Yi Zhongjue was very angry at this moment. After getting home, he closed the door. He questioned what she had been doing. Mo Suchin told him not to make a fuss. She had work tomorrow. But Yi Zhongjue demanded a reasonable explanation. Mo Suchin, disheveled and having come home in someone else's car, didn't want to argue. She thought, so he doesn't trust me at all? She wanted to leave but was blocked. Yi Zhongjue questioned her. He had called her so many times. Didn't she owe him an explanation? Even if they were a couple by contract, she shouldn't humiliate him like this. Mo Suchin got angry too. She asked about the perfume smell last night and the lipstick marks on his body. Had he considered how she felt? Yi Zhongjue remembered last night's incident. But why wouldn't she give him a chance to explain? He then asked if she was retaliating against him, not listening to his explanation, and then going out to mess around with other men. Mo Suchin couldn't believe this was how he saw her. Tears unconsciously flowed from her eyes. Yi Zhongjue realized he had said something wrong. Mo Suchin was very angry. She pushed Yi Zhongjue away and ran into the room. Then she locked the door. No matter how much Yi Zhongjue called from outside, she ignored him. Yi Zhongjue soon realized he had made a mistake in this matter. The elderly couple arrived at Yi Zhongjue's place. They were surprised he lived in such a modest place. They thought young people nowadays really knew how to play. But wasn't it a bit inappropriate to show up unannounced? The man said they came to see the daughter-in-law, not him. So what's wrong with that? Then they rang the doorbell. A man opened the door. The elderly couple saw his dejected look. They thought they had come to the wrong place. Unexpectedly, the man opened another door. It really was the right place. Yi Zhongjue then asked what was wrong. After learning about the situation, the man said it's normal for young couples to argue. But Yi Zhongjue felt he was just a stranger who suddenly entered her world and said some awful things. His mother told him that being too possessive isn't a good thing. Now regret and avoidance are useless. They must sit down and talk properly, otherwise both will get hurt. But when Yi Zhongjue thought about her laughing with other men, he would lose his rationality. He was afraid of hurting her again, so he wanted to go home for a few days. After packing up, the family left the place. The door wasn't closed properly when they left. The light shone on the couple's photo. At night, Mo Suchin came home from work, but the house was empty. She turned on the lights. The scene of Yi Zhongjue waiting for her at home was gone. Disappointed, she lay on the bed. A gust of wind knocked over the photo. Mo Suchin thought he had come back, but it wasn't him. Sitting on the sofa, she began to reflect. Why didn't she listen to his explanation last night? It wasn't entirely his fault. She shouldn't have been so impulsive. The next day, Mo Suchin walked to the building of Imperial Fengyun. She wanted to find Yi Zhongjue and clear things up face to face. There must be some misunderstanding. She couldn't reach him by phone, so she could only go to his workplace. She tried to contact him through the front desk. After checking the attendance records, the receptionist found no one named Yi Zhongjue. Mo Suchin felt very disappointed. Her hands clenched involuntarily. She couldn't believe he hadn't even told her his workplace. She turned to leave. The receptionist felt sorry for her, thinking such a good-looking person had been deceived. Meanwhile, in Zheng Hanyu's room, he watched Yi Zhongjue pacing back and forth. He immediately guessed that he had a fight with his wife. He then mocked him, saying just a few days ago he was bragging about his wife, and now they've already had a fight. Then he took out some photos taken at the bar and showed them to him. But Yi Zhongjue was clearly not interested in these now. He snatched the phone. The play button was pressed. He heard Mo Suchin's voice. He then asked Zheng Hanyu when this video was taken. Zheng replied it was after their last meeting. He told him not to be so agitated, asking if his wife was in the video. Yi Zhongjue gritted his teeth. His wife was indeed in the video. Zheng Hanyu hadn't expected this. He then took out his phone, saying he had taken a liking to Leng Xiao. She looked very similar to his childhood betrothed. Yi Zhongjue was still looking for his phone. He remembered it was in the car. After getting it, he found it full of missed calls. He immediately called back. Mo Suchin was walking dejectedly on the street. When her phone rang, she thought it was a spam call, but still answered. Unexpectedly, it was Yi Zhongjue's voice. He started with an apology. He said he shouldn't have said those things to her. Mo Suchin started crying. She also missed Yi Zhongjue and wanted him to pick her up after work. Yi Zhongjue said he'd come right away. In the room, Zheng Hanyu asked why he was in such a hurry. Had he reconciled with his wife? But when Yi Zhongjue turned his head, Zheng saw his slightly reddened eyes. He couldn't have been crying, could he? He grabbed Yi Zhongjue. But Yi Zhongjue refused to admit it, explaining that he got sand in his eyes. Zheng Hanyu didn't believe it. He couldn't believe he had actually cried. If his gang of followers saw this, they'd die laughing. Yi Zhongjue couldn't hold back and immediately threw a punch. A moment later, Zheng Hanyu quickly begged for mercy. He admitted he lacked a sense of justice, but at the time he didn't even know which one was Ye's wife. Yi Zhongjue told him the one with long hair was his wife. Unexpectedly, Zheng Hanyu hugged his legs, saying he almost became a love rival. He had taken a liking to the short-haired one. Then, he asked Yi Zhongjue to help arrange something with Leng Xiao. Yi Zhongjue agreed. Seeing his agreement, Zheng Hanyu's face lit up with joy. He sat on the sofa, saying he would fully cooperate with him. In the magazine office, Lung Xiao was anxious when she heard. She couldn't believe Yi Zhongjue dared to contact Mo Suqin. She said apologies were useless, and she shouldn't forgive him easily. Mo Suqin also thought he should be punished unless he gave a reasonable explanation. Indeed, Lung Xiao cared about her the most. At this moment, the phone rang. It was Yi Zhongjue calling. Lung Xiao reminded her from behind, "Don't forget their agreement." When Mo Suqin heard Yi Zhongjue was downstairs, she hurried to go down. Lung Xiao behind her told her not to be so lovesick, but she couldn't hear it anymore. She turned and smiled at Lung Xiao. She said she'd leave the remaining work to her, as she was going to find her husband. After saying that, she turned and left. During the rush hour, the elevator was packed with people. She searched for a while downstairs before finally spotting Yi Zhongjue. He was wondering why she hadn't come down after half an hour. Suddenly, he heard someone calling him and turned to see Mo Suqin. Pushing through the crowded people, they met again and immediately embraced tightly. Mo Suqin's tears flowed. They showed their affection in front of everyone. From a distance, Bai Tingnan saw everything. She couldn't believe Mo Suqin was not only better at work than her, but also married earlier. Moreover, her husband was so handsome. It made her extremely upset. In the evening, Yi Zhongjue was cooking. He was still considering whether to tell her about his identity. Even if she accepted his wealthy background, how would she face his family's network? On the other side, Mo Suqin was also hesitating whether to ask for clarification. What if they argued again? As she was caught in this dilemma, Yi Zhongjue called her for dinner. Yi Zhongjue apologized directly, saying he shouldn't have made her angry that day. Mo Suqin didn't know what to say. Yi Zhongjue continued, saying he had angrily gone back to his hometown and left his phone in the car, which was why she couldn't contact him. About that day's events, his childhood friend had witnessed everything and told him about it. As for the lipstick mark on his body, he could explain. His childhood friend was with him at the time and could prove his innocence. Mo Suqin wanted to ask one last question, whether he really worked at Imperial Fengyan. Yi Zhongjue panicked. He then said he got in through the back door, so the receptionist didn't know him. Mo Suqin knew he was lying. After being together for so long, she clearly knew his little gestures. Yi Zhongjue suddenly had a bad feeling, as if Mo Suqin was about to leave him. Yi Zhongjue stepped forward and hugged her tightly. He said there were still some things he wasn't ready for. He asked for a little more time, promising to be honest with her when the time was right. On the other side, after understanding the whole story, Lung Xiao said she couldn't believe Yi Zhongjue was still lying to her at this point. She immediately wanted him to explain clearly, but Mo Suqin said it would only be a few more days until they knew the result. Then they talked about the CEO of Imperial Fengyan. He would appear at the jazz club this time. Lung Xiao wanted Mo Suqin to go with her. Outside the door, Bai Tingnan heard everything. She also planned to go and try her luck. At night, the two dressed up and went to the club. But Mo Suqin was a bit nervous. The building was so big. Where would they find the CEO? Lung Xiao told her not to panic. Such a person would definitely be surrounded by people when he appears, easy to spot at a glance. Yi Zhongjue also arrived. If this cooperation could be achieved, he would be able to break free from the Jian family's control over the company. Then he would come clean about everything to Mo Suqin. Mo Suqin had gotten separated from Lung Xiao. On the way, she encountered Yi Zhongjue. Because there was a cart of boxes between them, they ultimately didn't meet. They just missed each other like that. At night, Lung Xiao was waiting for Mo Suqin at the bathroom door. She had been waiting for half an hour. Mo Suqin told her not to wait, or it would cause trouble if they missed anything. After Lung Xiao told her the room number, she turned and left. Mo Suqin felt uneasy today, as if something bad was about to happen. Lung Xiao was extremely happy at this moment. She was about to get a big scoop. The title would be The Geisha Sisters, uncovering the true face of Imperial Fengyan CEO. Then she saw her uncle. The person opposite must be the CEO. After carefully approaching, she heard a familiar voice. Surprisingly, it was Yi Zhongjue. She thought, so this was why her uncle didn't want her to bring Mo Suqin. Suddenly, Mo Suqin's voice came from behind. Lung Xiao panicked. If Mo Suqin found out the truth now, she would definitely find it hard to accept. She pulled her, ready to leave. Mo Suqin suddenly heard a familiar voice. Confirming it was Yi Zhongjue, she rushed towards that private room. It really was him. Yi Ju, the CEO of Imperial Fengyun. Ye Panichkit. He didn't expect Mo Suchin to appear here. He hurriedly stepped forward to explain, but he was slapped. Mo Suchin was shaking with anger. He had lied to her for so long. The onlookers were all watching the drama unfold. Leng Xiao was at a loss. When Yi Ju went missing before, Mo Suchin went to Imperial Fengyun to inquire about his whereabouts. No wonder she couldn't find him. She felt like a fool, always being kept in the dark. Yi Ju wanted to explain, try to hold her hand. She immediately shook him off. She couldn't understand these rich people. She couldn't believe how stupid she had been. He had done so many strange things before, and she didn't dare to guess. She felt like a clown. Yi Ju admitted he had indeed concealed the truth, but it wasn't intentional. Mo Suchin couldn't hear anything at this moment. Yi Ju hugged her, trying to calm her down. Unexpectedly, Leng Xiao appeared and pushed him away, questioning why he was troubling Mo Suchin. Yi Ju got angry too. If it weren't for her, none of this would have happened. He said he hadn't told Mo Suchin about her identity either, the young lady of the Ju family. Mo Suchin was stunned upon hearing this. She angrily pushed everyone away. Her lover and her best friend both had been deceiving her. She turned and ran out. Yi Ju wanted to chase after her, but was stopped. In this situation, it wouldn't help even if he went out. They could only let Leng Xiao go. Yi Ju punched the door beside him. He only wanted to protect Mo Suchin, but it turned out like this. Thunder rumbled. Mo Suchin ran wildly in the rain. Her lover and friend were all deceiving her. She was now alone in this world. Tears kept flowing. Leng Xiao chased after her. But the assistant told him the doctor had already left. Mo Suchin had fainted due to a sudden rush of emotions, but there was nothing serious. Guan Zishuan was relieved. It's good that she's fine. The assistant told him to stop worrying about others and look at himself. He asked him to check the news reports and find a way to resolve this matter. Guan Zishuan opened the tablet. To his surprise, each piece of news was more shocking than the last. Mysterious CEO's identity exposed. Devoted reporter persists relentlessly. Self-harm to gain sympathy from marrying into a wealthy family. And a little princess showered with endless love. Guan Zishuan was stunned. He didn't expect each identity to be more significant than the last. This kind of thing only happens in novels. He even made the headlines. But it doesn't matter. He's just a minor character. As he was about to go to sleep, the assistant suddenly appeared, telling him Mo Suchin was gone, and there were reporters at the door. Security had dispersed them, but to prevent extreme fans, Guan Zishuan must stay at home now. He can't go out. Guan Zishuan rushed into the bedroom. Mo Suchin was already gone. Then he left. The couple is fighting. Why should he care? Yi Zhongjue was at home at this time. The floor was covered with cigarette butts. He regretted not being honest earlier. Now he wanted to see Mo Suchin one more time. Suddenly, Mo Suchin appeared, but she was only there to get her clothes. This wasn't her house. Behind her, Yi Zhongjue was still apologizing. He didn't mean to hide it from her. If it was just for fun, why would he marry her? But Mo Suchin ignored him, just packing her clothes. She needed a husband who could give her a sense of security. Who Yi Zhongjue was didn't matter. The crucial point was his disappearance and lack of trust. They both fell silent. Mo Suchin had finished packing her clothes. She wouldn't forgive Yi Zhongjue. They would never meet again. After saying that, she left immediately. Leng Xiao appeared from behind someone, looking curiously at the person in front of her. Her little uncle. She felt he was very cute. From that day on, the wheels of fate began to turn quietly. They played together and grew up together, until one day, her parents passed away. Leng Xiao didn't know what had happened. Her little uncle told her her parents had gone to a faraway place. They would come back for her when she grew up. Then he hugged Leng Xiao, saying he would always protect her. One day, the Jusher group was having a meeting. An assistant rushed in, telling him Leng Xiao had been kidnapped. The little uncle immediately put on his clothes and gathered everyone to go with him. They finally defeated the enemy forces and rescued Leng Xiao. The dream ended. He didn't expect to dream about past events. After getting up, he opened a bottle of red wine. But he heard Leng Xiao crying. He put the wine glass on the table. He asked if she was all right. Leng Xiao was worried Mo Suchin wouldn't forgive him. He could only comfort her from the side. He embraced Leng Xiao. Hugging her tightly, he told her to rest. everything would be all right. At Guan Zixuan's home, the assistant told him he must go to the shoot this afternoon. Yesterday's sudden disappearance had already upset the investors. He couldn't believe Guan Zixuan still wouldn't go, with the excuse of not being in the mood today. The assistant was helpless. They could only ask Mo Suqin to come back. Guan Zixuan got excited when he heard Mo Suqin's name. He stood up immediately. At this moment, Mo Suqin pushed the door open. She wanted to stay here for a few days and would leave as soon as she found a place. Guan Zixuan agreed. Seeing how generous she was, Mo Suqin started apologizing. She didn't expect to cause such big trouble. Guan Zixuan said it didn't matter. It was all small stuff. It didn't affect her at all. The assistant was grinding his teeth behind them. Guan Zixuan asked the assistant to take care of her, but the assistant disagreed. That would affect the work progress. Unexpectedly, Guan Zixuan agreed to go filming. He asked the assistant to stay home and take care of her. The assistant agreed, as long as he was willing to film. Everything else could be discussed. Then he went out and got in the car to go to the set. Yi Zhongjue saw everything from a distance. He didn't expect Guan Zixuan to be hindering him again. The little uncle picked up his phone and answered a call. The other side wanted Leng Xiao to visit Mo Suqin. She agreed to this. Even if she didn't say it, Leng Xiao would definitely go. Yi Zhongjue hung up the phone. In these 7 years, what exactly did Mo Suqin go through? She wasn't originally an extreme person. Why would she trust Guan Zixuan, but not him? In the magazine office, everyone was amazed. They didn't expect Bai Tingnan to have so many explosive news stories. Bai Tingnan was standing in front of the crowd. He really enjoyed their praise. Then everyone started discussing Mo Suqin. They didn't expect her to know Yi Zhongjue. A sparrow had turned into a phoenix. Bai Tingnan immediately refuted, saying it was actually a case of chasing and being dumped. Colleagues chimed in agreement. Suddenly, they received a notice. The merciless master was back. They asked Bai Tingnan to go over. Everyone thought it was to receive a bonus and promotion. Unexpectedly, he got slapped as soon as he went in. He was stunned. What was going on? And Huiling told him she only agreed for him to report on Empire trends. The rest of the news wasn't authorized and couldn't be exposed. Bai Tingnan thought she was being ungrateful. Just as he was about to say something, he was kicked out. He had been fired. And Huiling reminded him that some people shouldn't be provoked. Bai Tingnan was escorted out by security. At this moment, he was almost going crazy. He stood downstairs and started cursing loudly. And Huiling's phone suddenly rang. Her mother's voice came through. Her father's business had been reported, and he was now at the police station. Bai Tingnan panicked when he heard this. They must hire the best lawyer to go there. It's really when it rains, it pours. Then he opened his phone to transfer money to his mother. When he opened his bank card, he was stunned. Bai Tingnan had saved quite a bit of money over his years of work. It should be enough to hire a lawyer. After dealing with his father's issue, he'd go after Mo Suqin. Unexpectedly, when he opened his phone, he found his bank card was frozen. He was so scared that he fell to his knees. How could this happen? Leng Xiao woke up. Little uncle quickly went to comfort her. But his expression wasn't good. Leng Xiao noticed it. She asked what was wrong, but he didn't say. He just told her he had found Mo Suqin's address and asked her to go see. Leng Xiao was very happy. She threw herself into his arms. He hugged her back. How he wished this moment could last forever. Under his protection, Leng Xiao wouldn't be harmed. But time is like sand. Once gone, it can't be retrieved. Inside the Empire Trends Group, employees were also gossiping about this matter. They didn't expect their boss was already married, and his wife was having an ambiguous relationship with Guan Zixuan. Song Pingting overheard this. She smiled happily. Now, Mo Suqin not only had to face constant attacks from online public opinion, but also had to avoid crazy paparazzi. Then she heard Yi Zhongjue was back. She wanted to comfort him, to let Yi Zhongjue know who truly cared about him the most. Finally, Yi Zhongjue would understand her good intentions and end up with her. Just as she was immersed in her fantasy, a cold voice interrupted her. Yi Zhongjue told her the company doesn't keep idle people. If she had nothing to do, she could leave. Song Pingting got angry. She couldn't understand why he was treating her like this when Mo Suqin had already left him. Yi Zhongjue called Lin Ran, asking him to hand over his work to Song Pingting, then follow him to the meeting room. Lin Ran was overjoyed. Song Pingting was stunned seeing the pile of documents taller than her, which had to be processed today. Just as she was about to say something, she fell to the ground. The documents scattered everywhere. In the meeting room, Yi Zhongjue sat in the chair with a gloomy face. Lin Ran thought he was going to be fired. Scared, he directly hugged Yi Zhongjue's legs. Unexpectedly, it wasn't the case. Lin Ran apologized to Yi Zhongjue, saying he only ate for 3 people earlier, which was fake. Actually, he could eat for 10 people in one meal. He thanked the company for providing meals. Otherwise, he would have starved on the streets. Then he analyzed the situation with Miss Mo. To win back Miss Mo, they must start from the root cause. They must analyze their relationship clearly. Yi Zhongjue felt he was 100% sincere, but he still couldn't understand why her reaction was so intense. They had been together for several months. She should understand him. But now it seemed that no matter what he said or did, it was wrong. The other person thought it was precisely because she loved him that she couldn't accept his deception and concealment. According to his investigation, the reason Miss Mo hated rich people was because of her mother's car accident. Strangely, all information about that car accident had been deliberately blocked. There was reason to suspect that the perpetrator came from a wealthy family and used money to settle the accident. Miss Mo's choice to become a journalist was probably to find out the truth about the culprit from back then. Yi Zhongjue thought, although his identity was fake, their feelings over these few months were not. Since he was able to help her move on from the shadow of heartbreak and fall in love with him, he should have more confidence in helping her resolve her inner conflict and trust him again. Then he asked Lin Ran to prepare a set of clothes for him. He wanted to go see Guan Zixuan. Yao Yao arrived at Guan Zixuan's house. She was hesitating whether to go in or not. Suddenly, she saw Suqing coming out of the room. Luckily, she hid quickly. She probably didn't see her, but she looked so haggard. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly noticed the door was still open. Never mind, she had to venture into the tiger's den. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Zhongjue was trying on clothes. Lin Ran told him to trust his taste. After finishing, he looked in the mirror and then told Lin Ran he was fired. Everyone was preparing to teach Guan Zixuan a lesson. Unexpectedly, he didn't care at all. He didn't expect he had such face, that their boss would send so many people to surround him, but he didn't plan to give up here. The group told him to hand over the boss's woman, or they would kill him. Then everyone started fighting. Unexpectedly, Guan Zixuan was so powerful. He instantly defeated them all. He disdainfully said it was nothing. Guaningdi is amazing. That kick just now was perfect. This is nothing. I'm in good form today. I could do that scene a few more times. The old man thought he could understand his pursuit of perfection, but it was too tiring for him. Fans would be unhappy too. When fans are unhappy, they send razor blades. They would also boycott this film, affecting the ratings. The man asked Guan Zixuan to sign. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. Could it be such a coincidence? Is this a real-life version of the wife-snatching confrontation? People were whispering privately. Isn't this the CEO of Empire Trends who was just exposed online? He's the investor of this show. Why did he come personally? He's so handsome. His aura is not inferior to the great actor Guan at all. His wife also has an affair with actor Guan. Perhaps he came for revenge. The two were at daggers drawn. Guan Zixuan thought this guy was actually taller than him. He must be wearing insoles. The other party said he wasn't here to see the director. The person he came to find was Guan Zixuan. The atmosphere was filled with tension. The other party felt that last time, just because of a small rumor with him, he was shelved for a while. And now he's living in his house. Mr. Yi, the big CEO, do you want to completely ban me? The reporters outside started to surround them again. The woman emphasized the rules for this period to Mo Suqing. Recently, they've been implementing garbage sorting. She can throw garbage at the back door, which is a blind spot for surveillance cameras. She helped turn on the TV. If she needs anything, just call her anytime. The TV suddenly lit up. Mo Suqing watched the TV show Guan Zixuan was filming. She tried hard to hold back her laughter. How many episodes does this series have? It's too long, but it seems quite interesting. At the filming site of Wife Snatching, the director felt the scene was getting a bit tense. Guess the reports were true. God bless them. Hope they don't start fighting. One is the investor, one is the lead actor. It's not good to offend either of them. Then he asked a staff member to bring some water to ease the atmosphere. The other party said it wasn't necessary. He would just say a few words to Guan Zixuan and leave. Could they clear the area? The two hurriedly ran away. Guan Zishuan told the other party that he had just finished filming and was too tired to move. Whatever he had to say, just say it here. He had nothing to hide. Or perhaps he had something to say that couldn't be said in front of everyone. Actor Guan is really straightforward. Then he would speak directly. His wife, that is Mo Suchin, is now living at his house. He's here to solemnly warn him not to touch her. The other party said he liked this kind of situation. It seems he not only wants to ban him, but probably wants to kill him. The other party felt there was no need for that. Now there are reporters everywhere outside. He would be followed and surrounded wherever he lives. His place has good security. He would cover all expenses for his stay at his house. He would have someone transfer the money to his account. Guan Zishuan thought the other party was really generous. His wife living in another man's house, and a man she had rumors with. The other party felt that public opinion was a more likely threat to hurt him. He didn't want him to be hurt again. But Guan Zishuan thought that the one who hurt him the most was the other party. He couldn't protect him, but he could. Yi Zhongjue felt that now it's just a child throwing a tantrum. When the anger subsides, she will come back. And at most 3 days, he would bring her back. She's the wife he has chosen. Yao Yao prepared to sneak over. Unexpectedly, Mo Suching already knew. The other party wanted her to forgive herself. Then she burst into tears. Yao Yao lay in Mo Suching's arms, saying she missed her so much. If she's angry, she can hit her or scold her. Just don't ignore her. The other party told her to wipe her tears quickly. She looked ugly when crying. Back then, she told her everything. But what about her? After wiping her tears, explained clearly why she hid her identity. Yao Yao felt it was so good that she would listen to her explanation. It was like this. After that kidnapping incident, her uncle decided to protect her. The best way was to let her be an ordinary person. He blocked all records about her and didn't allow anyone to reveal her identity. She really didn't mean to hide it from her. In her heart, Suchin is her best friend. She wanted to tell her the truth many times, but didn't dare. Not because she didn't trust her, but because she was afraid she would be in danger too. She had bodyguards to protect her. If anything happened to her, she would feel guilty to death. The other party asked her, what about now? Now because of her, the whole world knows her identity. Isn't she in great danger? Moreover, this leak was from their magazine. Have they found out who provided the information? Yao Yao asked her, is she worried about her safety? She knew she cared about her the most. Mo Suchin said she wouldn't forgive her so easily. The other party thought she was being tsundere. Actually, she had already guessed that the leaker was in Hualien. When she saw her with her uncle before, she probably understood why she had been targeting her. But her uncle should have figured it out long ago. Even so, he didn't do anything. Suddenly, she asked about so much rental information. Was she looking for a place? The other party told her she should consider moving out. Suddenly, she received a call from her father. He said he could finally reach her. They were so worried. Little Yi is the CEO of Imperial Trend. Why didn't she tell them? Did she think they would still try to get his family's property? Before he could finish, Mo Suchin interrupted him. She had nothing to do with him now. If he wanted to use her to get what he wanted, dream on, she wouldn't help him. Unexpectedly, he was still trying to guilt-trip her. Yao Yao finally couldn't hold back. She directly cursed at the phone. What kind of father is this? Bah! Suddenly she felt it was over. She shouldn't have cursed at him like that. No matter how bad he was still Mo Suchin's biological father. It wasn't her place to scold him. Unexpectedly, Suchin laughed so hard she started tearing up. She actually made him speechless. That was impressive. It was all her fault for taking out her anger on him. The one who should be afraid of not being forgiven was actually herself. Yao Yao prepared to leave. Mo Suchin told her to be careful on the way. Every time she speaks, she can't stop mentioning her uncle. This silly girl. Does she even realize her feelings for her uncle? The more it's like this, the more I worry she'll get hurt in this relationship. The woman apologized to Haoyun. All these things were her fault. Those few days she was on a business trip abroad and didn't properly review the news. She let them publish the leak. She told him to scold her if it would make him feel better. He felt it wasn't necessary. What's done is done. There's nothing more to say. The urgent matter now is the follow-up remediation. Release all the other celebrity leaks to dilute the hot topic. At the same time, hire some water army to manipulate data and push it off the hot search list. She directly threw herself at him. Just then, Yao Yao suddenly pushed the door open and entered. He asked her why she came in without knocking. Where are her manners? Now that her identity is exposed, how can she run around everywhere? Huilin told him not to be angry. Yao Yao is still a child after all. Yao Yao felt like she was interrupting them. She wanted to talk to her uncle. What was this outsider doing here? Haoyin told her not to be impolite. Huilin is his superior and also his college classmate. Huilin felt Yao Yao was right. She should leave. She still had some work at the company, so she wouldn't disturb their uncle-niece talk. The uncle said they were just discussing work. Yao Yao felt he was not only covering for her, but also scolding herself. Is she more important to him than herself? The two argued more intensely. Haoyin directly slapped her. She said he actually hit her for that woman. Then she slammed the door and left, leaving Haoyin standing there in a daze. He thought to himself, calm down. Yao Yao is his niece. They can never be together. On the other side, Yao Yao was crying her eyes out. Uncle is such a bad guy. Why does he always protect her? Last time, and this time too. Does Uncle really like her? She will never forgive him again. Just then, Guan Zishuan called. He said he would be out filming for the next few days. He could come over to keep Mo Suqin company more. She could only stay in the villa, which must be boring. Yao Yao asked why he was being so kind. Unexpectedly, he was afraid she would infect Mo Suqin. Mo Suqin planned to move out as soon as possible. He told her she could stay as long as she wanted. He met Yi Zhongjue on set. He actually cares about her quite a lot. After hearing this, she directly said she was going to rest. She also said she was very annoyed. Her mind was in chaos now. She wasn't in the mood to joke with him. Besides, she's a married woman now. Don't joke about illegal things. She told him to stop acting. She would take it seriously. These days, thanks to him being there, her mood has improved a lot. The manager kept staring at Guan Zishuan. When did he start standing here? How long has he been standing here? Did he see all of my stupid behavior just now? Then he explained that he was exercising. The other person reminded him that his current thoughts were dangerous. If he didn't want to be caught and taken back, he'd better behave. Guan Zishuan asked when he changed his persona. He's too talkative now. He said he was hungry and told him to go make food. But the other person thought it was him who changed his persona. What's with this love-obsessed, pure idol setting? Yi Zhongjue was concerned about Susu's situation. He didn't know how she had been these days. Give him 2 more days, and he would definitely bring her home. The next day, Yao Yao came to see Mo Suqin. The other person thought she arrived 5 minutes earlier than the appointment time. She told her to come in first, then asked why she wasn't wearing sunglasses today. Hearing this, she looked confused. Only Suqin should know about her sneaking in yesterday. The other person told her that the villa had installed surveillance cameras and security patrolled 24 hours a day. If she hadn't disabled the alarm, she would have been caught long ago. Guan Zishuan asked if they had reconciled. Yao Yao was about to leave with Mo Suqin, ignoring him. He told them not to rush off. Look what he prepared for them. Unexpectedly, it was a baseball cap for each of them. Then he told them, although there were fewer reporters, they still needed to protect themselves. Yao Yao asked if Mo Suqin wanted to rent a house to share with her. This way they could be together every day. The other person asked if she had been crying. Her eyes were all swollen and bloodshot. In her face, she asked her to tell the truth. Who hit her? Why would she suddenly want to live together? She told her that she had a fight with her uncle. About the leak, it was clearly authorized by Miju Shirtai, but her uncle protected Miju. He even slapped her for it. Last time too, Yao Yao would lose control of her emotions whenever she saw her uncle with director. This silly girl probably hasn't realized that she has fallen in love with her own uncle. That's her real uncle. She needs to find a way to guide her. Then the two prepared to go look at houses together. At this time, Bai Tingnan was drinking while driving, planning to die together with Mo Suqin and Yao Yao. Bai Tingnan drove towards the two. Yao Yao told Suqin to be careful, then push her away. The car hit her, and there was blood everywhere. The ambulance arrived immediately. Yao Yao was carried into the hospital. Suqin comforted her by her side. Hang in there, Yao Yao. We're at the hospital now. Didn't we agree to live together? You can't back out now. Say whatever you want to say. I'm listening. Yao Yao regretted fighting with her uncle. She felt she might never see him again. This might become a secret she could never say out loud. She liked her uncle. Yao Yao was pushed into the operating room. The family was asked to wait outside. As the door closed, Suqin cried out, telling Yao Yao not to die. She must come out alive. Then she knelt at the door of the operating room, looking at her blood-covered hands. It was just like the day her mother was hit by a car. The other person said, I might not be able to watch you grow up. Take good care of yourself. Then her hand fell, leaving her hugging her mother and crying in the rain. The lawyer advised him to accept the compensation. Continuing to sue wouldn't lead to any results. Your company is also having some cash flow problems recently. Otherwise, you might end up losing both the case and your money. He threw the money away. So what if they have money? He doesn't want their dirty money. He wants a life for a life. What use is all this money? His mother can never come back. Mo Suchin told them to take the money and get out of her house now. Her father told her not to talk nonsense. Mo Suchin thought the identity of the person who killed her mother was still unknown, yet she was willing to take this dirty money and pretend nothing happened. Her father felt they couldn't fight against them. The other party had money and power. Why seek trouble unnecessarily? It seems your father already understands my meaning. I'll take my leave then. No matter how indignant the young lady is, it's useless. This society isn't as simple as she imagines. What does a life matter anyway? Money can let you do whatever you want. That was the first time I felt such despair. Watching everything happen before my eyes, yet powerless to do anything. However, things were far from over. A week later, father married a woman. My life, like toppled dominoes, fell apart step by step. Mo Suchin questioned her father. It had barely been 7 days since mom's passing, and he brought a woman home asking her to call her mom. Wasn't that too much? How could he spend the compensation money so comfortably? That was money from the person who killed mom. She only had one mother. Then she slammed the door and left. The once warm home was no longer the same, but she didn't expect this wasn't the end. Mo Suyin asked Gu Jiannan if he really didn't like her sister. He said that's right, he was just playing with her. Wasn't she just after the Gu family's money? She was just a gold digger. He was already tired of her, just found it fun to play with her now. At that moment, I realized I had been living in lies and betrayal. I hated these rich people, hated how they used money to toy with my life. But Yao Yao was always by my side. Whether I was sad or in danger, she was always the first to rush out and stand in front of me. She was clearly different from them. Why didn't I trust her? I was such a jerk. Uncle arrived at the hospital, asking about Yao Yao's condition. How did she end up in a car accident? Yi Zhongjue suddenly stopped him. Yao Yao should be in emergency surgery now. He told him to calm down. But Uncle thought Mo Suchin was responsible for her death. She said he was right. Yao Yao got hurt protecting her. She wanted to move out and live with her. They were on their way to look for a house when the accident happened. But the first person she thought of after the accident was Uncle. She was afraid she'd never see him again. Someone who was usually afraid of injections endured the pain all over her body. Even though she was in so much pain she could barely speak. She still asked me to tell you, Yao Yao loves you very much. It should be me lying there. It's all because I asked her to accompany me. Yi Zhongjue hugged her, telling her to stop talking. She's his niece. Uncle should have protected her. But what has he brought her? These hands that should protect her ended up hurting her. Why did he hit her? He regretted it so much. Is this how he protects her? He's such a jerk. At this moment, a nurse suddenly came out. The patient was bleeding heavily and needed a blood transfusion. The blood bank didn't have the same blood type. She asked who the patient's family was. The patient needed blood. Everyone's blood type didn't match. The nurse told them to be prepared. This blood type was rare. The provincial blood bank stock was always low. Other provincial blood banks might have stock, but the distance was too far to get it immediately. Uncle asked Xiao Wu to quickly contact blood banks domestically and abroad. Find a way to get the blood here within 2 hours, at the fastest speed. All private planes should fly to blood banks and stand by. No matter how difficult, they must get the blood here. Suddenly, Yi Zhongjue remembered someone. He recalled that person also had this rare blood type. For that guy's sake, he had kept quite a few blood packs for emergencies. He dialed Zheng Hanyu's number, saying he had an urgent matter. The other person joked, "Isn't this little Yi? What made you call me today?" Yi Zhongjue asked if everyone in the family had Rh-negative blood. The person replied, "Yes, my little beauty, my childhood sweetheart. Her whole family has this blood type." Yi Zhongjue said, "That's great. I remember you have Rh-negative blood stored in your private hospital's blood bank for emergencies. Now, Susu's friend has been in a car accident. She happens to have his blood type and urgently needs a transfusion. Please quickly transfer the blood to Hospital 12. Upon hearing this, the other person became anxious and was about to go save the damsel in distress. Yi Zhongjue told his uncle that his friend had enough blood and it would definitely be delivered within half an hour. He assured him not to worry. Susu's friend was also his friend, and she would pull through. He told him not to worry too much. Susu thought it was great that they found the blood through family connections. Suddenly, she fainted. Guan Zishuan stepped forward to support her. But Yi Zhongjue pushed him away, saying, "She's my wife. Thank you for your kindness, but I won't trouble you." The other person thought to himself, they're a couple. Why am I trying to offer comfort? I'm Guan Zixuan. Why do I lose all sense of dignity and face when it comes to matters related to Mo Suchin? She just fainted due to sudden emotional fluctuations. It's nothing serious. She just needs to rest well here. Too many things have happened these past few days. Guan Zixuan is right. I indeed failed to protect her in time. It's time to end this farce now. Guan Zixuan waited anxiously at the door. It's been so long. Why is there still no news? Is that girl alright or not? This is so annoying. Why should I wait at the door? He's just some CEO. Why should I be afraid of him? Just as he was about to go in, their eyes met. Yi Zhongjue asked why he was still here. The other replied that the hospital wasn't his. He could leave whenever he wanted. Yi Zhongjue asked him to help take care of Suchin. Guan Zixuan grabbed his collar, saying, I'm your love rival, not your servant. You're asking me to take care of her? Who's her husband? If you don't want to be, I'll do it. The other told him he was just asking him to help as a friend, and that he would always be her husband from beginning to end. Guan Zixuan took care of Mo Suchin. He felt useless, being seen through so easily. He thought he should go buy a book on the art of being thick-skinned and study it well. Suddenly, the other person called out Yao Yao's name. Han Yu had brought the blood. The nurse said it was enough. This was all the stock they had. They needed to find ways to collect more blood when they got back. Olden was worried about his granddaughter, and his heart hadn't been good these past few years. Yi Zhongjue asked how it went. The other told him it was done, just sent in. It was just a car accident. Why were there reporters and bodyguards at the door? It almost worried him to death. What was going on? The other explained that someone tried to run over Su and Yao Yao with a car. They called the police, which attracted the reporters. The person was shocked upon hearing this. Attempted murder? Wasn't her identity just revealed? How could business enemies seek revenge so quickly? He thought it wasn't enemies, but the person who previously exposed Lung Xiao's identity. Lung Haoyun was afraid of being discovered by Lung Xiao if he dealt with it too harshly, so he didn't take severe action against that person. Unexpectedly, it ended up harming Lung Xiao. She really was unfortunate. He didn't expect to run into someone from the Yin family here. And Huilin, he had just met her at the entrance when he arrived. But she was just a minor player in the Yin family, with a small share in the Guan group. He had seen her a few times at shareholders' meetings. She was a distant niece of Olden, not very close. Yi Zhongjue asked him to keep an eye on things, as he had something else to do. The other person said he understood and would do his best. Go ahead and take care of business. Yi Zhongjue asked if Lin Ran was ready. The other person told him not to worry. Everything had been arranged properly. At the press conference venue, this was the first time the CEO of Imperial Trend was giving a face-to-face interview. All the top national media were present. It was just a matter of who could type the fastest. At this moment, Yi Zhongjue arrived at the scene. His aura was so strong. He was much more handsome in person than in the leaked photos. Thank you all for coming. At today's press conference, I want to clarify one thing to everyone, which is about the rumors between myself and Ms. Mo Suchin. She doesn't need to use anything to threaten me. I'm sure you reporters wouldn't want to experience the ruthless methods of the Imperial Trend Group. Moreover, I've always been a petty person. Lastly, I advise you all to respect others and behave yourselves. The press conference ends here. Please exit in an orderly manner and mind your safety. He then asked how things were going with Bai Tingnan. He was taken into police custody shortly after the incident. It seemed his family suddenly had a crisis and he developed mental issues. Yi Zhongjue believed he was using mental illness as a shield. He asked to get him the best doctors. He wanted him to spend the rest of his life slowly in prison. Mo Suchin was awakened by a nightmare. She immediately asked about Yao Yao's condition. She had just dreamed that she died. The other person said it was just a nightmare and told her not to worry too much. She had just come out of surgery and was now in the ICU. Mo Suchin immediately wanted to see her. The other person told her to calm down. She had just woken up and needed rest. Lung Xiao was out of danger. She could rest assured, but she was too tense now and needed to rest. Otherwise, if she fell ill, who would take care of Yao Yao? Mo Suchin agreed, saying all right. The other person told her to lie down and that he would pour her a glass of water. Suchin asked why he was here. She clearly remembered being with Yi Zhongjue earlier. The other person said he had left and asked him to take care of her. Although they hadn't met many times, there was something he had to tell her now. He genuinely liked her. How about leaving Yi Zhongjue and marrying him. He had been with many women before, but never had anyone made him care so much. He told her not to avoid it or say things like others can't be bullied. He was serious. He asked her to divorce Yi Zhongjue and be with him. Mo Suqin thought he might have misunderstood. She stayed at his house out of necessity. There were reporters everywhere at the time. Moreover, she still had feelings for Yi Zhongjue. She was just angry that he had lied to her, so she was giving him the cold shoulder. However, the other person felt that now that Yi Zhongjue's identity as a wealthy CEO had been exposed, many people would throw themselves at him for money. He might be able to resist temptation for a while, but could he guarantee that his love for her would last a lifetime? Mo Suqin said she knew this, and it was one of the reasons she didn't want to see him these past few days. But Yao Yao had made her believe one thing. People's true nature doesn't change easily. She chose to believe in him, to believe in the Yi Zhongjue who brought her happiness. The other person felt that he had lost. Mo Suqin asked what he had lost. Yi Zhongjue had gathered all the reporters in the city to announce their relationship. He even threatened everyone just to protect her. Although he disliked him, his feelings for her were definitely genuine. Mo Suqin looked at Yi Zhongjue's photo and started crying. The man beside her told her not to cry. He said he should be the one crying. They were in love. But what about him? The great Guan Zishuan had become a backup for a little fish and even helped them get together. It was laughable. Mo Suqin apologized to him. Guan Zishuan felt that love couldn't be forced. I like you, but that doesn't mean we have to be together. I just hope that if you ever face low points in life, don't be discouraged. At least someone was once attracted by your charm. What once was can be again. Do you understand? At this moment, Xiao Yuan suddenly appeared and told him that he wasn't allowed to date during the contract period. He also suggested that Miss Mo have some porridge. This guy had caused him quite a bit of trouble. Xiao Yuan hoped Mr. Guan could be more rational. There were so many people outside waiting to grab headlines, yet he dared to come here himself. The other person told him to stop talking. He knew he had been out of line these past few days and was already reflecting on it. He told him not to say any more and not to tattle to his family. Xiao Yuan said it would depend on his behavior. However, he hoped that Mr. Guan would be mindful of his words and actions as a celebrity in the future. When he said forget, he meant about his confession to Miss Mo. He was, after all, from a wealthy family. Even if he truly loved her, his family's wealth would bring many conflicts and disputes. Family members fight each other for fame and fortune. Everything becomes a bargaining chip for grabbing property. Even children can be used as tools to make money. Was she really prepared to be with him? Mo Sulian asked Brother Wang if her brother-in-law was here. Of course, Mr. Yi is on the top floor of this building, but I don't have the authority to go up there. Don't forget what you just promised me. No problem. When I see my brother-in-law, I'll definitely put in a good word for you. I'll even ask him to promote you and give you a raise. Thank you so much, Miss Mo. That stupid sister of mine, sitting on a gold mine and doesn't know how to use it. It's making me cry. If she doesn't like it, she might as well give it to me. Damn, why is this place so troublesome? You need a card to enter the building, another card for the elevator, and after getting off the elevator, there's another card access door. Yi Zhongjue asked Lin Ran how many more meetings were left. He replied that it was the last one. After this meeting, Yi Zhongjue should have a 2-week vacation. Great, I'll have enough time to accompany Suqin then. At this moment, Mo Sulian came to see him. How did she come up without an appointment? He then asked Lin Ran to bring her over. He asked her why she came. She said, my sister hasn't been answering calls for the past 2 days. We can't find her at work either. Everyone at home is worried about her. So Dad asked me to come check with you, brother-in-law. Yi Zhongjue thought, if she doesn't want to go home, she must have her reasons. Coming to me is useless. I can't leave like this. I have to at least earn back the perfume money. She then asked to speak with her brother-in-law privately. There are outsiders here. It's about family matters. The two of them went to the office. Yi Zhongjue gave her 5 minutes. She rambled on for a while, but actually wanted Yi Zhongjue to sponsor her. Of course, brother-in-law, if there's anything about my sister you want to know, I'll let you know right away. He thought to himself, I thought I might hear something about Suqin. I really overestimated them. I understand. I'll have Ling Yuan arrange it. She asked who brought her up. After thinking, she answered it was Director Wang. He then told her, I understand. You can go now. I have a meeting to attend. She thought, great. Brother-in-law didn't refuse. I can come here often in the future. There might still be a chance. Yi Zhongjue called for Lin Ran. He said, since she likes acting so much, tell the production team to fill fill her schedule completely. Don't let her rest for a day. Add more grueling action scenes with fighting and hardship. Also, fire the person who brought her up here and notify all cooperating companies to never hire them. The two arrived at the hospital. Guan Zixuan told Xiao Yuan to follow his instructions. Keep moving forward. Be constantly on the lookout for any reporters who might be lying in wait. Perfect. Comrade Xiao Yuan, hang in there. We're almost there. Is all this really necessary? We're just delivering food. This actually draws more attention, you know? Guan Zixuan felt he was being so cautious because Xiao Yuan kept saying what would happen if they were discovered. He was just following his instructions. He told him to go back to work. Why didn't he listen? He's been out for a whole day now. What about the film crew? The other person said he'd go back after delivering the food. He's getting more and more long-winded. Opening the room, they suddenly found no one there. The visiting hours for Yao Yao haven't started yet. Suqin definitely didn't go to see her. Could she have gone to find Yi Zhongjue? And here I am, coming all this way to deliver food. I must be addicted to being a backup plan. Xiao Yuan thought his romantic plan had fallen through. He might as well have an extra meal for himself. Eat, eat, eat. That's all you know. I've been saying I need to go film for a while now. What kind of manager are you? Why aren't you arranging the schedule quickly? Stop eating already. Let's get to work early. Mo Suqin couldn't keep running away. Now that she had confirmed her feelings, she needed to talk to him clearly. Whether he was Yi Yu or Yi Zhongyu, he was the person she liked. Regardless of the outcome, they should give each other a chance to explain clearly. She then went to the Imperial Storm group to find him, so nervous she could barely speak clearly. The receptionist recognized her as their mysterious CEO's wife. She had come looking for him before. At that time, they didn't know the CEO had another name. They asked her to contact Mr. Yi. At this moment, Secretary Song suddenly appeared. She said they weren't needed anymore. She would handle it herself. So this must be Miss M.O. There was a sense of tension between the two. I thought the woman married to the CEO would be more impressive. No style at all. This permed and dyed natural monument is nothing special. As a woman, she's simply not on the same level as me. She then introduced herself, preparing to have a private chat to see how she could crush this poor little sparrow dreaming of becoming a phoenix. She emphasized the word private and was also a beautiful female secretary. This woman was definitely trouble. Secretary Song told her to stop pursuing Mr. Yi. She asked what she meant. The fish had taken the bait. Come on, follow my lead. Let your heart be shaken. The secretary told her that she had caused a big problem. Miss Mo might think this is just between the two of you, and I have no right to say anything. But the business world is like a battlefield. It doesn't allow for the slightest mistake. There are so many business competitors constantly watching the Imperial Storm Group. They can't wait to see the group fall, so they can step on it. Because of you, Mr. Ye's identity was exposed to the public. And again, because of you, Mr. Yi announced the fact of your marriage. These consecutive actions led to a drop in the Imperial Storm Group's stock price. This means that in just half a month, the Imperial Storm Group's market value evaporated by 396 million US dollars. That's equivalent to a loss of 2.7 billion renminbi. That's money you, a small reporter, couldn't earn in 10,000 lifetimes of work. This is the difference between you and him. The Yi family is already from high society. Marriage is not a trivial matter, nor can it be sustained by love alone. What Mr. Yi needs by his side is a woman who can help his career. It's a pity Miss Mo isn't always by his side like I am, so I understand many things very clearly. During this time, Mr. Yi has been busy dealing with this issue, working himself to exhaustion. What the CEO can't say himself, I, as his personal secretary, must speak up and be the bad guy. I believe Miss M.O. is a sensible person. If you truly care for Mr. Yi, the best thing is to leave him and never see him again. That's all I have to say. Then she ran away crying. On her way back, Mo Suqin kept thinking about what the secretary had just told her. Why are these damn tears so useless? What's the point of crying? He's a high and mighty CEO. And what am I? Just a small-time reporter. What right do I have to be with him? From the beginning, we were never from the same world. Mo Sulian ran into her sister. She didn't expect the other person to be crying. She then approached to ask what was wrong. Mo Suqin said it was none of her business. Brother-in-law is really too much. Why didn't he tell me earlier that they had a fight? If he had, I would have definitely helped mediate their relationship. The other person told her to stop talking nonsense. Did she think she would believe her lies? This was just Mo Sulian's usual tactic. She wouldn't be fooled by her. Mo Sulian took out her phone and showed her the photos she had taken. She said, "At least you can believe these photos, right? I took them in brother-in-law's office a few minutes ago. The person in there is brother-in-law." Mo Suchin still didn't believe it. The secretary had just told her he wasn't in the office. Her sister whispered in her ear, "Don't you understand, sis? Brother-in-law simply doesn't want to see you. Why embarrass yourself? When brother-in-law saw me earlier, he was very happy. He not only personally welcomed me in, but also promised to help with work. Why don't you stop calling him brother-in-law? Give him to your little sister. After all, the whole CEO and little wife thing only exists on TV. Sis, don't take it too seriously. Don't let yourself get in too deep." Mo Sulian wanted to see how long she could keep up her stubbornness. She had snatched away one Gujianan. She could snatch away a second. Mo Suchin thought to herself, "Don't listen. Don't think about it. None of this can be true. After being together for so long, don't I know what kind of person he is?" But she really didn't have the courage to verify all this herself anymore. Perhaps it really was time to leave. The orders from Southeast Asia and the Middle East regions were all settled. This not only made up for the previous losses, but also brought in a large sum. Finally, it's over. All problems have been resolved. I can go pick up my little Susu now. Susu should still be in the hospital. Why don't I order a room full of flowers for her first? It'll be a nice surprise. Then I'll tell Lin Ran to get ready quickly to go to the hospital. At this moment, his father called. He told him to hurry to F country. Grandmother had been hospitalized. The private jet was already waiting at the airport. "Come quickly." Yi Zhongju had told Lin Ran to take him to the airport immediately. Why did it have to happen at this time? He hadn't seen his grandmother for a long time. For his father to urge him to go so urgently, there must be another reason. What could it be? Never mind that for now. He needed to contact Susu quickly. Unexpectedly, a girl answered on the other end. He told her to give the phone to Guan Zishuan quickly. The other person took the phone and said he was busy, then immediately hung up. The girl thought he was playing with fire. He told her he had liked playing with fire since childhood. It would be best if it burned that tiger's head. The phone rang again. The caller said he was Yi Zhongjue. If he dared to hang up on him again, he'd better watch out for his life. "Oh, it's old Yi. Such a big CEO, actually calling me. How refreshing." He said he had to go abroad for a while and didn't know when he'd be back. Suchin had blocked him. He wanted the other person to help convey that he had no choice. Unexpectedly, Guan Zishuan said he'd think about it. After all, he wasn't some idle person. He was busy filming. He hung up first. Every cause has its effect. His retribution would be, Guan Zishuan could shoot 10 more scenes today. The girl asked about Miss Mo. "A vicious man should act like a vicious man. He wants me to tell Suching, but I won't say a word." Lung Haoyan sat by Yao Yao's hospital bed, very worried about her condition. The girl he had cherished in his hands since childhood. He never allowed her to suffer even the slightest grievance. But as Yao Yao gradually grew up, unknowingly, this feeling changed somewhat. Only now did he realize how much he cared for Yao Yao. Suddenly, the door opened. Mo Suchin came in to inquire about Lung Xiyao's condition. She heard that she was out of danger. Lung Haoyan quickly wiped away his tears. He made an excuse that the four was almost finished and got up to leave. Mo Suchin looked at his reddened eyes. Yao Yao's condition must have made him very upset. She sat by the hospital bed, gently caressing Yao Yao's face. Many people were very worried about her. For the sake of her family, she should try hard to wake up. She must get better quickly. Lung Haoyun, who had returned, looked at her. If he hadn't given Yao Yao the address back then, none of this might have happened. But now he could only do his best to make some amends. He spoke to Mo Suchin, apologizing for the previous leak. She didn't blame Lung Haoyun. Some things were beyond his control. Despite saying this, Lung Haoyun still felt he should do something to make up for the current situation. And Huyen had already been transferred. If Mo Suchin was willing, she could return to work at the magazine. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted their conversation. Lung Haoyun went out to inquire about the situation from his assistant. The DNA test results were out. The truth about Yao Yao's identity was in this report. His hand holding the report trembled slightly. In the Royal Hospital of F Country, as soon as the three of them entered, they were mocked by the Yi family's eldest daughter and second son. The Yi Zhongjue family came too late. They didn't care about the old lady's health at all. Such a big incident happened in the country, making the old lady ill. They might as well hand over the domestic enterprises. Otherwise, they'd squander the family business. As they were still chattering, the old Mrs. Yi directly scolded the two. Mr. Yi finally had a chance to explain. The plane trip had caused some delay. Old Mrs. Yi ignored his explanation. She would absolutely not allow such a woman of unknown origin to enter the Yi family. Hearing this, Yi Zhongjue became emotional. Mr. Yi quickly shielded him behind himself. Old Mrs. Yi was very disdainful. Family rules could not be repeatedly violated. The marriage alliance between the Yi family and the Jian family would not be cancelled. Hearing this, Yi Zhongjue could no longer contain his emotions. He loudly questioned his grandmother. How could she do this? He and Mo Suqin were already married. Jianjie was just like a sister to him. Mr. Yi quickly stopped him, assuring the old lady that a Jew would return to the country with Jianjie. They would find a way to resolve the marriage issue. Young people are inevitably impulsive. Yi Zhongjue wanted to argue more, but his mother quickly stopped him too. Old Mrs. Yi snorted coldly. Hopefully so. Jianjie was her own family. She must be well treated and not neglected. Yi Zhongjue wanted to say more, but was directly stopped by his father, who promised to take good care of Jianjie. Old Mrs. Yi had no patience. She urged them to resolve the matter quickly. The Yi couple on the side also gloated and chimed in. Before they could feel smug, old Mrs. Yi directly scolded them for daring to speak about others. How many bad accounts had the companies they managed made during this time? Now stay behind and clear up every single account. Seeing this, Mr. Yi hurriedly urged his family to leave. As soon as the three reached outside, Mrs. Yi immediately felt weak in the knees and quickly leaned on Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi teased her, saying that after all these years, she was still so timid, afraid as soon as she saw the old lady. When they were young, they had also fallen out with the family to get married. Yi Zhongjue didn't understand. If that was the case, his parents should better understand his feelings. Why did they still agree to bring Jianjie back? Mrs. Yi was very helpless. Those contracts couldn't let him escape his grandmother's control. Regarding company shares, suppressing him was just the simplest means. If she really angered him, the old lady would quietly deal with Mo Suqin. Mr. Yi also advised at this point. Over the years, Yi Zhongjue had worked very hard to cultivate his own power. It wasn't easy for Empire Fengyun to reach where it is today. But compared to the old lady's years of management, it was like trying to shake a tree with a twig. Yi Zhongjue understood his parents just wanted to protect him. But no matter how many difficulties, he wouldn't give up on his love. Mo Suqin rented a new apartment near the hospital and started living alone. She worked at the company during the day and spent time with Yao Yao in the evenings. The peaceful days seemed to make her realize more clearly that she and Yi Zhongjue were from two different worlds. But fate loves to play tricks on people. Guan Zixuan confidently assured Mo Suqin that they would definitely capture explosive gossip at this party. But Mo Suqin was a bit confused. He could have been an assistant with Chunying, so why did he need to dress so lavishly? Yuan Chunying turned back to explain. Mr. Guan thought Miss Mo would feel stifled being alone all the time, so he brought her out for some fresh air. Li Fu deliberately paired them up. Guan Zixuan threatened Xiao Yuan to repeat that. He could only reluctantly agree. A few entertainment celebrities would also appear. It would be enough to complete the task. Just as the three of them entered, a cool sports car arrived. Two people got out of the car together. Jianjie expressed her happiness to attend the party together. Yi Zhongjue didn't respond to her at all. Suddenly, Jianjie came over and clung to his arm, acting coquettishly. Yi Zhongjue immediately shook off her hand. He told her not to be so intimate. He only agreed to come out because of his grandmother's request. Jianjie felt a bit hurt. They were just friends now. At the noisy party scene, Mo Suqin looked at the camera in her hand with satisfaction. She had already captured quite a few good shots. Suddenly, a drunk person bumped into her. The camera was almost exposed, but luckily, she was quick enough. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, the culprit behind her flew into a rage, cursing her for not watching where she was going. The onlookers recognized that the man was President Wang, the director of the Spade Group. This girl was in danger. President Wang arrogantly told her to kneel down and lick it clean for him. Mo Suqin didn't let him off easily. She directly pointed out that there were surveillance cameras here. If a video of him harassing others went viral tomorrow, it wouldn't be good for the company. President Wang was stunned. This girl was so sharp-tongued. The previous report with Yi Zhongjue had already exposed her identity as a reporter. She had to leave quickly, or it would be terrible if she was discovered. Just as the two were at a standoff, Mo Sulan recognized her at the scene. It was like a ghost that wouldn't leave. It was a good opportunity to humiliate her in front of so many people. Mo Sulan directly walked up and intervened, saying she wanted to apologize on her behalf. After all, she was her sister. Then she revealed her identity as a reporter from the magazine. When President Wang heard she was a reporter, he became furious. Could she have sneaked in to do some secret filming? Mo Suchin knew this was bad. What apology? This was clearly pushing all the blame onto her, deliberately exposing her identity as a reporter. This was trouble. President Wang shouted for security to throw her out. Just as the situation became tense, Guan Zixuan appeared to save the day. Mo Suchin was a guest he personally invited. Who had any objections? Mo Sulan suddenly turned into a fangirl, drooling over the movie star. Yuan Chunying was very displeased. He directly punched the other person in the face, telling him to have some self-respect. It was private time now. He refused any unnecessary interactions, especially unwanted advances. He was about to retort, but was intimidated by a glare. He could only weakly agree. Guan Zixuan directly put his arm around Mo Suchin and turned to leave. Mo Sulan, standing nearby, watched the three leave and was about to go extremely mad. Guan Zixuan took Mo Suchin to a less crowded place to rest. He asked how the material filming went. She hurriedly thanked him, saying the material was sufficient. Today, she had been helped twice by the movie star Guan. Guan Zixuan told her not to be polite. His work was already finished and it was still early. He could take her to relax for a while. He wondered if he could ask Miss Mo for a dance. Mo Suchin stepped back, intending to refuse. But Guan Zixuan explained it was just a social dance between friends. Yuan Chunying, standing nearby, also persuaded her. Finally, Mo Suchin could only agree. Mo Sulan, secretly hiding behind, saw this scene and turned into a jealous mess. Suddenly, discussions in the crowd about Yi Zhongjue and Jian Jie caught her attention. But Mo Sulan didn't care at all. Whatever Miss Jian was, she would snatch what she wanted by any means necessary. Moreover, Yi Zhongjue definitely hadn't seen Mo Suchin yet. She had the situation under control. Jian Jie was chatting familiarly with the surrounding guests. She said that after returning from studying abroad this time, she didn't plan to take over the Jian family business. She would first intern at Zhongjue's company for a while. Others commented that they were truly a talented and beautiful couple. Childhood sweethearts were indeed the most compatible. Yi Zhongjue impatiently drank nearby, completely uninterested in these topics. Jian Jin noticed he was a bit angry now and could only quickly explain that they were just friends. Suddenly, a call of brother-in-law broke the harmonious atmosphere. Mo Sulan excitedly ran over to greet him. Although Yi Zhongjue didn't want to respond at all, she kept calling him brother-in-law nonstop. Jian Jie came out to interrupt them. Mo Sulan directly turned her attention to her, praising her endlessly. She didn't forget to introduce herself as Yi Zhongjue's sister-in-law. Then she thanked Ms. Jian on behalf of her sister. Jian Jie sensed trouble. From earlier, this person had been talking nonstop. Was she deliberately trying to provoke her? But without evidence, she couldn't lash out. She could only make excuses to leave. Mo Sulan wouldn't let them off so easily. She directly said she had just seen Mo Suchin dancing with someone else. Yi Zhongjue stopped in his tracks when he heard this. The next second, he shook off Jian Jie's hand and quickly left. He missed her more than he had imagined. Although he knew meeting now might have some negative consequences, he didn't want to wait any longer. Watching the two leave, Mo Sulan was very happy. There would soon be a good show to watch. Mo Suchin and Guan Zixuan were relaxedly dancing at this time. Yi Zhongjue pushed through the crowd and came in front of them. Seeing the intimate pair, he was thunderstruck, but he couldn't bear it anymore. No matter what, he had to take Susu back today. Suddenly, his wrist was grabbed by Jian Jie, who had rushed over. At this moment, all four were staring at each other. The surrounding people were all watching the drama unfold. Mo Suchin couldn't figure out what was happening now. Who was that woman beside him? Yi Zhongjue looked at the person he had been thinking about day and night, his thoughts racing. Jian Jie, standing nearby, was very surprised. Zhongjue would actually show such an expression to someone else. She felt like a clown. He wanted to take back everything that should have belonged to her. Jian Jie's warm evening. Yi Zhongjue asked her to introduce Miss Mo to him. Seeing the two intimate people in front of her so familiar with each other, she thought he must be her childhood sweetheart. The whole person was gorgeous and delicate. Jian Jie was graceful and poised as she introduced herself. Mo Suchin couldn't help feeling a bit inferior. Perhaps this kind of young lady was more suitable to be Yi Zhongjue's wife. She was just a poor journalist worrying about making a living every day and couldn't compare to them at all. But she couldn't give up. Clenching her clothes, she said she had never heard Yi Zhongjue mention her. Compared to her nervousness, Jianjie calmly explained that they were just arranged together by their families. She hoped there wouldn't be any misunderstanding. These big business families always like to do this. Mo Suqin said they were already separated, so there was nothing to misunderstand. But she had lost her confidence inside. The obstacles between them were not just about feelings, but also family and career. All of this would only make them grow further apart. Maybe letting go was the best outcome. Thinking of this, she told Guan Zishuan she wanted to go back and rest. Before they could move, Jian Jie stopped them. Smiling, she asked him to introduce his dance partner. Guan Zishuan and Yi Zhongjue faced each other. The air immediately filled with tension. Although in their minds they were already fighting fiercely, in reality, they both said in unison that it wasn't necessary. Hearing this, Mo Suqin directly wanted to leave. Yi Zhongjue watched their retreating figures. Was he going to watch her leave again with his own eyes? This couldn't happen. He immediately stepped forward and grabbed her, telling her not to go. Mo Suqin was now in tears. Yi Zhongjue quickly begged her to stay. He wanted to find her right after the press conference, but something delayed him. She didn't listen to his explanation at all, just sadly saying they were only contract spouses. He didn't need to act anymore. If he had time, they could process the divorce anytime. Hearing the word divorce, Yi Zhongjue was thunderstruck. He absolutely couldn't let go this time. If always compromising weakly could protect her from getting hurt, but the price was that she would leave him, then he would rather give up everything he had now. Even if he had to go against the whole world, he wanted to be with Mo Suqin openly. Watching the two lost in their own world, the onlookers expressed their excitement. Yi Zhongjue cupped her face. She didn't reject his kiss just now, which meant what she said earlier was against her true feelings. Mo Suqin pushed him away with a blushing face. This was a public place. It was so embarrassing. Yi Zhongjue directly held her hand. He apologized to the people around, sorry for causing a commotion, but he wanted to formally introduce his wife to everyone here. He could swear to heaven that he would only love this one person in this life. The onlookers cast envious glances at them. Jianjie, standing nearby, gritted her teeth. Was this woman so important to him that he would disobey old lady Ye's orders for her? He was betting his career on this. Ignoring the crowd around, Yi Zhongjue directly picked up Mo Suqin in his arms. She wouldn't be able to escape from him again. He planned to carry her home just like this. Watching the two leave, Yuan Chunying mocked that the boss had outsmarted himself. Guan Zishuan immediately got angry and wanted to go home. He said he would never attend a ball again, leaving only Jianjie at the scene. She comforted herself that it was all right. Aju was just momentarily confused. Later he would know who could truly help him. The two returned home. Everything here was familiar, giving a strange sense of security that was very comforting. Yi Zhongjue would come here to clean every day, afraid that Mo Suqin might come back and not see him. Then he wanted to properly introduce this house to her, the place where he lived every day before. There shouldn't be anything he didn't know. But after Yi Zhongjue finished introducing these expensive pieces of furniture, he still couldn't help but sigh, really wanting to compete with these rich people. Looking at the happy Yi Zhongjue in front of her, Mo Suqin couldn't be happy. Was she planning to act as if those things never happened? Were those words at the ball just to maintain her perfect identity? Or was he planning to keep her hidden while rekindling his relationship with his childhood sweetheart? Yi Zhongjue quickly explained that what he said earlier was all from his heart. When he heard her mention divorce, he didn't have time to think and just wanted to bring her back quickly to clear up the misunderstanding. Mo Suqin felt his whole body trembling. It was the first time she saw Zhongjue so tentative. She comforted him, telling him to calm down, saying she would listen carefully. Yi Zhongjue also realized that dragging it out would only make their misunderstandings grow. So no matter what question she had next, he would answer everything honestly. But there was so much he wanted to know, he didn't know where to start for a moment. Then let's start with his first love, Jianjie. Hearing this, Yi Zhongjue was confused. He had never dated Jianjie at all. How could Mo Suqin say this? Seeing his confused expression made her even angrier. She explained huffily, it was that first love who was like a savior. Realizing she must have misunderstood, he quickly explained it definitely wasn't Jianjie. Yi Zhongjue helplessly buried his head in her neck. Sometimes he really didn't know if she was pretending to be clueless. There was actually a story from that day he hadn't finished. Maybe it was fake. After he was drugged, it was that person's appearance that saved him, and he decided to take responsibility, so he married her. But afraid she couldn't accept his identity, he chose to hide it, pretending to be just a small employee. At this moment, Mo Suchin also realized that the person he was talking about was herself. Yi Zhongjue lovingly told her that if he had let her know directly that he liked her since high school, he was afraid it would have scared her away again. But now he could finally tell her in person. His first love, wife, and lover had always been only one person. Mo Suchin looked at his sincere confession, moved to tears. Yi Zhongjue deeply regretted not confessing 7 years ago. If he had the courage to confess that day, maybe they wouldn't have missed 7 years and wouldn't have let her suffer from misfortune. Mo Suchin remembered that just the day before he went abroad, she was bullied by a group of thugs. She fell and fainted at that time, and Yi Zhongjue only thought about teaching those people a lesson. When he came back, he saw that she had accepted Gu Jiannan's confession. Disheartened, he chose to go abroad. This departure lasted 7 years. Mo Suchin also realized that it was Yi Zhongjue who saved her that day. But before she fainted, she only saw the back of a school uniform. When she woke up again, Gu Jiannan was in front of her. She thought he had saved her, so she accepted his confession. She never expected to have been deceived for so long. The two had missed each other for 7 years. Mo Suchin immediately burst into tears, feeling wronged. Yi Zhongjue quickly came forward to comfort her. She threw herself into his arms. Tears flowed uncontrollably. She couldn't tell if she was regretting missing each other 7 years ago or blaming herself for her recent distrust. Various complex emotions were released in his warm embrace. She couldn't stop apologizing to Yi Zhongjue. He gently patted her head to comfort her. Although it was 7 years late, they hadn't missed each other. After the tears stopped, they promised that from now on, no matter how many obstacles and difficulties, they wouldn't easily let go of each other's hands. Everything seemed as perfect as a dream. Mo Suchin was at home, looking at her phone, extremely happy. She never imagined that the CEO of Imperial Storm was her husband. She still hadn't fully accepted this fact. Yiju had to go on a business trip. In the past, she often felt uneasy, but after knowing his identity, it became no problem. Unexpectedly, he even sent a photo of himself sleeping. She never thought Yiju could be so cute, just as she was surrounded by happiness. She received a text message. Leng Xiao had woken up. Mo Suchin's tears instantly flowed. She then ran out immediately. In the hospital, Leng Xiao's uncle was holding the test results. Mo Suchin had also arrived by then. She brought Leng Xiao's favorite milk tea. The uncle said she had just woken up and might not be able to eat these things. Then he gestured for everyone to leave, letting the sisters chat. Mo Suchin saw that she had lost weight and felt very upset. She stepped forward and grabbed her hand. But unexpectedly, Leng Xiao asked who she was. There was no memory of her. Mo Suchin panicked. Could she have lost her memory? This was too dramatic. She turned to ask, but was told it was indeed memory loss. Now Leng Xiao didn't recognize anyone. It was unclear if she could recover later. Mo Suchin kept reciting their memories, trying to awaken her memory. The uncle stood nearby. He had raised Leng Xiao since she was little. They had no blood relation. The moment he got the identification report, he wanted to confess to Leng Xiao. They weren't blood-related and could be together. But now she had lost her memory. She would only see this unfamiliar uncle as a pervert. Leng Xiao listened to Mo Suchin recounting their memories, but still couldn't remember anything. She came forward and pulled Mo Suchin, asking her to stop talking. Leng Xiao said she needed to rest now. Then he gently stroked her, telling her to rest well. Now he could only bury the secret in his heart. As long as Leng Xiao could always be happy, it was enough. Leng Xiao also felt strange. Although she had forgotten her, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. Mo Suchin sighed nearby, wondering if forgetting wasn't a kind of relief. After the hospital room door closed, the two chatted in the corridor. Mo Suchin said she would come back tomorrow to keep her company. He also thanked her. If it weren't for her coming every day to talk to Leng Xiao, who knows when she would have woken up. Mo Suchin said she was willing to do it. As long as Leng Xiao doesn't get hurt again, it's fine. After she left, the uncle looked at Leng Xiao in the hospital room. This time, he must protect her well. He can't let her get hurt because of him again. In a hotel private room, several high-ranking people were discussing the division of territories. Just as everyone was arguing heatedly, the door opened, and the room suddenly went quiet. The alliance leader had arrived. It turned out to be Yi Zhongjue, the CEO of Imperial Storm Group, the young master of Yi Group, and the behind-the-scenes leader of the Smith Business Alliance. He then sat down in the chair and asked everyone to start reporting. His subordinates were also intimidated by his aura. They then began to report their performance. After listening, Yi Zhongjue thought for a moment. To break free from the Yi clan's control, this was far from enough. They must become stronger. He directly told them it wasn't enough. He gave them another year to achieve the goals he set. Everyone trembled upon hearing this. The original plan was for 3 years. How did it get moved up? They all thought this task couldn't be completed. Yi Zhongjue knew clearly that they had hidden part of their strength. He then assured everyone that if the task was completed, what they would get afterward would be double what was initially agreed upon. After hearing this, the subordinates whispered among themselves. This was a very big temptation for them. Zheng Hanyu interrupted their daydreams at this point. They could dream later. Now they needed to complete the goal. Everyone immediately agreed. Yi Zhongjue reflected in his heart. From the day he established this alliance, the ultimate goal was only one: to break free from the Yi clan's control over him. And now there was another motivation for the goal, which was to be freely together with Mo Suqin. In the magazine office, Mo Suqin submitted her daily workload and prepared to leave. And Huilin had been transferred, and the new director had a much more relaxed work style. The sudden lack of overtime made her feel a bit uncomfortable. The next second she realized no overtime is actually good. She looked at the time. It was time to visit Leng Xiao at the hospital. She said goodbye to her colleagues and prepared to leave. Walking downstairs, she saw 2 familiar figures. Unexpectedly, it was Jian Jie and Huilin. They were still friends. The world is really small. She then quickened her pace, wanting to leave this place. But she was called out to. It's really speak of the devil. And Huilin teased her, saying now that she's the CEO's wife, she doesn't care about her former boss anymore. Then she invited her for a drink. Mo Suqin didn't want to get entangled with her. She directly used the big boss as an excuse, saying she had to visit Leng Xiao and had no time now. And Huilin had no choice. Jian Jie stepped forward. Mo Suqin hadn't expected that her love rival and Leng Xiao's love rival were actually friends. Behind her, Jian Jie called out, saying there was something she wanted to discuss with her. Mo Suqin directly refused. Their relationship wasn't good. There was nothing to talk about. Jian Jie smiled and said they were closest to the same person. Yi Ju and her were childhood sweethearts. About him, the two of them should have many common topics. Mo Suqin suddenly became interested. Let's talk then. The three came to a tea house. After sitting down, Mo Suqin told her to get straight to the point. She reminded her to think carefully before speaking. After all, this was a magazine office. There were eyes everywhere. She looked around. Indeed, there was a large group of onlookers. And Huilin had never noticed she was so arrogant before. Jian Jie also felt it was a bit tricky. This was much harder to deal with than the women who approached Yi Ju before. The onlookers were thrilled. Former colleagues turning into enemies. Jian Jie and Mo Suqin's battle for a man. Childhood sweetheart versus the unexpected little wife. This was a war without smoke. Jian Jie launched the first attack. She had known Yi Ju longer, telling Mo Suqin to know her place. Mo Suqin wasn't to be outdone. She was Yi Ju's legal wife. Jian Jie was the third party interfering in their marriage. Jian Jie directly used her trump card. She and Yi Ju grew up together. At 17, she accompanied him abroad. Yi Ju returned after getting his doctorate, while she studied for 3 more years. And Mo Suqin was just a pawn to replace her. Mo Suqin was getting a headache from all the chatter. It was endless. She put her cup on the table and started to counterattack. Self-delusion should have its limits. After all these years, Jian Jie hadn't received even a bit of love from Yi Ju, while his first love and wife were both Mo Suqin. And Huilin, listening on the side, suddenly remembered her situation with Leng Xiao. She directly splashed water at Mo Suqin. The onlookers were stunned, and Huilin said she just married into a rich family and had no right to lecture others. Mo Suqin immediately retaliated, splashing water back at her. Just as Huilin was about to get angry, another cup of water was thrown at her. Mo Suqin turned to leave. She was the type to hold grudges. The onlookers were amazed. They didn't expect her to retaliate so decisively. As Mo Suqin left, she even asked security to remove the two. And Huilin was furious watching her leave. Jianjie originally just wanted her to back off, but it didn't work, so she wasn't planning to be polite anymore. Mo Suqin stopped at the hospital entrance, wondering if she should touch up her makeup before going in. Suddenly, she heard someone calling her name. She turned to see Gu Jianan, who was covered in injuries. He wanted to take Mo Suqin for coffee. When refused, he still grabbed her. Mo Suqin shook him off. Gu Jianan was getting angry. He blamed all his misfortunes on Mo Suqin. His company not only evaded taxes but also owed money. Being beaten up was what he deserved. Gu Jianan still tried to persuade Mo Suqin, saying Yi Ju wasn't sincere to her. Mo Suqin mercilessly exposed him. The person who saved her back then wasn't him. He was the most hypocritical one. Seeing his lie exposed, Gu Jianan grabbed her, trying to forcibly take her away. At that moment, a fist came flying, sending Gu Jianan flying. It was Guan Zishuan who intervened. He couldn't stand it anymore. Now any Tom, Dick, or Harry could be his love rival. His assistant looked very helpless. He didn't expect to bring such an idiot here. He then told him to leave quickly, as there were too many onlookers. Before leaving, Guan Zishuan warned Gu Jianan. If there was a next time, it wouldn't be just a beating. Gu Jianan said he gave up and wouldn't dare again. In the hospital, Guan Zishuan explained the situation to Mo Suqin. He heard Leng Xiao had lost her memory and came specially to check on her. After opening the door, Mo Suqin told Leng Xiao that she brought a friend. Leng Xiao was surprised when she saw the visitor. Both were excited. Did she remember? But unexpectedly, Leng Xiao said he was the lead actor in a bad movie with terrible acting. Guan Zishuan tried to explain, but no one paid attention to him. The assistant also mocked him. The audience's eyes are sharp. The whole ward was filled with laughter. Only Guan Zishuan was hurt inside. Seeing Leng Xiao so happy, Mo Suqin also became cheerful. Meanwhile, Yi Ju asked Ling Ran to pour him a cup of coffee. Unexpectedly, Jian Jie was also there. She told Ling Ran to go home. Then she reminded Yi Ju to take care of his health. Yi Ju was ungrateful, saying he kept her in the company for his grandmother's sake. She had no right to interfere with people around him. Jian Jie said she was now his secretary and wanted to help, but Yi Ju flatly refused. Seeing this, Jian Jie directly told him that she had met Mo Suqin. Yi Ju's hand stopped at this moment. If Jian Jie dared to disturb his life, he would immediately tear up the agreement. Jian Jie hurriedly told him she was just curious and didn't do anything to her. She directly pointed out that his grandmother had discovered him at the ball last time. Years ago, the disappearance of his sister was also related to his grandmother, so she worried that his grandmother might harm Mo Suqin. Yi Ju asked what she was trying to express. Jian Jie smiled. Now she was the only one who could help him. She suggested being a shield. Years ago, Yi Ju's father refused the family's arranged marriage and married someone else. The price was his sister Yi Ming, who is still missing. So Jian Jie proposed to be the shield. She would accompany Yi Ju, going out for social events together, put on a show for his grandmother, making her relax her surveillance on Yi Ju, telling him not to see Mo Suqin during this time. But when they went out together, photos were taken. Soon, this became a hot topic, all about Yi Ju and Jian Jie. People who didn't know the truth pointed fingers at Mo Suqin. Even in reality, many people were watching her. People always judge others based on one-sided words, executing what they think is justice. How ironic. Mo Suqin wasn't left alone even when using the restroom. Two people outside were still discussing her. They didn't expect Mo Suqin to be right behind them. She kindly reminded them that walls have ears. The two were frightened. They turned and left, not forgetting to disparage her a bit more. But Mo Suqin didn't care about this at all. Now it was time to find Yi Ju. At the foot of the Imperial Cloud Building, Mo Suqin arrived. After handing a document to the front desk, she instructed them to give it to Yi Ju. Then she turned to leave. The receptionist wanted to keep her and hurriedly called the assistant. But unexpectedly, Mo Suqin had already left. On the other side, Yi Ju didn't expect that his affair with Jian Jie would become a hot topic. Now they couldn't find the poster. Yi Ju was very angry. He told them to keep searching and must give him a result. Lin Ran told him that Mo Suqin had just come, left a document for him, and then left. He trembled a bit when he saw the document downstairs. Seeing his intense reaction, Jian Jie wondered what it could be. Yi Ju slammed the document on the table, shouting why she wanted to divorce him. Jian Jie was secretly pleased. She didn't expect it to be a divorce agreement. She added fuel to the fire, suggesting Mo Suchin and Guanzi Xuan were together. She was extremely happy inside, thinking a little pressure had broken him. Yi Ju asked everyone to leave. He needed to calm down. After everyone left, he actually smiled. Everything was going according to plan. Jian Jie had unknowingly fallen into their trap. Everyone in the building was in a frenzy. Because Yi Ju was in a bad mood, all employees in the company were on high alert these days. At this time, Lin ran past by carrying a pile of documents, asking Jian Jie to get new files from Yi Ju's office. Jian Jie felt uneasy inside. She thought that if things stayed like this, the couple might not divorce. She planned to add more fuel to the fire. In the office, Yi Ju was very angry. Documents were thrown on the floor. Seeing this, Jian Jie was overjoyed. This meant she still had a chance. Then she slowly picked up the documents from the floor. She softly told him that without any prior news of this company, they dared to merge Imperial shares, indicating powerful forces behind them. She suggested he could ask her father for help. Yi Ju sat down slowly, thinking if that old fox helped him, Imperial Cloud would be in ruins within a month. Then he smiled and politely declined Jian Jie's offer, telling her to rest. Jian Jie was also confused. Suchin. They both noticed each other, and Huilin and Jian Jie were ready to watch the show from the side. 3 hours earlier, Mo Suchin had finished her work and was preparing to leave. But the director suddenly arranged for her to work overtime, saying there was an urgent task for her. At first, she was curious about what it was. Now she realized there wasn't much to photograph at this party. She sensed someone watching her. Looking back, it was Yi Ju. Their eyes met. What should she do now? Mo Suchin was about to pretend not to know him and turn to leave the scene. But Yi Ju called out to stop her. He questioned why she gave him divorce papers directly. Had they lost even the most basic trust between them? Then he explained that he and Jian Jie didn't have that kind of relationship. It was just work socializing. He told her not to make unreasonable fuss. Hearing this, Mo Suchin got angry too. What did he mean by unreasonable fuss? Coming home late at night smelling of perfume, and expenses for buying jewelry. What was all that about? The onlookers were delighted. They didn't expect this show at the party. And Huilin and Jian Jie also thought they would definitely divorce. The couple's argument continued. One said Mo Suchin was narrow-minded. The other said Yi Ju only had money and didn't understand her at all. Then she tried to slap him, but Yi Ju blocked it and pulled Mo Suchin into his arms. They were very close. Jian Jie felt uncomfortable seeing them like this, so she went straight up, pushed Mo Suchin away, and showed concern for Yi Ju. She also warned Mo Suchin to come at her if she had any issues. Mo Suchin smiled. Then she slapped Jian Jie. She fiercely told Jian Jie that they weren't divorced yet. They were still legally married, and Jian Jie was the mistress. Then she turned and left, feeling nauseated by everyone. Behind her, Jian Jie complained to Yi Ju, but he just told her to be quiet and not let others laugh at them. And Huilin came over and checked Jian Jie's injury. Yi Ju asked her to take care of Jian Jie, saying he needed to get some air. After he left, the two women laughed. Their plan had succeeded. In the hallway, Yi Ju and Mo Suchin met again. They looked at each other, with relaxed smiles on their faces. Going back to that night, besides explaining the misunderstanding about the first love, there was something more important. Yi Ju held Mo Suchin in his arms. They regained their past intimacy. He explained to her that although his identity was now clear, things were more complicated. When he wasn't in the country before, he had actually gone to see his grandmother. The old lady was very dissatisfied with their marriage. She always wanted an alliance between the two families. Bringing Jian Jie back was also his grandmother's order. Mo Suchin had long thought that his family might object. Yi Ju interrupted her directly, firmly stating that his family's dissatisfaction had nothing to do with him. No matter what rumors spread about him and Jian Jie later, she shouldn't believe them. No matter when, he only had her in his heart. Mo Suchin looked at his sincere confession. She was also moved. Of course, she believed Yi Zhongjue. Unable to resist their deep feelings, they began to kiss. Back to the present, Yi Zhongjue loudly confessed that he really missed her. This energetic and playful person in front of him was the familiar Zhongjue she knew. Suddenly, Mo Suchin wondered how he knew where she was. This was the women's restroom. It turned out he had heard her say she was going to the bathroom to throw up, so he followed her directly. But they were still arguing while standing so close, almost giving themselves away. Yi Zhongjue assured her not to worry. Jianjie hadn't realized their divorce was fake. They were still gloating over the success of their plan. Hearing that they hadn't been exposed, Imo Suqin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Zhongjue hugged her tightly. Now that those people believed they were divorced, they would relax their surveillance on him. He would break free from their control as soon as possible. In the car, Jianjie apologized to Yi Zhongjue, but he said he didn't blame her. Besides the party, there must be something else. Jianjie was always deep in thought and never did things for just one reason. Indeed, she originally had important business to discuss today. The Lung family's Earl group was expanding slowly domestically. Imperial Feng Yun and them were restraining each other, unable to make big moves. So why not take advantage of the two families' marriage alliance to fight against the Earl group together? Although the previous generation didn't marry, causing the two companies to develop different focuses, now might be a good opportunity. She suddenly noticed that he hadn't responded, just remained silent. This wasn't a good response. Zhongjue was angry. He was still very guarded against the Jian family's company. Bringing up this request now was too early and might even ruin their previous efforts. Just as she was worrying, Yi Zhongjue suddenly spoke up, saying he would consider these things carefully. Perhaps developing together would benefit both families. This had always been his grandmother's concern. Jianjie was very touched by his words. Soon, they would become family. She was friends with Huilin also to gather information about the Yin family. Once the two families united, the Yin and Lung families would be waiting to be swallowed up. Jianjie was making her own little calculations here. Jianjie thanked Huilin. She and Yi Zhongjue could really be together now. In a while, they would meet each other's parents. It seemed this fake relationship was about to become real. And Huilin was also happy for her. This way, the Jian and Yi families should be able to cooperate more deeply, right? Jianjie's smile almost reached her ears. She thanked her for her help. This time, guiding public opinion through hot searches went smoothly. It not only accelerated the divorce process, but also promoted her relationship with him. And Huilin congratulated her on the surface, but actually had other plans in mind. This was just the first step in her plan, and Jianjie was merely a small pawn. The two happily left them. Behind them, Song Tingting was already furious. He tore up the menu directly. He was determined not to let any of these people off the hook. Two people had quietly arrived in this city. Luo Qiqi was about to throw away her milk tea cup when she saw someone picking up trash. She thought about letting him take the bottle to sell for money. Unexpectedly, that person suddenly became enraged, cursing Imo Suqin for ruining him financially. Now she had come specially to humiliate him. He would teach her a lesson. Yi Zhongjue notified Zheng Hanyu that the female devil had arrived. Before he could react, Shelley had already come before them, demanding a reasonable explanation. What did they mean by female devil? Zheng Hanyu could only act cute, quickly praising her as a fairy. Seeing his obedient attitude, Shelley decided to let him off. Joking aside, she told them to keep a low profile recently. Luo Qiqi and Xia Zi had already arrived. Zheng Hanyu was somewhat incredulous. Two international agents. Why did they return to the country at this critical moment? Many things had just started to operate. They were reportedly here to pursue an international thief, but it wasn't clear if that was just a cover. That's why he came to help. Yi Zhongjue didn't want to go against the two of them. After all, they were very strong. Luo Qiqi and Xia Zi had already taken down the group of people from earlier. What bad luck encountering thugs right after getting off the plane. That person still wanted to argue, but Xia Zi didn't give him a chance, directly kicking him away. Men these days were getting more and more absurd. They could even mistake their girlfriends and bring a group of people to make trouble. They were truly worthless. As he was complaining about how there couldn't possibly be people who looked exactly alike in the world, he and Imo Suqin passed by each other. In the hospital, Yao Yao begged Lung Haoyun to let her go out for some fresh air, but he refused very seriously. She had just recovered and was still very weak. She couldn't go out to play. Imo Suqin was also helpless. She could only ask Yao Yao to sit down first. When she was completely better, she promised to take her out for 3 days and 3 nights, eating whatever she wanted. Lung Haoyun watched the two of them and fell into deep thought. Although Yao Yao's body had recovered, her memory still hadn't returned. It was as if even heaven was warning him not to have improper thoughts. Now he only hoped that Yao Yao could be happy and joyful forever. Lung Haoyun invited Imo Suqin to attend Yao Yao's discharge dinner. After she agreed, he urged Yao Yao to eat quickly. Just as she opened the lunchbox, Imo Suqin suddenly felt nauseous. She quickly covered her mouth and ran away. Yao Yao panicked and said it couldn't be pregnancy, could it? In TV shows, all those pregnant people vomited like this. Hearing the word pregnancy, Mo Suchin froze in place, her face turning red with embarrassment. After getting the pregnancy test report confirming it, she couldn't believe the fact. She and Yi Zhongjue were going to be parents. It was truly exciting. She fantasized that if it were a pair of twins, boy and girl, it would be even better. They would accompany the children as they grew up. Then one would learn violin and the other piano. This way, they would have live music during candlelit dinners. Just thinking about it made her happy. Mo Suchin was already lost in her fantasies. She came to her senses and realized she needed to tell Zhongjue this news quickly. But then she thought if she told him, he would definitely abandon everything, and then they would be dealt with by the old lady. This absolutely couldn't happen. Although her thoughts were a bit extreme, it was always better to be prepared for the worst. Now Yi Zhongjue was under constant surveillance. He absolutely couldn't be distracted. She was really afraid he might do something rash out of impulse. After much consideration, she decided not to tell him for now. On the weekend of Yao Yao's discharge, the dinner that day turned into an epic, melodramatic confrontation. Mo Suchin was already complaining in her heart 1,000 times about what this Mr. Lung was thinking. Everyone at the dinner table was silent. Only the dispirited Yao Yao raised her glass to celebrate with everyone. Although she had forgotten who everyone was, they were all guests since they came. Mo Suchin directly snatched her wine glass. She had just been discharged and couldn't drink alcohol, only juice. Across from them, Jian Jie and Huilin smiled on the surface, but inwardly, they were full of mockery towards the two. The remaining Yi Zhongjue and Guan Zixuan also didn't see eye to eye. Their gazes clashed in the air countless times. Only Zheng Hanyu was an onlooker, not knowing what was happening. And Huilin touched Lung Haoyun's hand, asking him to announce the good news. But he seemed distracted, his eyes only on Yao Yao. Watching the intimate gestures between the two, Lung Xiao felt a bit uncomfortable in her heart for some reason. At this moment, Lung Haoyun raised his glass and announced that today, besides celebrating Yao Yao's discharge, he had another announcement to make. He was planning to get engaged to Huilin. Hearing this news, everyone was stunned in place. Lung Haoyun continued to announce that he hoped everyone could attend their engagement ceremony. Invitations would definitely be sent out. And Huilin, with a blushing face, also expressed her embarrassment, but hoped everyone could attend the wedding, especially Yao Yao. She must take good care of her health so she could happily attend her uncle's wedding. Mo Suchin could clearly sense the hostility in her words, but Yao Yao appeared cheerful, saying she would definitely take good care of her health. Yi Zhongjue, however, was thinking about the alliance behind their marriage. In reality, it was the In Group and the Duke Group joining forces. The In Group was the country's top financial group. Things were becoming tricky. It not only affected the empire situation, but could also threaten his own plans. Lung Haoyun's purpose in doing this was actually to protect Yao Yao. If he never got married, their relationship would eventually be criticized by outsiders. So choosing to marry Huilin was the only and best decision. Only in this way could he openly protect Yao Yao for a lifetime. Jian Jie and Huilin were discussing the engagement. Lung Haoyun had set the date for next month. Jian Jie excitedly said it was such a coincidence. He and Ju were also getting engaged next month. The family had been urging them. This was thanks to Miss Mo. If she hadn't proposed divorce, they wouldn't have gotten together so quickly. He really hoped to receive her blessings. He wondered if Miss Mo and Guanindi would be willing to attend their wedding. Guan Zixuan, with his hot temper, heard the sarcasm in his words and was about to explode. At this moment, Zheng Hanyu suddenly stood up. He walked to Yi Zhongjue's side, teasing that he didn't even tell him about the engagement. Yi Zhongjue told him to sit down quickly. Zheng Hanyu said he understood, then directly stood up and walked towards Jian Jie, saying he wanted to toast him. But in the next second, his hand slipped, and he directly spilled the entire glass of red wine on Jian Jie's head. The scene immediately fell silent. Jian Jie cried out in shock. This was his newly bought clothes, and Huilin beside him also scolded Zheng Hanyu. He quickly hid behind Yi Zhongjue, apologizing profusely that it wasn't intentional. And Huilin didn't bother to argue with him and directly took Jian Jie to the bathroom to clean up. Watching the two leave, Zheng Hanyu somewhat proudly sought credit from Yi Zhongjue, saying he had helped him out of a difficult situation. At this time, Mo Suchin directly stood up, saying she wasn't feeling well and wanted to leave first. Guan Zixuan concernedly asked what was wrong, and if she needed to go to the hospital. Mo Suchin immediately refused, saying it wasn't that serious. She just needed to rest. She apologized to Yao Yao, saying that it was supposed to be a party to welcome her discharge, but she had to leave halfway. They would have to celebrate separately when she recovered. Lung Haoyan told her not to worry. He would take good care of Yao Yao. She congratulated him on the engagement, hoping Mr. Lung wouldn't regret this decision. Yi Zhongjue watched Mo Suchin and Guan Zixuan leave, his face turning gloomy. He called out to Suchin, saying he had something to say. Guan Zixuan directly blocked him, refusing. Seeing the two at odds again, Yi Zhongjue directly put his arm around Mo Suchin and was about to leave. Guan Zixuan was stopped by Zheng Hanyu. In a deserted corner, Yi Zhongjue sadly asked her why she had been avoiding him. Everything was going according to plan. She must trust him. The engagement was also fake. Seeing that Mo Suchin remained silent, he became a bit impatient. He turned around, ready to go and reveal everything. Worst case, they would face it head on. At this moment, Mo Suchin laughed, saying she was just playing along with the act. Yi Zhongjue hugged her tightly, nervously expressing that he was very afraid she would leave him again, and that her acting was too convincing. Mo Suchin happily explained that it might be because she had a friend who was a movie star, so she had learned a lot. But hearing this name, Yi Zhongjue's face darkened again. Oops. She seemed to have mentioned someone she shouldn't have. Mo Suchin stood on her tiptoes to kiss him, saying he looked cute when jealous. This kiss was a small compensation for today. After a passionate kiss, she explained that she and Guan Zixuan were just friends. They must trust each other. Yi Zhongjue's mood had improved a lot. He said he would trust her. Outside, Guan Zixuan was going crazy waiting. Suddenly seeing Yi Zhongjue's beaming face, he became furious. Suddenly, Yi Zhongjue said goodbye, friend. Who was his friend? Watching Yi Zhongjue's happy departing figure, he wondered if the man was sick. Guan Zixuan was about to ask Mo Suchin about her condition, but when he turned around, he noticed her slightly swollen lips. His face changed dramatically. This beast actually wanted to have two boats. He was about to go confront him, but Mo Suchin directly pulled him away. Yi Zhongjue told Jian Jie to go home quickly, but he felt that since they were about to get engaged, why couldn't he stay? Or did he go to find Mo Suchin again just now? Ignoring his noise, Yi Zhongjue directly admitted it. So what? He had said long ago that he had Suchin in his heart. If he couldn't accept it, he could refuse this marriage alliance. Jian Jie couldn't argue. He directly advised him loudly, asking if he really wanted to be so stubborn. Then he brought up his grandmother to pressure him. Moreover, now that the Duke group was preparing to merge with the Yin group, if they gave up cooperation with the Jian group now, what situation would the empire face? Yi Zhongjue directly asked if he was threatening him. Jian Jie just wanted him to understand that Mo Suchin was not worthy of entering the Yi family. Yi Zhongjue directly threw out a stack of photos. They were all of Jian Jie meeting with various people, along with chat records. He loudly questioned him. Did he really think everything he did was flawless? If his grandmother knew about these things, she definitely wouldn't let him enter the Yi family again. Jian Jie looked at the scattered photos, his heart filled with shock. How could this be? Where did these photos come from? Did he already know about all the things he had done? Yi Zhongjue stepped on the photos scattered on the floor as he approached Jian Jie. He said he hated self-righteous women the most. Did he really think that by driving away an insignificant Mo Suchin, he could control his life? He shouldn't use those insidious methods on him. He knew him too well. No one could be more vicious than him. He never lacked women. If Jian Jie still wanted to stay by his side, he should behave. Yi Zhongjue was not a chess piece that could be manipulated. At this point, the exposed Jian Jie's face had turned ashen. Looking at Yi Zhongjue's aggressive approach, his eyes were filled only with fear and unwillingness. Yi Zhongjue said no. He ordered Jian Jie not to enter his office again. Then he left. Lung Haoyan was covering Yao Yao with a blanket. Looking at her face, he was a bit worried. Why was she frowning even in her sleep? Had he done something wrong? And Huilin suddenly came in, saying that from now on, she could handle these small things. But Lung Haoyan didn't fall for this. He directly told her to stop acting. There were no outsiders now. As agreed before, the marriage was just an alliance between two enterprises. He wouldn't interfere in Huelin's private life, but she also couldn't interfere too much in his and Yao Yao's life. They owed each other nothing. No matter how much discontent Huelin felt, she couldn't show it. She could only agree obediently. In a few days, her uncle would come here. Should they arrange to meet in advance to discuss the marriage? Before she could finish, Lung Haoyun directly told her to go out as she was disturbing Yao Yao. After she fell asleep, he would take the initiative to discuss it. And Huelin wanted to say something more, but Lung Haoyun interrupted her. Don't overstep, and don't make me repeat myself. She could only obey and wait for her outside. Lung Haoyun looked at Yao Yao sleeping and secretly made up his mind. No matter who his uncle married, he would always love her. Uncle would never leave. In a luxurious private room, a man wearing a leopard print shirt sat in the center chair. Bodyguards stood around him. A woman dressed sexily walked in. The man wasn't surprised by her arrival. At this moment, the woman asked him for help, saying she could give him anything. The man looked at her playfully, asking what generous conditions she had. Regarding the money the woman offered, he said he wasn't interested as he didn't lack money. She immediately said it wasn't just money, but also her body. Moreover, didn't he always want to bring that person down? Hearing this, the man immediately agreed, saying she was indeed the woman he once liked. So, here's to a pleasant cooperation. At this moment, the woman looked shy. Those who had offended her, not one of them would escape. She wanted to destroy them all. In the inn residence, and Jinggua's mother saw Zhua held a golden pocket watch, confirming within Huiling that Lung Haoyun from the Lung family agreed to the marriage alliance. She hurriedly explained that the Yin family's development in the south wasn't going well. If they had this additional relationship, before she could finish, he agreed, saying he would attend the engagement banquet. After Huiling thanked the elder, she turned around with a gloomy face. What she had her eyes on was the position of the Yin family's heir, so she must win his heart. After Huilin left, the butler saw through her impure intentions, suspecting this marriage alliance had a purpose. And Jinghua, experienced in business battles, naturally saw through it. Without such thoughts, one couldn't survive in the smoke-filled business world. Moreover, this marriage alliance was all beneficial and harmless to them, so there was no reason not to support Huilin. Then he asked if there was any new information from Zheng Hanyu's side. However, there was still nothing. The butler comforted the master not to worry too much. Good people are blessed by heaven. They would reunite one day. And Jinghua looked at the photo in the pocket watch, lost in thoughts of his granddaughter. The scene changes. Lung Haoyun walks out of the fitting room in a white suit. Yao Yao couldn't help but praise how good it looked. He affectionately tapped her nose. His little niece looked somewhat shy. This outfit was for the engagement banquet. Actually, Lung Haoyun wasn't ready for marriage. At this moment, his little niece suddenly asked if he could not get married. This surprised him. Yao Yao explained that she was afraid her uncle would abandon her after getting married. Lung Haoyun stroked her head, telling her she was the most important person to him. Yao Yao happily agreed. He bought an ice princess dress, planning to take Yao Yao to Disneyland after the engagement. As the dust cover was pulled off, a blue princess dress came into view. Yao Yao couldn't wait to try it on. Lung Haoyun listened to the noise from the fitting room, his thoughts heavy. Even if he merged with the Yin family after the marriage alliance and became the top financial group, what's the use if he couldn't even decide who his wife would be? He didn't understand why Yao Yao wasn't of the Lung family bloodline. Why was he given hope that he could marry Yao Yao, only to have that hope destroyed? As Yao Yao's voice sounded, Lung Haoyun's heart raced. Seeing her in a princess dress with a veil, looking as beautiful as a bride, he suggested taking a photo together as a memento. The assistant raised the phone. The two were still playfully posing in front of the camera when the shutter sounded. A beautiful photo was born. Looking at the picture, Lung Haoyun had a selfish thought. He wanted to change into a different outfit tomorrow and lock this white suit and this photo in the safe. In the office, Zheng Hanyu angrily smashed a wine glass. Of all people, why didn't Huilin have to choose Lung Haoyun? Yi Zhongjue believed that the most important thing now was whether the Yin family would interfere. Old master and had never decided on an heir. He also saw that Huilin valued this point, which was why she allied with the Lung family. Zhang Hanyu was also very frustrated. It was all because he hadn't found the old master. If he could find his granddaughter, the inheritance rights would surely be his. But Yi Zhongjue felt it wasn't time for self-blame. They should focus on using existing resources to investigate thoroughly. Shelley said she could only do so much. She didn't want to provoke those two girls. Zheng Hanyu also needed to go back to the hospital to check the records, in case there was a new database. Then the two left the office. Yi Zhongjue was still thinking. His relationship with Jian Jie was fake, while the Lung and in families were real. If he didn't stop them, he might need to prepare for the worst. At Lung Haoyun's engagement party, Mo Suqin excitedly pulled Yao Yao along, looking around. Seeing so many business tycoons, there might be some big news. It felt like the old days when the two sisters used to chase news together. Yao Yao, on the other hand, was distracted. She asked what kind of person she used to be. Although Lung Haoyun had promised her that even after marriage, she would still be the most important person to him, Yao Yao hoped her uncle wouldn't get married. These complex emotions left her at a loss. Mo Suqin looked at her worriedly. Even with memory loss, Yao Yao's feelings for Lung Haoyun remained in her heart. She comforted Yao Yao, saying it was just fear of loneliness. She must be afraid of being alone in the future, but she believed Yao Yao would find her own love. Lung Haoyun was surrounded by well-wishers, but his irritated expression betrayed him. And Huiling, suppressing her anger, glanced at the man. The closer the wedding day, the more displeased Lung Haoyun looked. He wasn't even willing to put on a facade. She turned with a smile, reminding him that guests had arrived and not to be so serious. But Lung Haoyun seemed not to hear, turning to walk towards Yao Yao. He gently brushed away the stray hair on her cheek, reminding her to rest if she felt unwell. Yao Yao responded with a smile, and Huiling watched from the side, not understanding why Lung Haoyun was always cold towards her. She wasn't satisfied, and Huilin, as if asserting her claim, stepped forward and linked arms with Lung Haoyun. She seemed not to notice his look of disgust. She warmly greeted the two young ladies, saying they would soon be family and that she and Lung Haoyun would take good care of their little niece. She deliberately mentioned the death of Yao Yao's parents. Mo Suqin stepped forward to shield Yao Yao, saying they appreciated his kindness, but she believed Yao Yao didn't need her care. She suggested and focus more on her own marriage. This angered Huiling. She sarcastically remarked that Mo Suqin's marriage must be tough too. This brat, why did she have to show off in front of her? She was nothing but someone else's defeated opponent. But Mo Suqin wasn't easy to bully either. She wouldn't let Huilin bully Yao Yao. So she mocked that Anne's marriage was even harder to come by. Hearing herself being insulted, and Huilin bitterly decided she must teach them a lesson. Mo Suqin angrily tried to lead Yao Yao away. Lung Haoyun wanted to take them inside, and Huiling was startled and grabbed him, somewhat angry. Today was their engagement party, and they needed to greet guests in the hall. His uncle hadn't even arrived yet. Lung Haoyun said he was a bit tired and told her to receive the guests herself. And Huiling comforted herself. Once they got through today, she and Lung Haoyun would be engaged. And by then, whether it was him, the Earl group, or the In group, everything would be hers. What would Lung Xiao matter then? At this moment, Jian Jie behind her greeted her enthusiastically. Yi Zhongjue walked over arm in arm with her. He told her to chat with Huiling before going in, congratulating her on the engagement. He said he needed to speed up his own plans too. And Huiling said she didn't expect things to go so smoothly and urged the two to hurry up as well. Yi Zhongjue said he'd go in and wait. Jian Jie apologized and quickly followed. And Huiling felt they all looked down on her. One day, she would take over the Inn and Lung family assets and make all those who underestimated her kneel before her. At this moment, a car stopped outside. Old Master and Jinghua, leaning on a cane, walked in with Zheng Hanyu, and Huiling hurried to greet them. People behind her whispered, the Inn chairman coming in person. Did it mean Huiling would be the Inn family heir? And Jinghua said he had mentioned he would come to inquire. Where was that Lung Haoyun? As the Inn family's son-in-law, he should come to greet him. And Huiling stepped forward to explain. He was inside greeting guests. She offered to help the old man in, and Jinghua scolded her for already speaking up for them before even marrying in. Lung Haoyun hurried forward to greet him, apologizing. And Jinghua praised him for his recent success, saying they old folks should retire soon. Lung Haoyun humbly said he was just a junior. How could he compare to old Master? At this moment, Lung Xiao popped up behind, asking her uncle who this familiar-looking person was. And Jinghua's pupils dilated. His His cane slipped from his hand. Wasn't this his little granddaughter Anan? And Jinghua clutched his chest, looking at Lung Xiao, calling out Anan. Zheng Hanyu was shocked. How could the old man insist Lung Xiao was Anan? That was impossible. Suddenly, he remembered their blood types were indeed the same, but he hadn't told the old master about this. And Huiling beside them became nervous involuntarily. Wasn't Lung Xiao from the Lung family? Hadn't Jinghua gone mad, missing his granddaughter? She couldn't let anyone disrupt her plans. She stepped forward asking if the old master's heart condition was acting up. Lung Haoyan moved to shield Lung Xiao. He explained this was his niece he had raised since childhood, not Anan. The old master thought he couldn't be mistaken, but in this situation, it was indeed too abrupt. He'd better have Zheng Hanyu verify it. He outwardly agreed it was his old condition acting up, causing him to mistake her for someone else. He then arranged for Zheng Hanyu to accompany him to get medicine from the car. As Zheng Hanyu agreed to help him leave, and Huiling anxiously asked if the old man was all right and if she should accompany him. And Jinghua refused, saying they needed to attend to the guests. Lung Haoyan looked at Lung Xiao with concern, asking if she was frightened. Although Lung Xiao said she was fine, she thought to herself, why did that old grandfather give her a familiar feeling? She felt like there was something in her mind, but she just couldn't remember. Lung Haoyan recalled the information he had found earlier. Lung Xiao indeed had no blood relation to the Lung family. But why did his older brother bring her back then and conceal her identity? He had sent his assistant Xiao Wu to investigate the hospital where Lung Xiao was born and her life abroad during those years. After the investigation, Xiao Wu reported that the hospital had no birth records for the young lady. Information about those years abroad was also scarce, as if someone had deliberately concealed it. Lung Haoyan originally thought it was a simple adoption. Could there be some unspeakable secret about Lung Xiao's background? As he was thinking about sending someone to investigate further, and Huiling's voice came from beside him, asking what he was thinking about. The engagement party was about to start. Lung Haoyan said it was nothing, and they should hurry so as not to keep the guests waiting. He turned to instruct Mo Suqin not to let Lung Xiao drink while he was away. The two obediently agreed. As soon as he left, the two girls exchanged smiles, reaching a consensus. The scene shifts to the restroom. Zheng Hanyu asked Old Master if he was feeling unwell anywhere else. And Jinghua said he was much better and told him not to worry. Hearing this, Zheng Hanyu felt relieved. He asked again why he was so sure Lung Xiao was Anan. Looking at the Lung family's attitude towards the girl, it was certainly not how they would treat an outsider. And Jinghua said he might have forgotten what his aunt looked like. After all, he was still young then. He handed him the pocket watch he was holding, saying he would understand why he was so certain once he saw the photo inside. Comparing the woman in the photo with Lung Xiao, they looked as if they were cut from the same mold. Looking at the photo, Zheng Hanyu suddenly thought that similar looks might still be a coincidence. But adding the fact that they both had rare blood types, could Lung Xiao really be Anan? This meant the person he had been looking for was right beside him all along. And Jinghua added that he didn't have much time left and wanted to reunite with his granddaughter soon. After the party, he asked Zheng Hanyu to quickly obtain a hair sample from the girl for DNA testing. He himself wouldn't return to the party, fearing he might not be able to resist acknowledging her if he saw her. Zheng Hanyu said he would do it right away, but asked if it was all right for the old master to be alone here, as Uncle Song wasn't around. Just as he finished speaking, the man appeared before him, catching the pocket watch that he almost dropped in surprise. Uncle Song explained that a qualified butler should always be ready to serve his master. He reminded Zheng Hanyu that the pocket watch was the master's beloved possession and to be careful with it. Zheng Hanyu complained a bit, saying it was because Uncle Song always appeared out of nowhere. Then he slipped away. Uncle Song handed the pocket watch back to the old master with both hands, congratulating him on finally finding news of the young miss. And Jinghua looked at the pocket watch contentedly. His little granddaughter Anan had finally returned. At the engagement party, Jia watched in Huiling greeting guests, feeling a bit envious that she was getting engaged so quickly. But since the incident last time, even though Yi Zhongjue had forgiven her, there was still an invisible wall between them. She couldn't act rashly now. It wouldn't be long. Once Huiling was married, he would surely become anxious. That would be her chance to turn things around. Footsteps sounded behind her. Song Pingting invited Yi Zhongjue for a private drink. Yi Zhongjue flatly refused Song Pingting's invitation. Miss Song quickly explained that it was just to catch up. Jian Jie mocked her from the side, saying Yi Zhongjue had already refused, so why keep inviting him? Besides, his fiancée was right here. As Yi Zhongjue's former secretary, she should understand this. Song Pingting pretended to have just noticed her, feigning surprise. She sarcastically remarked that Jian Jie had replaced her through backdoor connections. Jian Jie retorted that Miss Song's dismissal was due to her own actions. It was all her own fault. Watching the two argue heatedly, Yi Zhongjue felt annoyed. He, the mighty CEO of Imperial Fengyun, couldn't find a wife and now had to listen to all this nonsense. He stood up abruptly and shouted, "Enough!" He asked Song Pingting what she wanted. If she didn't say, he would leave. She told him it was about Tang Sung. She thought Yi Zhongjue wouldn't want to discuss it in public. About this defeated subordinate of Mr. Yi. He himself hadn't had any news for years. How did she know? He turned and followed her, refusing Jian Jie's company. Song Pingting turned back and mocked again that they were discussing business matters, and it wasn't appropriate for Jian Jie as a secretary to follow. She threw Jian Jie's words right back at her. Jian Jie cursed inwardly. Song Pingting, one day, she would definitely find someone to teach her a good lesson. Mo Suqin saw Yi Zhongjue with someone, feeling very displeased and wondering who was beside him. At this moment, Leng Xiao next to her poked her face, teasing about which handsome guy she was looking at. She thought, oh no, I might have let her drink too much. In the corridor outside, Yi Zhongjue asked Song Pingting directly where she learned about Tang Sung. She wasn't in a hurry to tell him, saying they hadn't seen each other for so long. Couldn't they chat about other things first? Yi Zhongjue was a bit annoyed. He thought they had nothing to chat about. If she had something to say, just say it directly. Song Pingting suddenly confessed to him. From the moment she entered the company, she had fallen in love with him. She knew the difference in their status and never dared to hope for anything. She just wanted to stay by his side. Could he give her another chance to remain by Yi Zhongjue's side? At this point, he asked if she was done talking. He didn't want to hear these stories of secret love. It was just wasting his time. Song Pingting didn't understand. She had put aside her pride to beg him. Even a woman like Mo Suqin had received his love. Was she not worthy? These words directly touched Yi Zhongjue's sore spot. Who did Song Pingting think she was to compare herself with Mo Suqin? She wasn't even worth a single strand of Suqin's hair. He warned her not to cling to him anymore. Otherwise, he had ways to make her disappear. Song Pingting still didn't give up. She said she had news about Tang Sung. If he stayed to have a drink with her, she would tell him. Yi Zhongjue said he only came out to get away from Jian Jie. Tang Sung was just his defeated subordinate. Song Pingting continued to beg, pitifully. After being rejected again, she decided she must make him regret it. She inwardly raged that she would make Yi Zhongjue taste the feeling of being trampled on, make him kneel before her, and beg for mercy. Back in the banquet hall, Yi Zhongjue was looking for Mo Suqin everywhere. Suddenly, he heard Leng Xiao making a drunken scene. She insisted on finding Mo Suqin for a hug and to be lifted high. At this time, people noticed Miss Mo was missing. Yi Zhongjue was a bit worried. Could she have been troubled by Jian Jie? Mo Suqin was being led to a room. The waiter said Mr. Yi would be there shortly. She was inwardly blaming Yi Zhongjue for being too bold. How could he send someone else to fetch her? It wouldn't be good if they were discovered. Suddenly, the waiter behind her covered her mouth and nose with a white cloth. After a brief struggle, Mo Suqin fainted on the ground. The waiter placed a box in the trunk of a car and told Song Pingting in the front seat that everything was done. This was all her plot. She and Yi Zhongjue would meet soon. In the banquet hall, Yi Zhongjue couldn't reach Mo Suqin's phone, and Jian Jie hadn't returned either. Leng Xiao was still looking for Mo Suqin in the back of the banquet hall. It seemed she had no choice but to ask Leng Haoyin for help. She immediately went forward to seek assistance. She told him she suspected something had happened to Mo Suqin. She asked Mr. Leng to have the staff check all the bathrooms in the hotel. She wanted to go to the surveillance room herself. Leng Haoyin agreed it was indeed suspicious. He would arrange it immediately. Arriving at the surveillance room, their monitoring system covered the entire hotel. They should be able to find her quickly. At this moment, the surveillance staff discovered something. Miss Mo was in the staff's small break room, but they had just checked and no one was monitoring it. The person inside wasn't a hotel staff member either. Afterwards, it seemed only one person came out, but when they checked earlier, there was definitely no one there. Yi Zhongjue noticed that person was carrying a box. He quickly told them to check everywhere to see where this box went. They soon found that at the hotel's back door, two staff members put a bag into a van. A woman appeared next to the car. It was Song Pingting. As the phone rang, it was within Song Pingting's expectations. She answered the phone. This was the first time Yi Zhongjue had called her on his own initiative. She felt truly honored. He told her to stop pretending. If Mo Suqin lost even a single hair, he would make her pay for it. Song Pingting asked why he was so fierce. Then she simply hung up the phone. Lung Haoyin watched this unfold. Although Absolute Group and Imperial Storm had always been rivals, Miss Mo was Yao Yao's friend. He couldn't stand by and do nothing. He said if there was anything he could help with, Mr. Yi should feel free to ask. After all, Miss Mo had disappeared in his hotel. But Yi Zhongjue refused his offer. He would handle his own affairs. He thanked Mr. Lung for his kindness. Yi Zhongjue asked Song Pingting on the phone what conditions she wanted to release Mo Suqin. He told her not to challenge his bottom line. This woman shouldn't have provoked him. Song Pingting looked at the bound Mo Suqin. Did Mr. Yi think she was still her former self? He was still warning her on the other end of the phone. If she had issues, she should come at him directly, not touch Mo Suqin. Song Pingting mocked her, saying how touching. He was so worried about Miss Mo. She asked if Mo Suqin wanted to say something to Mr. Yi. She put the phone to her ear. Yi Zhongjue anxiously asked if she was all right. But Mo Suqin's mouth was gagged. She couldn't speak. The moment her gag was removed, she told Yi Zhongjue to call the police quickly and not to worry about her. Song Pingting slapped her, telling her to shut up. Yi Zhongjue heard this on the other end of the phone and roared not to touch Mo Suqin. Before he could finish speaking, Song Pingting took a photo and sent it to him. With Mo Suqin like this, what right did Mr. Yi have to order her around? She said Yi Zhongjue had broken her heart, and she just wanted compensation for emotional distress. She demanded an exorbitant sum of 100 million. He agreed very quickly. As the call ended, she gave Mo Suqin an evil smile. Yi Zhongjue would come to redeem her soon. Wasn't she happy? Should she fulfill their wishes? Of course not. She would return all the humiliation she suffered from Yi Zhongjue back to them twofold. Mo Suqin realized at this moment that Song Pingting had completely lost her mind. Yi Zhongjue dialed the number again, asking the person on the other end if they found it amusing to keep hanging up the phone. Song Pingting said she knew he had many tricks up his sleeve, so she didn't dare to talk for more than a minute. She told him not to think about tracking her location through the phone. Moreover, she didn't want cash. She wanted Yi Zhongjue to exchange the 100 million for diamonds, jewelry, and gold. In 2 hours, she would call him. If he alerted the police or told anyone, he shouldn't blame her. Song Pingting would be ruthless. After hanging up the phone, Yi Zhongjue was furious. He wanted to make Song Pingting pay. He shouldn't have been soft-hearted and let her and Tang's go back then. 2 hours later, all the jewelry and gold were prepared. Zheng Hanyu's side was also ready. They didn't need a minute. They could find Song Pingting's location in just 10 seconds. As the call connected, Song Pingting told him to bring the items to Longshan construction site. He wasn't allowed to bring anyone. If her spies detected any police movement, she would immediately kill the hostage. Yi Zhongjue promised to go alone. Before that, he warned that if she dared to harm Mo Suqin, he would not let Song Pingting off the hook. She replied that it depended on Mr. Ye's sincerity. If he asked for help from the Smith Alliance, she would also kill the hostage. Yi Zhongjue was surprised. How did she know about that? Zheng Hanyu was also shocked. Song Pingting even knew about their background. This situation was definitely not simple. It was too dangerous for Yi Zhongjue to go alone, but he thought that was precisely why he had to go. Song Pingting's spies might have already infiltrated their ranks. For Mo Suqin's sake, even if it was a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, he had to go. The night was hazy. 2 guards were chatting idly. One doubted Yi Zhongjue would come, while the other believed he would definitely show up, being so confident. Their boss had endured hardships for so many years. It would be a waste not to profit more. If it weren't for him being reported back then, he would surely be a business tycoon now. Suddenly, a bright light shone on their faces. A sports car approached. The two discussed checking if there were any accomplices in the car. Yi Zhongjue got out of the car. His cold face looked even more handsome in the night. He urgently asked where his wife was. They pointed guns at him, demanding a security check first. In Yi Zhongjue's eyes, these rabble couldn't stop him. They threatened him with his wife's safety, telling him not to make any rash moves. After passing the security check, they wanted to inspect the ransom. Yi Zhongjue opened the box. The dazzling gold nearly blinded them. Under the gold were jewels. The total value was even more than 100 million. Just as they were about to take the ransom, Yi Zhongjue slammed the box shut with a bang. They raised their guns again, asking if he was going back on his word. If he didn't hand over the items, they wouldn't be polite. Yi Zhongjue said he wanted to see his wife first. With a click, the guard released the gun's safety. They mocked him for trying to negotiate when he was already in the tiger's mouth. Yi Zhongjue calmly warned them to be careful not to misfire. After all, what he was carrying was very dangerous. He then unbuttoned his coat, revealing a time bomb. Everyone scrambled to get away. They cursed, asking if he was crazy. He told them that the bomb was connected to the ransom box. If they didn't hand over his wife, they wouldn't get anything inside. The two men in black exchanged glances. They made a call to their boss. Yi Zhongjue observed that these people were well-trained and illegally carrying guns. They didn't try to keep the huge ransom for themselves, clearly not ordinary thugs. They were likely Tang Zheng's subordinates. The guard in black turned and told Yi Zhongjue to get in the car. They would take him to see the boss. They threatened him to behave and not look around. Little did they know, there was a signal jammer in the car. The wiretap couldn't be used either. Zheng Hanyu told Shelley to stand by. He was worried about old Yi and wanted to go rescue him himself. Yi Zhongjue was getting impatient. The man in black pointed to a chair in front. The person on the chair had their head covered with a black cloth. Yi Zhongjue rushed to the person in 3 quick steps. Mo Suqin heard footsteps and thought her husband had come to rescue her. But when the black cloth was removed, it was Tang Zheng standing in front of her. This sleazy man was staring at her with a wicked smile. Meanwhile, the person Yi Zhongjue rescued was Jian Jie. Seeing her love come to rescue her, this woman's pent-up emotions surfaced, and tears flowed uncontrollably. But Yi Zhongjue's face darkened. He didn't understand why it was her. Where was Mo Suqin? Jian Jie had thought Yi Zhongjue would comfort her. She never expected this man to be so heartless. Was he really that unwilling to see her? Even though she had been kidnapped too, she didn't receive the treatment she deserved. Instead, she was met with scolding and warnings. Yi Zhongjue knew this woman too well. Jian Jie weakly explained that she knew nothing and was also brought here against her will. Meanwhile, Mo Suqin was watching the scene with Yi Zhongjue on a TV in front of her. Tang Zheng asked her how she felt watching her beloved man suffer. He told her the real show was just beginning. At this moment, Song Pingting walked behind Yi Zhongjue, telling him that they had indeed misunderstood Jian Jie. The person who planned the kidnapping was her. This woman had a fearless demeanor. Yi Zhongjue cursed her as a madwoman. He said he had brought the ransom. What else did she want? The man in black pulled out a gun and pointed it at his head. Song Pingting was doing all this to get revenge on Yi Zhongjue. He warned them not to act rashly. He had a bomb on him, and if he died, it would explode. But they weren't afraid at all. They thought dying together with him would be blissful. Song Pingting teased that Yi Zhongjue, usually so cold, actually had an impulsive side. He demanded to know what her real purpose was. She said she just wanted to conduct an experiment, to see what kind of person he was. Now she gave him 2 choices. Either take Jian Jie and leave the money, in which case Mo Suqin wouldn't be able to leave and would face torture worse than death. Or Yi Zhongjue would have to be humiliated by her. If she enjoyed it, she might consider releasing Mo Suqin. But she couldn't guarantee they would both survive. Jian Jie cursed Song Pingting as a crazy woman. She wanted Yi Zhongjue to take her away so that both of them would be safe. What a cruel dilemma. Yi Zhongjue experienced this woman's tactics for the first time. Song Pingting said if he took Jian Jie, it would prove he was a coward afraid of death, an imperfect man not worth her affection. If he chose Mo Suqin, it would show he was truly devoted. But if she couldn't have him, she'd rather destroy him than let him be with someone else. This woman had seen right through human nature. She looked excited and expectant. She urged Yi Zhongjue to make a choice quickly. Song Pingting's shrill voice was like a demonic sound, torturing Yi Zhongjue's mind. On the other side, Tang Zheng grabbed Mo Suqin's hair, forcing her to look up and watch her man suffer. His words were full of mockery. In her heart, she wished Yi Zhongjue would run away and live well, rather than see him struggle like this. At this moment, Jian Jie broke free from the restraints on her wrists. She threw herself into Yi Zhongjue's arms. Crying, she begged him to take her away. She didn't want to die in a place like this. He must love her, she thought. His face remained expressionless. Jianjie became frightened and shouted for him to take her away. At this moment, Yi Zhongjue was gritting his teeth, his inner self battling with human nature. Only he knew the pain he was experiencing. Song Pingting thought it was dragging on too long. She decided to add some spice and turn on the TV. Tang Zheng's ugly face appeared on the screen. Yi Zhongjue demanded to know his wife's whereabouts. He said he would give Tang Zheng the entire Empire Fengyun if he released Mo Suqin. Tang Zheng replied that he was no longer interested in that. Now he found it more amusing to toy with him. Then he raised his gun, pointing it at Mo Suqin's head. He gave Yi Zhongjue only 10 seconds. If he didn't choose, he would shoot. Yi Zhongjue shouted not to harm her. The more anxious he became, the more excited Tang Zheng was. Mo Suqin urged him to leave by himself. Song Pingting viciously mocked Jianjie, wanting him to save her. Tang Zheng kept urging. The surrounding voices were almost tearing this man apart. Time ticked away second by second. In the final second, the man roared for everyone to shut up. He ultimately chose his wife. Jianjie was stunned. She, who had always been the center of attention, couldn't understand why. She liked him so much, but he was so cruel. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed on the ground. She couldn't understand how she was inferior to that woman. He had only known Mo Suqin for a few days, while she had known him for over a decade. Yet he chose to sacrifice her to save that woman. She broke down, screaming hysterically. On the other side of the TV, Tang Zheng was enjoying the show. He never thought the young lady of the Jin family would one day be dumped by a man. It would be laughable if word got out. Yi Zhongjue was now full of guilt towards Mo Suqin. He felt he hadn't protected her well, but he was determined to rescue her. Mo Suqin was moved beyond words. He knew these people's target was himself. No matter who he chose, they wouldn't let him go. Why was this man still jumping into the fire without hesitation? Yi Zhongjue said he would pay any price as long as they didn't harm Mo Suqin. Mo Suqin strongly tried to dissuade him, shouting that Tang Zheng wanted his life. If he died, what meaning would her life have? Tang Zheng immediately covered Mo Suqin's mouth, warning her not to spoil his mood. If it weren't for that man inside, his company wouldn't have gone bankrupt, and he wouldn't have fallen to this state. He had planned for so long just to see this next scene. Song Pingting used to be Yi Zhongjue's secretary, serving him tea and water. He was so high and mighty then, but now the tables have turned. Yi Zhongjue had fallen into her hands. She was determined to punish him well. She caressed his face, her words full of provocation and teasing. She also revealed another identity of Yi Zhongjue, the leader of the Smith Business Alliance. Yi Zhongjue stepped back, demanding to know what else she knew. Song Pingting assured him that she wouldn't tell his grandmother about this, because even if he was concerned about his grandmother knowing the truth, he also had to worry about his wife, who could be killed at any moment. Now she was going to formally punish this man. She reached her hand inside the man's suit, caressing his firm chest. After so many years, she could finally lean on his chest. Seeing the man's nervous look, Song Pingting showed a triumphant expression. She whispered provocatively in his ear, saying that as a man, he wouldn't lose anything. She really wanted to see that handsome face crying and begging for mercy. Then she stripped off Yi Zhongjue's suit jacket and threw it on the ground. She wanted to create some beautiful memories with him. For Mo Suqin's sake, Yi Zhongjue endured the humiliation, neither dodging nor resisting, as obedient as a dog. Chained and led by the hand, Mo Suqin, unable to speak, could only struggle helplessly with wide eyes. Many subordinates were watching expectantly around them, making Song Pingting more and more excited. She ordered this good dog to take off his clothes himself. Tang Zheng couldn't bear to watch. He interrupted Song Pingting's imagination. He had seen her standing there grinning foolishly, not knowing what she was smiling about. He urged her to hurry up and torture Yi Zhongjue. Song Pingting calmed down and decided to proceed according to the plan. Then she coquettishly changed her voice to Yi Zhong. She threw herself into his arms. Before she could take the next step, Tang Zheng shouted that something was wrong. The video feed was cut off. Song Pingting nervously asked what was happening, her excitement completely gone. Yi Zhongjue smiled. Everything was under his control. The situation was about to turn around. The initiative was back in his hands. He pushed Song Pingting away and subdued her. It was time to return their words to them. Even if they didn't care about this woman's life in his hands, they should care about the bomb on his body. Here, there was enough explosives to blow up the entire abandoned factory. He threatened the men in black, telling them to stay still if they wanted to live. Song Pingding turned back and angrily rebuked him. Was he crazy? Didn't he want Mo Suchin to live? Hadn't they said no calling the police? And especially no using the power of the Smith Business Alliance? Yi Zhongjue calmly replied that he hadn't called the police, nor had he used the alliance's power. Did Song Pingding really think that cooperating with Tang Zheng made everything foolproof? Some people were not within their control. Before Yi Zhongjue came, he had called Guan Zixuan. Guan Zixuan had cursed angrily over the phone. Yi Zhongjue gave him the phone number, knowing that he had ways to track Mo Suchin's location. Guan Zixuan said it wasn't his wife, so why should he save her? Losing his wife was Yi Zhongjue's own incompetence. Before he could finish, the other party hung up the phone. The young Master Guan was so angry his face twisted. How dare they hang up on him? Is this how you ask for help? He threw the phone on the ground and stomped on it, cursing them to die. The woman beside him asked if he wanted to go save them. If he did, he'd have to use his family's power. That would mean he'd have to go back. Guan Zixuan made up his mind. At worst, he'd go back to inherit the family business. What was there to be afraid of? Saving people was urgent. Then he set off. In a high-tech office far away in the capital, everyone received a top-level order from the chairman. They began to mobilize satellite monitors and quickly located Mo Suchin's position. Back to the present, Tang Zheng's minions had already been dealt with. He was surprised. He had people closely watching the Smith Alliance. How did Yi Zhongjue still have people to use? On the rooftop, a large crowd of people stood in a disorderly manner. Tang Zheng was holding Mo Suchin hostage, facing off against the crowd. He was now alone, outnumbered. He needed to find a way to retreat quickly. He pointed his gun at Mo Suchin, threatening the others not to make any rash moves, or else they'd all go down together. At that moment, a helicopter descended from the sky. Guan Zixuan walked down from it. Tang Zheng was shocked. He cursed inwardly, wondering what kind of cliché drama this was. Who were these people? Guan Zixuan coolly told him that he had messed with the wrong people. Mo Suchin worried that Tang Zheng might do something desperate. She struggled to remove the gag from her mouth and shouted not to mind her. Yi Zhongjue was still in their hands, so they should save her husband first. Guan Zixuan remained unmoved. He said that man was tough and not so easy to kill. Tang Zheng threatened Guan Zixuan, demanding he give him the helicopter. Otherwise, he'd shoot the hostage. Guan Zixuan was tired of the villain's lines. How many times had he heard the same few sentences? He was bored of it. The other party had no right to negotiate with him. He snapped his fingers. Instantly, countless black gun barrels neatly aimed at Tang Zheng's head. They were all assault rifles, while Tang Zheng only had a small handgun. Now it was Guan Zixuan's turn to threaten Tang Zheng. From now on, if he dared to move even slightly, they would immediately open fire. Even taking a deep breath wasn't allowed. Tang Zheng's face turned purple with fear. He lost all hope, and the gun slipped from his hand. He felt deeply humiliated, having been defeated by that man. In the end, Tang Zheng was arrested for gathering a mob, endangering public safety, and suspected kidnapping. All his ill-gotten gains were confiscated. Mo Suchin temporarily relaxed, thinking she had been close to death. Guan Zixuan extended his hand, wanting to give this heroic rescue a perfect ending. Mo Suchin, with tears in her eyes, said thankfully that it was good he was there. She finally couldn't hold back and started crying. She threw herself into Xiao Yuan's arms, who was standing next to Guan Zixuan. Xiao Yuan comforted her softly, leaving the self-absorbed Guan Zixuan out in the cold, completely disappointing his expectations. He separated the two, protesting their disregard for him. He was the one who should be thanked. He wanted a hug too. Mo Suchin turned and asked Guan Zixuan to send people to save Yi Zhongjue. He felt a bit jealous, thinking to himself that he had just saved her, yet she only cared about that dog of a man. How heartless. He told Mo Suchin not to worry. It was Yi Zhongjue who had notified him to come and save him. That man must have made full preparations. Hearing this, Mo Suchin could only calm down. Guan Zixuan thought mischievously that if something happened to Yi Zhongjue, Mo Suchin would be his. Yi Zhongjue raised the bomb, threatening everyone to put down their weapons. But Song Tingting, that crazy woman, laughed loudly, saying she had long been prepared to die together. If she couldn't be with Yi Zhongjue in life, they would be together in death. From the moment she decided to kidnap, she was prepared to die. If she couldn't have him, no one else could. She ordered her men to shoot, promising that all the money would be theirs if they did. As the men in black hesitated, several excavators rumbled into the warehouse. Yi Zhongjue sighed in relief. These guys had finally arrived. The newcomers were the reserve members of the Smith Business Alliance. They surrounded the group with their excavators. Seeing this, Song Tingting shouted impossible. The Alliance members were supposed to be evacuated outside the city. How could they return so quickly? She thought she had control over Yi Zhongjue's connections and could restrict his actions. Unfortunately, she had overlooked one person. At that moment, a young man descended from one of the excavators. The young man leapt into the air. He landed in front of everyone, addressing Yi Zhongjue as boss. The bright and energetic young man was named Ling Ran. He was the chief special assistant of the Empire Fengyun Group. He used to be a delinquent leader, but had now reformed. Song Tingting scoffed. Ling Ran was just a small special assistant. His position in the company wasn't even as high as hers before. How could he mobilize so many people? The young man maintained a cheerful smile and reintroduced himself to everyone. He was now the current leader of the fencing group in the Smith Business Alliance. Two henchmen stood frozen, feeling the urge to retreat. They felt it was all over. Song Tingting scolded them for being useless, asking what they were afraid of and ordering them to shoot. But these two were genuinely afraid of Ling Ran. In their minds, this person had single-handedly unified all the Northern Super High Schools 5 years ago, earning the title of the strongest man. The more they remembered, the more scared they became. It was as if they were back in the fear of being dominated by this monster. Moreover, with excavators here, how could they fight? They quickly ran away, leaving Song Tingting alone to face the situation. Yi Zhongjue stated that none of them could escape. This woman's biggest problem was being too confident. Ling Ran was actually his trump card. This young man had connections spread throughout the streets, from delivery men to couriers, even to roadside laborers. They formed a complex and reliable information network. Song Tingting's plan was no match for them. Song Tingting was on the verge of collapse. She felt she had been played. Everything was planned by Yi Zhongjue from the start. What did all her efforts amount to? Song Tingting drew a dagger and rushed towards Yi Zhongjue, intending to go down fighting. But she was easily disarmed by him. He then knocked her down with a punch, showing no mercy for her being a woman. In his eyes, anyone who had bullied his wife, regardless of gender, would not be spared. This punch was compensation for Mo Suchin. Ling Ran came over to inquire about the boss's condition. Yi Zhongjue told him to send these people to the police station and check if anyone had escaped. Ling Ran was quite reliable. Tang Zheng's subordinates had already been dealt with earlier. This matter was concluded. Just as Yi Zhongjue was about to leave, Ling Ran reminded him there was still one person. How should they handle Miss Jian? This woman now seemed to have lost her soul, her eyes lifeless, slumped on the ground. Her world had collapsed. Yi Zhongjue had told Ling Ran to send her to the hospital and notify her family. He had no energy to deal with this woman now, only wanting to see his wife as soon as possible. The car they came in was damaged. As the saying goes, a worried official makes mistakes. He actually planned to drive an excavator, which he didn't even know how to operate. Ling Ran reminded him that the kidnappers had cars. He thought to himself, it's good he was quick-witted, or he might have lost his bonus. At the hospital, after examination, Mo Suchin was found to be fine, just needing some rest. Before the doctor could finish speaking, the two men in the ward started arguing. Yi Zhongjue told Guan Zishuan to leave, saying he could take care of Mo Suchin. Guan Zishuan accused him of being ungrateful. The doctor angrily shouted for them to be quiet. This was a hospital. It was rare to see an angel in white lose their temper. After calming down, the doctor asked who was the patient's husband. Yi Zhongjue happily answered it was him. Guan Zishuan was angry, but could do nothing. The doctor, with an angry expression, criticized him for being an unqualified husband, allowing his pregnant wife to be frightened. Hearing this, both men were stunned. Guan Zishuan wanted to bite Yi Zhongjue to death. This foolish man was at a loss for words. It took a while for him to realize he was going to be a father. He happily threw himself into his wife's arms, self-reflecting with a blissful face. One's joy is another's sorrow. Guan Zishuan gently raised his fist. He punched Yi Zhongjue in the face, telling him to be quiet. They had already said she needed rest. These two were too noisy. Mo Suqin told them both to get out. The two men went outside the hospital to smoke. Yi Zhongjue hesitated for a long time before saying thank you. Guan Zishuan was surprised. The famous Mr. Yi actually knew how to thank others. He said he was serious. Since they'd come this far, he had nothing more to say. As for Mo Suqin, it was his own choice. Taking this opportunity, he announced his intention to withdraw. Though it sounded nice, the truth was, Mo Suqin never had a place in her heart for Guan Zishuan. He knew this himself, but he wasn't one to give up easily. The main reason for his withdrawal was an agreement he had with his family. This time, to save the woman he loved, he broke the agreement and had to obediently return home. Yi Zhongjue patted his shoulder, consoling him that inheriting billions wasn't so bad. Guan Zishuan warned that if Yi Zhongjue ever mistreated Mo Suqin, he would come back to kill him. Yi Zhongjue retorted, firstly, he would never hurt his wife, and secondly, Guan Zishuan couldn't kill him anyway. The two were still at odds as they parted ways. After Guan Zishuan left, Yi Zhongjue knew his wife wasn't completely out of danger yet. He still had much to do. In the living room, facing Jian Jie's parents' exaggerated complaints, Ye's grandmother angrily smashed a cup. She cursed her grandson for being too reckless, telling them to teach him a lesson. She wouldn't interfere. Their lips curled into a dangerous smile. Old Mr. inhaled the DNA test results, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He thought he'd never see Inan again, but unexpectedly, Leng Xiao was in it. Zheng Hanyu advised nearby, wanting to bring Inan back immediately. And Jinghua thought it inappropriate. His granddaughter had just recovered from a serious illness and shouldn't be shocked. The key question was why Inan became the Leng family's daughter. However, the two families were about to be united in marriage, providing more opportunities for contact. They should take it slow. But unable to resist wanting to see her, he asked Zheng Hanyu to arrange it. As a result, this guy immediately told the Yi couple that Yao Yao was Jinghua's granddaughter. This truly shocked Mo Suqin. Zheng Hanyu wanted her help to arrange a meeting with Yao Yao. Yi Zhongjue punched him, telling him not to scare his wife Mo Suqin. Looking at the pitiful Zheng Hanyu, she decided to help but didn't know what excuse to use. Yi Zhongjue suggested Mo Suqin move in with him. This way, they could invite the grandfather and granddaughter over as guests. It would also be convenient to take care of his pregnant wife. The couple cuddled together. This made Zheng Hanyu feel a bit out of place, but thinking of it and reignited his fighting spirit. That night, Ye's mother was busy instructing the servants to clean, paying attention to every detail to make her daughter-in-law feel at home. In her free moments, she complained about her husband, saying she was working herself to death while he was taking it easy. She turned around to find Ye's father right behind her, wearing a festive Tang suit. It was truly dangerous. At this time, Yi Zhongjue brought Mo Suqin to the door. Due to her family background, Mo Suqin felt uneasy, especially knowing that such a prestigious family must have many rules. Yi Zhongjue stroked her head, comforting her thoughtfully. He felt he should have brought Mo Suqin back long ago and apologized for making her wait so long. He took Mo Suqin's hand. She smiled happily. Together, they crossed the threshold of happiness. No matter what difficulties they might face in the future, they would face them together. Welcome home, my dear wife. The path of happiness was laid with soft red carpet. Servants lined up on both sides, bowing in unison to welcome the young master and mistress home. The scene was quite grand. Mo Suqin marveled inwardly. So this is what a wealthy family is like. Festive confetti and streamers expressed their welcome to the couple. Yi Zhongjue hugged Mo Suqin as they greeted his parents. Mo Suqin politely called them dad and mom. Ye's parents were delighted and quickly invited them inside. In the living room, the four sat formally. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Ye's mother broke the ice, asking if her daughter-in-law was hungry and if she wanted something to eat. Then she stomped on Ye's father's foot with her high heel. But his emotional intelligence was low, and he didn't understand his wife's hint. After being reminded, he finally remembered. He then took out an elegant envelope and handed it over. They had bought a house by the sea for the young couple, which they could move into any time. The property deed was in Mo Suqin's name, like a welcoming gift from the in-laws to their daughter-in-law. This made Mo Suchin feel somewhat overwhelmed with gratitude. She was also very thoughtful, quickly calling them dad and mom. The mother-in-law sent her husband and son away, wanting to chat with her daughter-in-law alone. Mo Suchin tugged at Yi Zhongjue's sleeve, looking a bit nervous. Yi Zhongjue gave her an encouraging smile. He even patted her head. Then he went to another room with his father to talk privately. His father asked if he had really thought it through. Yi Zhongjue expressed his determination. Ye's father felt his son was very much like himself in his younger days. Back then, he had also insisted on marrying Ye's mother against his own mother's wishes. As a result, they were suppressed everywhere, leading to the empire's turmoil and unable to escape the Jian family's control. Now they had thoroughly offended them, and the consequences might be too much to bear. Yi Zhongjue admitted that this plan was a bit hasty, but he promised he would definitely protect this family. On Ye's mother's side, she kept telling Mo Suchin about her son's embarrassing childhood stories. Thinking about how her son had grown up to the age of marriage and having children in the blink of an eye, she felt a bit melancholic. She told Mo Suchin to take good care of herself at home and that there were no complicated rules in the family, so she shouldn't feel constrained. Then she started complaining to her daughter-in-law about the hardships of being in a wealthy family. In the end, she even began to wipe away tears. When Yi Zhongjue came out with his father, he suggested they talk over dinner. Ye's father wanted to drink. Ye's mother was afraid he would get drunk and scare their daughter-in-law. She told her son not to learn from his father. Ye's father said her fierceness would scare the daughter-in-law more. Yi Zhongjue mediated between them, creating a scene of family harmony. This stirred Mo Suchin's deep longing for a family. Yi Zhongjue noticed and didn't understand why she was crying. He anxiously went to comfort her. She threw herself into his arms. She thanked Yi Zhongjue for giving her a perfect family. Those were tears of happiness. In fact, Yi Zhongjue was also very grateful to her. Ye's parents watched from the side, feeling very content. Zheng Hanyu ran to the Lung family's door and looked around. He was caught red-handed by Lung Haoyun. He quickly explained that he was just out for a walk. This clumsy lie was immediately exposed. His home was half a district away from here. It would take quite some stamina to walk all the way here. Seeing that he was caught, he decided to be thick-skinned. What's wrong with him coming to see his fiancée? Lung Haoyun disagreed, stating that Yao Yao belongs to the Lung family. Zheng Hanyu retorted, asking how the young miss of the in-group became Lung Xiao of the Lung family. What a joke! Yao Yao has always been part of the Lung family, with no connection to the In family or him, Zheng Hanyu. Lung Haoyun became emotional and told him not to harass them. As he turned to leave, Zheng Hanyu reminded him that he had helped find blood relatives when Enin had a car accident before, and their Lung family didn't have any matching blood types. Lung Haoyun emphasized once again that she is Lung Xiao, not Enin. Zheng Hanyu knew the other's mind was in chaos, so he pressed on. He blamed the Lung family's eldest brother for adopting the In family's only granddaughter. The In family's security measures had always been strict, so how did Enin disappear? They still don't know. He suspected the Lung family's eldest brother. Before he could finish speaking, Lung Haoyun snapped. He forbade him from slandering his elder brother and threw a punch. But Zheng Hanyu blocked it. The provocation worked. The other's intense reaction proved he had hit the mark. At this moment, Lung Xiao came over, asking what they were doing. She was still waiting for her uncle to help her record a video. Zheng Hanyu immediately called Yao Yaonin and demanded to know if she remembered him. Lung Haoyun couldn't stand it anymore and immediately rebuked him, telling him to stop. Only Yao Yao looked confused, not knowing what was wrong with the two. Lung Haoyun didn't give the other a chance to speak, quickly leaving with his niece. Zheng Hanyu was stopped by security guards. He stood there watching the two leave. He silently vowed to get Enin back. Yao Yao asked her uncle what was wrong with that person just now. Did he have amnesia like her? Why did he call her Enin? Lung Haoyun could only explain that the man was filming a short video and she shouldn't worry about it. At the mention of filming videos, Yao Yao immediately became interested and pestered her uncle to help her film. After Yao Yao left, Lung Haoyun ordered the servants to move to the West Garden tomorrow. Jian Jie sat alone in her room, lost in thought, and Huilin came to visit her. Now this person seemed to have only one strange sentence left. Her eyes were blank, and she didn't say a word. After doing so much, she still couldn't get the person she loved, and Huilin sympathized with her. She promised Jin Jie that she would definitely get the Lung family. Then they could pressure the Yi family together, making that Yi Zhongju and kneel and beg for reconciliation. And Huilin wanted this woman to pull herself together so she could help her take down the others. It seemed the Yi family couldn't be relied upon anymore. She thought the other was really useless. It was just a breakup, yet she became so depressed. Seeing no hope, she didn't want to stay there any longer. After Huilin left, Jin Jie finally showed a reaction. The next day, Yao Yao watched the busy moving crew downstairs and asked her uncle why they were moving. Her uncle told her that the environment there was better and hoped she would be happier living there. Yao Yao mumbled quietly that as long as she could be with her uncle, it didn't matter where they lived. Lung Haoyan looked at his niece thoughtfully. He asked her if someone wanted to take her away, would she leave her uncle? Yao Yao answered without hesitation that she wouldn't. She loved her uncle the most. She then threw herself into Lung Haoyun's arms. Although she had lost many memories, she could feel how important this uncle was to her. She would stay obediently by his side and never leave. So she also hoped that her uncle wouldn't leave her. Lung Haoyun promised her. Yao Yao affectionately confessed to her uncle that he would always be her most beloved. They shared a tender moment. Suddenly, Lung Xiao pushed Lung Haoyun away. She suddenly remembered that Mo Suqin had invited her to play at her house. She had almost forgotten. She quickly changed clothes and set off. As soon as they met, the two girls stuck together. The best friends had endless topics to chat about. Lung Haoyun and Yi Zhongjue were like two invisible men. Seeing his niece so happy, Lung Haoyun thought he could let Yao Yao come here more often in the future. Then he asked Yi Zhongjue to talk privately. In another room, Lung Haoyun lit a cigarette. He usually didn't smoke, but he had too many worries lately. Fortunately, Yi Zhongjue didn't mind. He asked the other a very strange question. Choose between the empire and the beauty. Yi Zhongjue wasn't conflicted. For people of their status, losing the empire meant they couldn't protect the beauty. Lung Haoyun agreed, but this was also the reason for his worries. Their family was in constant conflict. If he made one wrong move, it would implicate the entire group. For both sides, the Yin and Jin families were threats. So Lung Haoyun proposed that the Duke Group and Imperial Fengyan cooperate for mutual benefit. Unexpectedly, his proposal aligned with the other's thoughts, and he agreed readily. At this moment, Mo Suqin peeked in, softly asking if they had finished talking. Yao Yao wanted to film short videos together. Yi Zhongjue was confused. Lung Haoyun blushed, looking a bit embarrassed. He said he'd rather do 100 business negotiations than film small, awkward dramas. The next day came in the blink of an eye, and Huilin was discussing wedding details with Lung Haoyun, asking if he liked Chinese style. But he suddenly apologized to her. She pretended not to understand, but she had already guessed. Lung Haoyun wanted to cancel the engagement. She forced a smile and asked what was wrong. Everything was fine recently. This joke wasn't funny at all. Lung Haoyun stood up, saying he would take full responsibility and wouldn't cause negative impacts on the Yin family. And Huilin immediately asked if it was because of Lung Xiao. Lung Haoyun dropped a line, saying it had nothing to do with Yao Yao. He simply didn't love her. And Huilin then resolutely left. And Huilin was left sitting in the chair, her face gloomy. She had waited for him for so many years, but in the end, she couldn't compare to a little girl. This man knew she only loved him. Why did he give her hope and then destroy it with his own hands? Thinking of this, and Huilin's attitude changed. If she couldn't have him, then she would destroy him. She vowed to make that man regret it.